Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto Uzumaki was God and had dominant harem with Konan? Part 1. The world revolves around power and conflict. The people with the most power are the ones who usually cause the greatest conflict, but having greater power makes them admired by others. Peace, for many something unattainable in today's world. Everyone is selfish and the world is governed by the strongest being on top of the weakest, and this is how wars are decided. Everything is for power and for the simple fact of wanting to be superior to others. Yes, the human being is so disgusting and so greedy sometimes. But what is it that makes us witness two bodies fallen in some small puddles, one further away than the other, whose PLE were lying on the ground were Sasuke Uchiha, who had deserted Konoha in search of more power to achieve his goal, the other body. It belonged to Naruto Uzumaki, who had followed and fought his friend to prevent him from making a grave mistake. The two were lying on the ground and with a puddle of water mixed with blood belonging to both of them. Both bodies seemed lifeless, neither moved, and the rain only made the puddle grow larger and push the bodies. Far from the shore was a species of plant similar to a carnivorous plant. The plant opened and a humanoid could be seen with half of the body white and the other half black. Zetsu is like, calls that humanoid White Zetsu. It seems there was no winner. The white half said with a small smile. Black Zetsu. I think that if the Jinchuriki had released more of his Biju's chakra he would have won. The black half said in a very sinister tone. White Zetsu. I also think the same, it was definitely a good show. The white half said in a cheerful tone. Black Zetsu. This could be interesting. White Zetsu. What do you mean? Black Zetsu. They are both very strong for their young age, and also that yellow-haired boy masters the Kage Bushin no Jutsu very well, and also that the technique called Rasengan is very powerful. Also don't forget who he is. On the other hand, there is the Uchiha who has the Sharingan up to 3 tomos, and also the Famu's assassination technique of Kakashi Hatake, apart from having the cursed seal of Orochimaru. The black half said with his typical dark tone. White Zetsu. I see, so you want to take them with him. Black Zetsu. We will take both of them. He will decide who he will use for the mission. White Zetsu. Well, let's do it. The humanoid plant came out of the ground and then separated into 2 parts. The black half reached Naruto and carried him, and the white half did the same with Sasuke, and after taking both bodies they buried themselves in the ground and disappeared without leaving any trace that they were there. Through the forest, jumping from branch to branch, the copying ninja, Kakashi Hatake, was moving. In front of him was his guide dog, whom he called Pakun. Kakashi had a face that only reflected concern, not. He knew what could happen if Sasuke and Naruto faced each other in a duel to the death. Kakashi arrived at the place, at the Delphin Valley, where Pakun says that Naruto and Sasuke are located. Upon arriving, Kakashi began to look for his 2 students but did not see them anywhere. Kakashi. Pakun, where are they? He asked, looking at his guide dog. Pakun. Well, the smell of both of them is in this place. But the rain makes it much more difficult to find them. He continued sniffing. Kakashi. I'll look for where the river follows, they might be there. I speak and then start running through the small river. Kakashi continued searching, however there was nothing. He knew that if Sasuke won, he would not take Naruto's body. Kakashi. What the hell happened here? This is a lot of blood. If the 2 were unconscious the river must have dragged them, however that would be impossible since this is more of a small puddle. It is not capable of moving 2 bodies, besides the blood is only here. There is no more blood apart from this place. He thought, and then he saw Pakun, who came to him. Pakun. There is nothing. No matter how much I look for their smell, there is nothing. It is as if they had disappeared from this place. Maybe they both walked away in the rain. Pakun couldn't finish because he started sniffing and smelled one of them. Kakashi. What's wrong, Pakun? I asked, looking at Pakun. Pakun. This is the smell of Kakashi. What? Pakun. Sasuke. Pakun began to run and came to a large tree, and there leaning against the tree was Sasuke. He was UNC. Onsis and was bleeding a lot from his left arm and also from his head. Kakashi was totally surprised. Sasuke's condition seemed to be almost on the verge of death. Kakashi quickly picked him up. Kakashi. Pakun, can't you feel Naruto? He asked, looking at Pakun, who was sniffing. Pakun. No matter how hard I try, I can't smell it. He said, making Kakashi look down. Kakashi. Okay, let's go, Pakun. He started running with Sasuke on his back. Location unknown. A somewhat dark lair, illuminated by some lamps, was in a large chair that was connected to some tubes that seemed to be transmitting chakra. Sitting in this large chair was a very old man, with long white hair and a robe on. His only eye visible was red with those black atoms that are recognized in anywhere. If it was the Sharingan, the old man had a completely stoic face. He did not reflect any emotion, and of course due to his age it is impossible to know from his face alone whether he is sad or happy. The old man gave a big sigh that reflected desperation and great concern. His eye saw his subordinate Zetsu, who was in front of him. White Zetsu. So the blonde is the chosen one, he said, looking at the old man. Sure, I have no doubts, said the old man, and then diverted his gaze towards a bed where Naruto was lying. Black Zetsu. Even though the other was an Uchiha, I thought that only an Uchiha can follow this mission, said the black half with his dark tone. When I needed it, my clan turned its back on me, and the Uchiha I saved and trained has now betrayed me. I don't care if he's an Uchiha or not, but Chi made me make the decision is because I didn't want a puppet of that creeping snake. Plus this boy is an Uzumaki, he is undoubtedly the chosen one. Black Zetsu. Although it's true this boy has a lot of potential. Question mark, question mark, question mark. There's something else about him. I feel a connection with that boy, it's like we have a very strong resemblance. White Zetsu. You think that boy has a connection with the great Madara Uchiha? He said with a happy tone and a big smile. Madara. And very strong, I will find out very soon, said the old Uchiha, and then gave a small sigh. Naruto began to move, which caused Madara and Zetsu to focus their gaze on him. Naruto opened his eyes and was quickly greeted by a large headache. He also felt great pain in his right arm and his stomach. Naruto began to analyze the place where he was it a lair or rather a cave? It was somewhat dark. Naruto was surprised by this and memories came to his mind. Naruto. Right, I was fighting with Sasuke and then he and I clashed our attacks and then I don't know what happened, he said while I was trying to remember what had happened. Naruto began to look at the cave and then his eyes focused on two people, or rather a very old mummy and a kind of human-shaped plant. Naruto. Huh, what the hell is that? White Zetsu. Hello, he said in a very happy way and making a gesture with his hand. Naruto. Hey plant man, what the hell is this place? He said looking at Zetsu. Madara. Hello young Uzumaki. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Ah, the mummy spoke. Scream and then he fell backwards to the ground. Madara. Talking to Zetsu seemed very normal to you and you were scared because. Listen to me talk, he said approaching Naruto who was on the ground. Naruto sat on the ground and began to rub his head. Naruto. It hurts. Naruto looked up and saw the old Uchiha. Naruto. Ah, the mummy can walk, he shouted making Madara hit him on the head with the stick of his scythe. Madara. Can you stop yelling, it's irritating, he said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Hey old mummy, why are you hitting me? He asked with both hands on his head. Madara. Naruto Uzumaki, that's your name right? Naruto. Yes, how do you know my name? I asked looking at Madara. Madara. That's because I've been investigating you, and you were also wearing underwear that had your name on it. Made Naruto surprised and got scared again. Naruto. You're a pedophile. You're a child-eating mummy, I have to escape from here. Naruto began to run, however he did not get very far because he felt a great weight on his body and his legs did not respond. Naruto fell to the ground and then Zetsu stood in front of him. Black Zetsu. It's useless, you are very badly injured and apart from that one of your legs is almost broken, I would recommend that you stay on the ground. I speak with such a dark tone of voice. Naruto. Damn, I didn't feel this pain before, now I can't move my leg. He thought while touching his right leg. Madara began to approach Naruto. Looked at him for a moment and then smiled. Madara. You're wondering what you're doing here, right? Well, let me tell you that I saved your life, which is why you could say that I allowed you to continue living. And why? It's because I need you to do something for me. He said, looking at Naruto, making him see him. Naruto. Let me do something for you. Madara. That's right, it is a very important and dangerous mission, but saving your life gives me the right to ask you for a favor of this size. He said and then walked and sat in his big chair. Naruto. Tisk, it's not a favor if you ask like that. I comment, looking at Madara. White Zetsu. You're right, but that doesn't matter. He said with his typical happy tone. Madara. Well, I would say that this favor will end up being very interesting to you. Young Uzumaki. I was watching Naruto. Naruto. Interested. Madara. Can you imagine a world without pain, a world where there is only peace and harmony, where the world is one and there are no differences for any reason? Well, let me tell you that a world like this is possible. He said, making Naruto surprised. Naruto. Is it possible? Madara. Yes, of course, Taiki. Vey, this you need someone who is completely determined. Naruto. I wonder if when I die I will become a mummy like you. He said to himself without paying attention to Madara or anything in particular. Madara could only frown, and after that he motioned to Zetsu and he hit Naruto's head, making him start to complain. Madara. Are you stupid? Why the hell are you acting so ignorant? I asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I don't care about anything you tell me, old man. I'm going to return to my village and with my friends, even if Sasuke left with Orochimaru, I'm not going to give up. He said and then made a great effort to get up and walk towards a wall. Madara. You can't get out of here, everything you try is useless. I smile watching Naruto get into combat position. Naruto created a clone and then this clone started moving his hands around Naruto's right hand and a blue ball of air began to form. The Rasengan was the technique that Naruto was executing. Naruto. Watch me escape. Naruto collided the Rasengan with the wall. The impact caused a loud sound and a lot of dust. When the dust dissipated, it was possible to see that the wall had a large hole caused by the impact of Naruto's Rasengan. Zetsu was surprised by the great damage Naruto's Rasengan caused. Madara just watched this with his stoic face and then sighed. Madara. I must say that was impressive, however escaping from here is impossible. We are several meters below the ground. He said without seeing Naruto. Naruto. Tisk, damn. He said while breathing heavily. Naruto created another clone again and made a Rasengan again and then hit it with the wall. The hole was even bigger and the wall was beginning to crack a lot. Naruto was already feeling tired. Naruto fell sitting on the ground. Black Zetsu. The only thing you will do is hurt yourself. Said the black half. White Zetsu. I think you should go back to bed. Said the white half, somewhat worried. Naruto. No, I'm not going to give up. Naruto stood up and then, with both fists he started hitting the wall. Madara. At least you are very persistent, or is it just stubbornness? He asked himself with his eyes closed. Naruto hit the wall again and then stopped. His hands were covered in blood. Despite everything he had done, he didn't seem to be able to get out. Naruto couldn't use his hands anymore and then he crashed his forehead against the wall and started hitting the wall harder and harder with his forehead. Blood ran across Naruto's forehead and fell all over his face. Zetsu was very surprised to see this. Naruto's hands were covered in blood and his right leg was wobbly a lot and his face. It was covered in blood, but despite this Naruto continued hitting the wall. Zetsu turned around to see Madara, who was not looking at Naruto. Black Zetsu. Shall we stop him? Asked the black half, looking at Madara. Madara. Let it go, it'll stop soon. He said, still with his eyes closed. Naruto. Ah! He screamed and crashed his forehead against the wall. Naruto took a few steps back and after a moment he fell to the ground. Zetsu approached him and saw that his head was covered in blood as well as both hands. Naruto was undoubtedly unconscious. White Zetsu. It stopped, finally. He picked up Naruto and laid him on the bed. Madara. Don't worry about his injuries since he is a Jinchuriki. When he wakes up I will convince him to continue with my Moon Eye plan. He said, opening his only visible eye. Black Zetsu. Do you want something else? Madara. Yes, investigate everything about him. You will have to infiltrate Konoha to get his information, so do it quickly. When I know what I need to know, then I will start with his transformation. He said and then smiled. White Black Zetsu. Transformation. The two parties said at the same time. Madara. In order for him to make the Moon's Eye plan and eliminate Obito, he must change. In other words, before everything begins, he will have to die. He spoke in a very dark tone, surprising both Zetsus. That's it for the first chapter. The next one will be out on Friday. Don't forget to vote for history, my people. See you cool. You are an Uchiha. Naruto began to slowly open his eyes. He realized I am. Immediately that it was not a dream about the mummy talking. He sighed and realized. Who was in the same bed as before? Naruto sat on the bed and then turned his gaze and saw Madara sitting in his chair. He seemed to be asleep. Naruto got up and then started to walking towards Madara. Naruto began to see Madara. Without a doubt it was a person, and a person who was many years old, despite everything. Naruto thought that it could have been a mummy, although it is not, that it is very different from reality. Naruto saw the scythe that was next to Madara's chair. Naruto took it, and when he was going to lift it he felt a great pressure on him. He turned his face to the side and there it was, that 3-volume Sharingan looking at him. Directly and so terrifyingly. Naruto gulped and then put the scythe in the same place and took about 3 steps back. Madara. Are you feeling better now? Although I think it's obvious, after all you are a Jinchuriki. He said, taking the scythe. Naruto. Do you know that? I asked in a very nervous tone. Madara. Of course I know, I've been watching you for a while, Naruto. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Hey elder, and you're not afraid of me? Don't you feel that it's dangerous to have me here? He spoke while lowering his gaze. Madara. Fear? Because I should be. When you are afraid it always makes you see things in a worse way. Besides, I chose you, I didn't choose the Kyuubi or anyone else. He said in a calm tone. Naruto. I see. Hey old man, I am very grateful to you. You saved me and you don't even treat me like a monster. However, I still want to return to my village and with my friends. He said and then smiled. Madara. I certainly understand you. When Zetsu returns I will tell him to show you the way out. He said and then gave a sigh. Naruto. Seriously, thank you very much, old man. He said in a very happy tone. Suddenly, Zetsu began to emerge from the ground, carrying some papers in his hand. Zetsu began to walk towards Madara and gave him the papers. Black Zetsu. Things get even more interesting. He said, black with his typical dark tone. White Zetsu. Very interesting. Commented the white half and then laughed. Madara just saw them and then began to look through the papers. The first thing he saw was a man with yellow hair and blue eyes. This was the 4th Hokage, the Kuroi Senko, Minato Namikaze, and below his photo it said, father of Naruto. Madara was somewhat surprised. He already knew about the Kuroi Senko. It was certainly quite good to know that Naruto was the son of such a strong and famous man. Madara changed to Annette. Her leaf, and what he saw here left him totally surprised, and something else. Kushina Uzumaki was the name of Naruto's mother. Madara remembered to confirm that he was not wrong, and of course he was not. That was his daughter's name. Zetsu noticed Madara's reaction. Black Zetsu. Is something wrong? Madara. Nothing. By the way, Zetsu, was there another family member? He asked, looking at Zetsu. Why? Che Zetsu. It's the only thing we could find. There were many Anbus and we had to hurry a little. Said the white half, very smiling. Naruto. Huh? Familiar? Anbus? What the hell are you talking about, aloe vera? He asked, looking at Zetsu, making him angry because of what he had called him. Madara. Naruto, have you ever met your parents? This caused Naruto to look surprised. Naruto. My parents. Well, I've never met them. He said in a sad tone. Madara. Here, these are your parents. He handed 2 papers to Naruto. Naruto took the papers and then began to read them. Naruto's face. He quickly changed. At first you could see a surprised face and then a sad face. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were the names of his parents. It made a lot of sense. After all, the fourth Hokage is identical to him. Naruto. Where did they get this from? Did you go to Konoha? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu. Well, only in Konoha is this information. You are happy to have met your parents. Naruto. I don't know. It feels very strange, he said, looking at the photo of his father and mother. Madara. You could imagine that your father is the fourth Hokage. I speak, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. The one who also sealed the Kyuubi in me, he said while clenching his fist. Madara. Your mother, Naruto. My mother. Madara. You know, Naruto, it would be good if you let me do a blood test. I want to check something, he said, looking at Naruto, who was surprised. Naruto. Blood test? Why would I do something like that? What the hell do you want to test? Madara. Possibly your mother is related by blood to the Uchiha clan. These words surprised Naruto. White Zetsu. Wow, Naruto. Hey, what are you talking about, old man? My mother is an Uzumaki, look here it says. And it doesn't say here that she had the Sharingan, he said, looking at Madara. Madara. That's why I tell you to do the blood test, it's to check if it's true. Zetsu could do it, he said, looking at Zetsu. Naruto. So what? How can you check if I have Uchiha blood? Madara. Because we will check it with mine, he said, surprising Naruto. Naruto. Now that you mention it, old man, you lived in Konoha for a while. You were in the Uchiha clan, why did you end up in a place like this? I asked, looking at Madara. Madara. Well, not only did I live in that village, I gave it the name Konohagakure no Sato, and he was also the leader of the Uchiha clan, he said in a calm tone. Naruto. Hey, seriously, that means you were someone very important, and why did you leave the village? Madara. You still have no idea who I am, Naruto. Naruto. No idea. I shake my head. Madara. You'll know after you take the blood test, he said, increasing Naruto's curiosity. Naruto. Okay, besides that way I can know if I'm really an Uchiha. Right, I speak, totally determined. Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves, one of the 5 great villages known due to its incredible military power and its great economic management. Konoha has always been a feared village due to the incredible and powerful bloodlines that it possessed. However, the village had been left without its most powerful clan, the Uchiha clan. After it was exterminated by the renegade Itachi Uchiha, Konoha had also lost the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After Orochimaru invaded Konoha, it was difficult for the village. Arise from that, however, a new royal Hokage with great authority, Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary Sannin and granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The village was under a great gray sky, and although not all of the village knew it, it had lost a great shinobi, a great person, and this was what had 3 people who were gathered in the village in a state of sadness. Hokage's office. These people were Tsunade Senju, Kakashi and Jiraiya. Silence was the only thing in that room. You could perfectly hear the noise of the wind hitting the walls and moving some leaves. Tsunade was sitting in front of her desk. Standing in front of the window looking towards the village was Jiraiya, and standing in front of Tsunade was Kakashi. Tsunade. After a day's search we couldn't find anything. His body is nowhere to be found, she said while her hair covered her eyes. Kakashi. Pakun said his scent disappeared because of the rain. I can't assure nothing, but Pakun smelled Naruto in the river and after that he disappeared, he said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade. It is likely that the current swept him away. However, the Anbu's team followed the river until they reached a small lake where the river ends. But there was nothing, not even a piece of his clothes, nothing. Kakashi. So far the only thing we have left is to wait for Sasuke to wake up and maybe we'll get something from him. Tsunade looked up. Tsunade. I hope he knows something. You can leave, Kakashi, he said, and then lowered his gaze. Kakashi looked at her for a moment and then saw Jiraiya, who was looking at her. Towards the village, Kakashi turned around and walked to leave Tsunade's office. Tsunade. This is so impossible. I clench my fist. Jiraiya. Do you really think he's dead? He said without seeing Tsunade, making her look surprised. Tsunade. What do you mean? Jiraiya. Naruto is a Jinchuriki. Even if this is not enough, if Naruto really died, then where is his body? Is there something more to this? He continued, seeing the village. Tsunade. You're right, but if he's not dead, where is he? Jiraiya. We're overlooking something very important, Akatsuki. He said, surprising Tsunade. Tsunade. They capture the Jinchurikis. You're right, but how did they know where Naruto was? He said, and then watched as Jiraiya began to walk towards the door. Jiraiya. I don't know, however a few days ago, Itachi and Kisame were here and they are from Akatsuki. I will investigate further and I will let you know. For now the best thing is to wait for Sasuke to confirm whether he killed Naruto or not. He left the office. Tsunade looked at the door for a moment and then sighed. She leaned back in her chair a little and then the tears came. Tsunade. I would like to have that strength of yours. I don't want to know that you are dead. Please, Naruto, he said while he trembled and his voice was cut off. Kakashi walked through the streets of Konoha. He wore his typical stoic face. He did not pay much attention to what was happening around him. He did not need to, since he had very decided where he wanted to go. He continued walking while keeping deaf ears and looking forward until he arrived. The memorial stone. Kakashi stopped and looked at the stone for a moment. Kakashi. Hello Obito. I liked coming here to talk a little about how things were going, but today I want to ask you to give me strength. Our sensei's son is missing. He looks a lot like you and I don't want to think that he is dead. Help me find him. I know that Naruto is not dead, so I will not give up until he finds him. He has to become Hokage. Kakashi knelt down and then ran his hand over his right eye, wiping away a tear that was about to fall. He put his hands together and then stood up and stood looking up at the sky, the opaque, dark sky. Location unknown. Naruto was doing push-ups. He was taking advantage of the time to exercise. You could see that he had already been exercising for some time. Sweat was running down his body and he looked very tired. Naruto. 100. He said and then fell completely tired. Madara. If you only do 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups you won't improve much in a short time. He spoke sitting in his chair without seeing Naruto. Naruto. Shut up, this is very tiring. What the hell will the eyebrow do to keep exercising all the time? He thought, remembering his friend Rock Lee. Madara. For an Uzumaki you don't have much stamina, or maybe you don't eat well at all. He commented and then saw Naruto, who was running from one side to the other. Naruto. The only thing I eat is ramen, that's what gives me the most energy. I speak with a big smile and without stopping running. Madara. Because you don't accept me training you, you could become very strong. Naruto. No thanks, I already have a sensei. In fact I have two, and I also like to train my way. He said without stopping running. Zetsu began to leave the ground. ND then walked until he reached Madara's side. Black Zetsu. It's ready. Madara. Where did you go? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu. We went to some laboratories that are on the borders of the country of fire. He said in a happy tone. Madara. Naruto, come here. Naruto stopped and then walked towards him. Naruto. Oh, you already came, aloe vera. He said while smiling. White Zetsu. I am not an aloe vera. He said, a little angry. Naruto. So the results are here. He said, looking at Madara, who was reading the documents. White Zetsu. Furthermore, aloe vera cannot speak. He addressed Naruto, but he was not paying attention. Black Zetsu. Can you shut up? You're being annoying. The black half said to his other half. Madara. Naruto, your blood compared to mine, which is from an Uchiha, has a similarity, however. Naruto. What? I'm an Uchiha then. Madara. Yes, you are an Uchiha, but you should know that even if you are an Uchiha, your similarity in blood will not always be the same, and you are an Uzumaki too. However, when the blood is exactly the same, that means that you are an even closer relative. Naruto. What do you mean, old man? He asked without understanding what Madara was talking about. Madara. Not only are you an Uchiha Naruto, you are my grandson, you are Madara Uchiha's grandson. He said, surprising Naruto. End of chapter. Espero que les haya gustado amigos, el próximo capítulo saldrá el miércoles. Don't forget to vote. See you. The truth. Naruto. What did you say? I asked looking at Madara. Madara. Just as you heard, you are my grandson and yes, I am Madara Uchiha. He said looking at Naruto who was in shock. Naruto. Madara's grandson, Madara Uchiha. White Zetsu. Don't you look happy? Naruto. To have a family member, but you still left the village. And that's something I don't want to do. Madara. It seems you only know a small part Naruto. He leaned back in his chair and then gave a long, tired sigh. Naruto. A small part. Then why did you abandon the village? Are you supposed to protect it? I speak in a high tone. Madara. Yes, I left Konoha, but the reason why I did it is because none of them agreed with my plans to make the village progress. He said looking up. Naruto. Your plans, Madara. I gave my life to protect Konoha and I believed strongly in that village. I knew that to prevent the village from succumbing I had to make myself cargo de calquier amenaza. Es por eso que con mi clan habíamos decidido eliminar a cualquiera que fuera en contra de Konoha. Insistí en que lo correcto era mantener a Konoha en el poder y así dominar, quería la paz. Pero muchos se opusieron a mis ideales. Pensé que Hashirama entendería el porqué lo hacía. Después de todo el yo éramos grandes amigos. Naruto. And then what happened? Madara. Al. Recibir las críticas y el desacuerdo total. Decidí que debía quitar de el cargo de Hokage a Hashirama. Elaborar un golpe de estado pero ya era muy tarde. No solo mi gran amigo me había dado la espalda y me había trainado. También lo hizo mi clan y solo días después, toda la aldea was against me. No podía entenderlo. Esa aldea por la que tanto luché. Esa aldea era el sueño de mi hermano, yo sol. O quería lo mejor para Konoha y aun así recibí el peor pago posible. Naruto. It can't be, they did that. Asked Naruto looking at Madara. Madara. Actualmente el mundo está oculto bajo un velo de tranquilidad. Sin embargo tú has sido testigo de lo que es el mundo actual. Estoy seguro que debiste haber sufrido mucho. Madara said and then looked at Naruto. Luego de mi pelea con Hashirama y después de haber logrado sobrevivir. Me dirigí lejos de Konoha. Llegué a una pequeña montaña y allí me desmayé. Al abrir mis ojos pude sentir esa calidez de por primera vez estar en un hogar. White Zetsu. And then? Asked the white half very excited. Madara. Dentro de esa pequeña cabaña había una mujer. Tenía cabello rojo muy largo. Piel blanca y unos ojos azules muy hermosos. Sabía muy bien que esos rasgos eran muy común en un clan llamado Uzumaki. Al principio me sorprendí. Después de todo los Uzumaki habían hecho un tratado con Konoha. Me pregunté que hacía una Uzumaki en un lugar tan alejado. Flashback. Madara. Where am I? He asked as he sat on the bed. Madara saw that he had a necklace that was somewhat tight on him. Bueno estás en mi casa. Te encontré tirado en el suelo. Parecía como es. I estuvieras muerto sin embargo me di cuenta que on respirabas así que te. I brought you here. From your physique I can deduce that you are a shinobi. However you don't wear any band. Are you a renegade? Madara looked around and in a small kitchen was a woman with long red hair, blue eyes and very white skin. She was wearing a black skirt above her knees, a white sleeveless shirt with pink flowers on it and an apron on top. Madara. An Uzumaki. What is an Uzumaki doing in such a desolate place? He asked, watching the woman approach him. Well, I was bored and I also wanted to make my leaf away from being a kunoichi or a possible jinchuriki and you, may I know what a Uchiha outside Konoha? Asked the woman standing in front of Madara. Madara. I was Madara couldn't finish because the woman interrupted him. Question mark. I should be more specific. What does Madara Uchiha do outside of Konoha? Madara was surprised at this. He didn't think this woman would recognize him. Madara decided that he should kill her. She could tell that he was still alive and that would only hurt things. Madara began to slowly move his right arm to try to grab her by the neck. You should be careful. If you move that arm a few centimeters more, you will pull the thread that is tied to your wrist, and that will cause the poison-covered spikes that are on your collar to come out and fill your neck and airways with poison. The woman said with a small smile. Madara. So that's what the necklace is for, you could take it off. He said, looking at the woman. First you must wait for your wounds to heal. Well, you have to drink some of this tea. The woman said, giving Madara a small glass. Madara. You think I'll drink that? You're very wrong. Take this thread away from me so I can leave. You will drink it. The woman put a kunai on Madara's neck and then started squeezing, making Madara look at her and then smile. Madara. Maybe you forgot who I am. Madara in a flash of speed took the kunai from the woman and cut the thread from his wrist. He put his hand on the necklace and destroyed it. Then he took both of the woman's arms and laid her on the bed. Madara was on top of her and watched her for a moment as she struggled to try to escape. Madara. Answer me, what is an Uzumaki doing in a place so far from Konoha, the Whirlpool Village? I asked, looking directly at the woman. Hey, I won't answer you anything. Not while. The woman shouted when Madara's grip became even stronger. Madara. I have no problem killing you, however I need to know why an Uzumaki is so far off. I from all the villages and especially from Konoha. That's because I ran away, said the woman while still trying to get out of Madara's grip. Madara. Run away? For what purpose? He asked, releasing the woman. Question mark. I didn't want to continue with that clan anymore. I was tired of their things. I just wanted a normal life away from everything that has to do with being a shinobi or be an Uzumaki, the woman said and then sat on the bed. Madara. I don't understand, however I don't care. That's your problem. I will take some things like food, water and also some of your ninja tools. He said as he walked towards the kitchen. Question mark. Hey, that's not yours. The woman said when she saw Madara taking the food from her. Madara. I guess this is enough. Madara walked out of the small cabin and the woman was behind him. Question mark. What are you planning to do? Are you perhaps planning to leave me without food? The woman saw Madara for a moment, who was looking up at the sky. Madara turned around and saw the woman, who blushed when she realized he had caught her looking at him. Madara. Uzumaki woman, I like. Madara couldn't finish because the woman interrupted him. My name is Akane, just Akane, said the woman looking away. Madara. Anyway, could you tell me where I am now? I asked, looking at Akane. Akane. You are in the country of rice fields, on the borders of the country of fire. He saw it and then walked and stood next to Madara. Madara. So I'm still close to Konoha. I'll have to walk a lot more this time. Well, I guess that's the best I can do now. He said, speaking to himself. Akane. Hey, stop acting like I'm not here. And I'm not going to let you take my food. He said while crossing his arms over his chest. Madara. You are very annoying, Uzumaki woman. Akane. I already told you that my name is Akane. Are you an idiot? The woman asked, causing Madara to look at her. Madara. I think I could kill you once and for all, but I won't. You've healed my wounds and taken care of me. I should repay you somehow. He said, making Akane blush. Akane. Well, now that you put it like that, I would like you to bring me a lot of money, and also, the woman couldn't finish because Madara interrupted her. Madara. Thank you. I guess that's enough. He said, looking at Akane. Akane. You could have done it from the beginning. You're an idiot. He said and then turned around. Get out now. I don't think you're going to pay me much. Akane was going to enter her cabin, however she decided to turn around to see if Madara had already left, and what she saw worried her a lot. Madara was lying on the ground. But his breathing was very fast and he also had one hand on his abdomen. Akane ran towards him quickly and then picked him up and took him to the cabin. After a few hours, Akane was sitting in a chair with her head resting on the bed where Madara was lying. Madara. He woke up and then recognized the place where he was. He sighed and then looked to the side and saw Akane, who seemed to be asleep. Madara got up from the bed and then looked at Akane for a moment. Madara. I think it's time to go. He thought and then turned around and started walking. Akane woke up and rubbed her eyes, quickly realizing that Madara was no longer in bed. She got up from the chair and was greeted by a big smell that meant someone was cooking. Akane walked to the kitchen and saw Madara who was cooking. Akane got a little closer. Madara. I see that you've already woken up. Sit at the table, I'll serve you your plate in a second. Akane said without seeing. Akane. Agree, he commented and then sat down in one of the chairs at the table. Madara came over with 2 plates and put one in front of Akane and then put the other on the other side of the table. Madara sat down and started eating. Akane just watched Madara in surprise. Madara. If you don't eat it will get cold, hurry up. I talk without stopping eating. Akane. Yes, he said and then started eating. At the first spoonful Akane was fascinated. You could tell that it was a very ordinary meal. After all it was scrambled eggs with small pieces of bacon and toast. However it was too delicious. Akane enjoyed each spoonful. She finished everything without leaving anything on the plate and then she saw how Madara got up and took 2 glasses and then 1 bottle of orange juice. Madara filled the 2 glasses and gave one to Akane. Madara. Drink it. After eating drinking orange juice helps you keep your stomach healthy. He said and then drank his glass of juice. Akane drank the orange juice and then looked at Madara. Akane. Thanks for the food. She said a little blushing. Madara. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm not the best cook however. Madara was interrupted by Akane. Akane. It was very delicious. Too mean, it's the most delicious food I've ever tasted in my life. Well. It was well made. She spoke and then lowered her gaze so that Madara wouldn't see her blush. Madara. I'm glad you liked it. Madara said looking at Akane. Akane took her plate and glass and was going to wash it, however Madara took them away from her. Madara. Leave it, I'll take care of washing them. Akane. But you cooked, at least I should wash them. Madara. Don't worry, this is my way of thanking you for healing my wounds. He said and then started washing the dishes. Akane looked at Madara for a moment and then smiled. Madara finished washing the dishes. He's and then grabbed a small backpack and then walked towards the exit. Madara. I did enough so that you don't have to cook today. I also prepared tea for you to drink at night and sleep peacefully. He said for later. Leaving the cabin, Akane followed him. Akane. Where are you going? He asked making Madara stop. Madara. I already thanked you in a better way, now I must go. He said and then walked. However he felt that they took his hand and he stopped. Akane. See you could stay, at least a week so you can fully recover, plus you don't have money to buy food or sleep in an inn. He said with his eyes lowered, hiding his blush. Madara. I don't want to be a burden anymore, Akane. He said surprising Akane because he called her by her name. Akane. You won't be a burden. Madara turned around and saw Akane who was trying to hide her blush. Madara. Okay, I'll stay 1 more week. I speak making Akane smile. Akane. Well, then you can prepare other dishes for me, right? He said taking Madara's hand and leading him to the cabin. Madara. You are a very useful woman. He said and then gave a small smile. End of chapter. I hope you like my people, if so don't forget to vote. See you in the next episode. The Uzumaki and the Uchiha. Madara was sitting on the floor, his eyes lost in nothingness. It had been a month since he decided to stay at Akane's house. Things were going well and progressing. Madara turned his gaze towards the cabin when he saw Akane coming out of it and walking towards him. Akane. I will go to the town to bring ingredients to have food. He said with a basket in his right hand. Madara. A few days ago you told me about that town, is that where you buy everything you need? I asked looking at Akane. Akane. Yes, the truth is that I can only get vegetables, bread, eggs and milk. In that town you could never buy meat. He said looking towards where the town was. Madara. And how do you get meat or fish? Akane. Well, that's my turn to hunt them down. He said with a tone full of pride. Madara. Yourself. So you also go hunting. That explains why you keep kunai, shurikens and even swords. I speak with a small smile. Akane. Sure, well now I'll go to town, you could catch some fish. I'd like to make skewers. He said as he walked down the hill. Madara. Madara turned and walked into the cabin. Akane had arrived at the town and was walking through it. She went with a gentle smile and greeted every person she saw. It was a very nice town. It was small and its inhabitants were small, so it could be said that everyone here knew each other. Akane reached a small store and entered it. Akane. Good morning, Mr. Mike, he said, checking the store. Suddenly a crash was heard on the second floor and then a short man with a big beard and a cowboy-style hat came down. Sir. He walked until he was in front of Akane. Mr. Mike. Oh, good morning, beautiful and wonderful Akane, said the man while moving his hips from side to side and with a small blush. Akane. I've come for the same thing every month, he said while looking at some apples. Mr. Mike. Okay, my beautiful beloved, you know all this could be yours and you wouldn't have to pay me anything, if you just accept. The man couldn't finish because Akane kicked him in the head. Akane. I already told you that I will not marry you, you are a very perverted man, Mr. Mike. I comment and then continue looking at the apples. Mr. Mike. Well, it's not my fault, Akane, you're the one with those legs, that incredible, welton butt and incredible breasts and your beautiful red hair, it's so beautiful. Mr. Mike said while fantasizing in his mind. Akane. And that's why he's 55 years old and still single, he said, making Mr. Mike feel a strong blow that took him out of his fantasies. Mr. Mike. You are beautiful but also very ruthless, okay. Give me your basket, I have your things ready, said Mr. Mike, making. Akane gave him the basket and he walked to a place full of vegetables and began to put them in the basket. Akane. By the way, Mr. Mike, could you please do double this time, he said with a small smile. Mr. Mike. Double? Maybe you have visitors. Akane. You could say so, a very pleasant visit, he said with a small blush that was seen by Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike. Don't tell me you found a partner, the man asked in an angry tone. Akane. What? No, it's just Mr. Mike. Akane. I don't know, do you already have my things ready for me? I asked, trying to change the topic. Mr. Mike. Yes, they are ready, Mr. Mike said, looking askance at Akane. Mr. Mike handed him 2 baskets full of vegetables, bread, and a box of eggs. Mr. Mike. They are very heavy, be careful, said Mr. Mike, handing the baskets to Akane. Akane carried them without any problem. Mr. Mike smiled at Akane's strength and then wrote down in a small notebook and put it away. Akane. Your payment will arrive in a week, Mr. Mike, he said with a tender smile. Mr. Mike. Don't worry, I will charge you only for 1 basket, the other is a gift from me, Mr. Mike said with a small smile. Akane directly began to walk up the small hill where her cabin was. It took her about 10 minutes to climb, and when she arrived, she saw Era shirtless and was with a kunai preparing the fish. Akane walked up to him. Madara. You came back quickly, I thought it would take you a little longer, he said without seeing Akane. Akane. Well, you could say it was empty, he spoke and then sat down in front of Madara. Madara. You brought a lot of vegetables, in addition to bringing 2 baskets, didn't you leave with 1? I asked, looking at Akane. Akane. Well, the man at the store gave it to me, the reason there is so much is because now there is another mouth to feed, Akane said in a sarcastic tone. Madara. Remember that it was you who asked me to stay. Akane. And it makes me very happy, I really. Akane stopped when she realized what she was saying. Madara. It also calms me to be with you, it's been a long time since I felt so calm, he said with a small smile that made Akane blush. Akane. Madara, I've always wanted to ask this, but tell me, Madara, what happened to your eye? I asked in a worried tone. Madara. I lost him in combat, that is the life of a shinobi, always risking his life and his body, he said without seeing Akane. Akane. I see, Madara. Hey Akane, how do you pay for all this? Akane. Well, because I'm the only one in the whole town with ninja tools. I give them to Mr. Mike as payment. I never knew what he uses them for, but hey, he accepts that I pay him that way, he said while taking the things out of the basket. Madara. I see, well, I think these are ready, he said looking at Akane. Final flashback scene. Madara. During the time I spent with Akane, everything was very calm, I had never felt so calm in my life. She was my companion and I had even forgotten about being a shinobi in the whole world. I don't really know how she did it, but she was able to make my mind not think. In nothing, Madara said, looking at Naruto who was sitting in front of him and Zetsu was standing next to him. Naruto. So Akane is my grandmother's name? I asked looking at Madara. Madara. Yes, your grandmother gave me the name. 2 years after being with her that she was pregnant in a very happy and exciting way, I must. To admit that I was excited too, I had come to think that I would never have a family. He said and then gave a sigh. Naruto. And what happened? How did you end up here and my mother in Konoha? I asked, looking carefully at Madara. Madara. I lived with her for 4 years that seem a bit short, but for me they have been the only years of peace and tranquility that I had, the only time I had a gentle and very beautiful company. Madara said and then closed his eyes. But everything just fell apart, on that day. Flashback. Madara began to slowly open his eyes. The moment he opened them he saw Akane who was putting on some sandals. Madara saw that Kushina was still asleep so it seemed strange to see Akane getting ready to go out. Madara. Are you going to the town? He asked in a calm tone. Akane. Yes, take care of Kushina for a moment. He said and then approached Madara and kissed him on the lips. Madara. Okay, be careful. He spoke watching as Akane gave him a smile and then left the cabin. Madara sighed and then sat on the bed. He saw Kushina who was still asleep. Madara got up and walked to the kitchen. He knew that if Akane went to town it was to bring food or sell her ninja tools. He walked until he reached where Kushina was lying on a small bed that Madara had made. Madara smiled when he saw Kushina. He never imagined that he would be a father or that he would have a wife. Without a doubt, Madara would love him. It was very far from what it was in the past. The minutes passed until they became hours. Madara was sitting on the bed. He knew that Akane liked to talk a lot with the people of the town but it had never taken so long. Madara put on a shirt and left the cabin. He approached and saw the town from the hill and saw that there was no one. No person was outside. It was very strange that the people were still asleep. After all those people were always up since dawn. Madara entered the cabin and carried Kushina. He decided that he would go to the town. He had already done it before and people knew that he was Akane's partner. Madara arrived at the town and the first thing he saw was that all the doors were open. He continued on his way and as he went deeper he could see what he was not expecting. There were many dead bodies, some without legs, others without heads and all those people were from the town. Madara. Akane. He said and then ran with Kushina on his left arm. He ran until he reached Mr. Mike's store. He entered the store and saw Mr. Mike's body lying on the floor without his head. Madara looked up a little when he saw drops of blood falling to the floor and saw Akane with a sword that was going through her and was nailed to the top of the wall. Akane had her eyes open. However, it was evident to see that she was dead. Madara took a few steps back when he saw this. He heard voices that seemed to come from the next house. Madara put Kushina in a basket and then I walk and enter the house. Madara walked very slowly. Each step he took to try to assimilate what he was seeing. He reached the kitchen and there they were, 5 shinobi with a Konoha band on each of their foreheads and from the uniform they were wearing you could tell that they were Jonin. The shinobi turned around and saw Madara and 3 of them were very surprised. Shinobi 1. Thuts. Shinobi 2. What's wrong with you? Shinobi 3. It's impossible. Shinobi 4. This is not true. Shinobi 5. What the hell is happening to them? Shinobi 3. It's Madara Uchiha. Said the shinobi, surprising all his companions. Madara saw that one of them had a wound caused by a kunai and another had his Junin vest damaged which made him understand that Akane had fought for her life. The shish. A Rinnegan was activated and with it the hatred that blinded him. Madara completely. Madara launched himself at the shinobi and kicked one in the stomach, then ducked to avoid a kick from one of them. Madara took out a kunai from the shinobi's bag and stuck it in the shinobi's neck. He quickly took his ninja bag from one of them and took out a paper bomb. Madara hit the paper bomb to the one who had stuck the kunai in the neck and threw it towards a wall. This one gave him a kick in the face that made many teeth fly out just as blood. Madara kicked the shinobi towards where the one with the paper bomb was and then moved to one side to avoid another who tried to cut him with a sword. Madara broke his arm with a knee and took the sword from him and with a single thrust cut off his head. Madara threw the shinobi's body towards where the other two were and they exploded due to the paper bomb. There were two left and one was just watching Madara while he was shaking while the other was unconscious due to the kick he had given him. Madara slowly approached the Junin who did not stop shaking. Madara saw him directly and then in a flash of speed he appeared behind him and broke his neck with one blow. Madara did not let him fall and took his arms. He put his foot on his back and began to pull his arms. You could hear the bones breaking and in a few seconds Madara tore off the shinobi's arms. Madara walked towards the one who was unconscious. He approached until he was in front of him and saw that he regained consciousness. The shinobi when he saw Madara began to despair. He was going to run but Madara took out two kunai from the ninja bag and stuck them in the palms of his hands and they were nailed to the wall. Madara took one sword and saw the shinobi who was crying out for forgiveness. Madara, I'm not interested in your complaints. Madara began to make cuts while the shinobi screamed in pain. Blood covered Madara's face, hair and clothes who then cut the shinobi's neck and with it his head. Madara arrived at Mike's store and then took Akane down and picked her up and also picked up Kushina. Madara walked through the town covered in blood and with his dead wife on his right shoulder and his daughter on his left arm. Final flashback scene. Madara, after burying your grandmother, I walked with Kushina in my arms until I reached the Whirlpool village. I knew that she would be much better off if she was with the Uzumaki. He said while looking at nothing. Naruto, but why did my mother never awaken her Sharingan? And why did you decide to abandon her? Madara, I sealed your mother's Uchiha power and also, Madara touched his head. Naruto, also, I asked in a curious tone. Madara, it was nothing. The reason I decided to leave her in that village is because I began to get very weak, to the point that walking became difficult for me. A torture and ended up here, sitting, alone and living with memories. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto, and you were planning to stay here until you die? I asked looking at Madara. Madara, I was waiting for you, Naruto Uchiha. End of the chapter my people. I hope you like it and if so, don't forget to vote. It helps me a lot to continue with the story. Until the next chapter my people. A new Naruto. Naruto. Me, he asked looking at his now grandfather. Madara. Yes, I always thought that Kushina would have children. And I am more than satisfied with the child she had. You are quite strong for your young age, but I think we can improve it more. He said looking at Naruto who had lowered his head. Naruto. Konoha did that. He said in a low and very hoarse tone. Madara. Is it hard for you to believe it? Naruto. It's difficult for me, I never thought that Konoha murdered innocents. Madara. This is the ninja world Naruto, Konoha, Hiri, Iwa, Suna and Kumo, they are all the same. When these villages go to war there are thousands and thousands of children and innocent people who suffer from the desire for power of these villages. They do not care about killing a child if he is from the other village, even when he is not even a shinobi or did not want to be one. He said seeing how the Naruto's gaze became more somber. White Zetsu. And that's why Madara has a plan to end this. I comment in a happy tone. Naruto. A plan? I ask looking at Madara. Madara. Yes, I want to end wars, deaths and rivers of blood. With discord and differences in the world, and yes Naruto, a world like this is possible to create. He said in a dark tone. Naruto. But how is it possible? I ask something curious. Madara. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto. Infinite Tsukuyomi. He asked in a confused tone. Madara. Infinite Tsukuyomi. It consists of a perfect genjutsu that is reflected in the moon and thus traps every living being in the world and puts it in a genjutsu or rather a world where there are no wars or differences between anyone, although to achieve that plan great beasts are needed. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Beasts. Madara. Yes, Naruto. Before I told you about that, after 5 years of your birth I asked Zetsu to watch over you and inform me about everything. I know everything you went through, however I couldn't do anything at that moment. I wanted it to grow a little more. Bringing you to this place was very complicated for several reasons, but the main one was because of your dream Naruto. He said surprising Naruto. Naruto. My dream. Madara. Yes, Zetsu told me that your dream was to be Hokage so that everyone in the village could respect you. I decided that I was not going to intervene in your dream and I did nothing, but I was always watching you. But after Zetsu told me that you were going on a mission to rescue a friend, I asked him to watch you, and thank goodness I did. Zetsu brought you here when you were near death and I was able to heal you. I decided that it was time for you to leave that place. You no longer have to return to Konoha Naruto. I speak, handing a paper to Naruto. Oh, that was from Konoha and it included Naruto Uzumaki. Status, dead. Naruto. B. But what? Madara. They already consider you dead. They didn't even go looking for you. The body of a shinobi should never be abandoned. And they did it with you. How do you think the village feels now that you are dead, Naruto? That village is only the reflection of all the evil that exists in the world, but he likes tea. Oh, hide it in his facades of heroes who have fought for peace. He said, making Naruto clench his fists. Naruto. All this time I thought I was in the best village. I thought it was the village of heroes, but. Madara. You and I are very similar, Naruto. We have both been through so much. I lived the pain of war, you the pain of a village that should be your home. You went through the contempt and hatred that they had for you so much. You and I want the peace of the world, not that of a village, that of the world. That is why. What do I say to you, my grandson, Naruto Uchiha? Will you help me build that dream world? He asked, extending his hand to Naruto, who lowered his head, looked and closed his eyes. Memories of him with Iruka, with Jiraiya and with Team 7 came to Naruto's mind. Everything seemed fine. However, as if it were a fire, those memories burned and turned into dust. Naruto's mind now had the memories of when he was beaten, treated like a monster, denied food, despised and wished for death. Those happy faces of people who seemed to have affection for him, now they had become serious and judgmental just with the look. In Naruto's mind everything became dark and then red eyes appeared. Eyes that looked at him with the desire to kill him. Naruto's hand began to move to take Madara's hand. Perhaps a part of Naruto still thought that there were people who cared about him, but it is the hatred and resentment that Naruto has carried inside for years that makes him move his hand. Perhaps it is not even Naruto who moves his arm, but it is that Naruto full of hatred and resentment that he suffered so much for so many years. Who knows? Naruto's hand took Madara's, forming a hand in Madara. Smile and making Naruto look up and see Madara. Naruto. I also want to change the world. What does it take? I ask, looking at Madara. Madara. The tailed beasts, if I'm not mistaken, you have one inside you. You need the 9 beasts to be able to revive the 10 tails and you have to become the Jinchuriki of the Jubi and thus use the power of the Jubi to reflect the Rain Sharingan on the moon and thus create the perfect world. He said while looking at Naruto. Naruto. But tailed beasts. Should I capture them and keep them that way? Madara. Not exactly. Have you heard of the Rinnegan? He asked, awakening curiosity in Naruto. Naruto. Rinnegan. I'm sorry, I never heard of that. He said in a serious tone. Madara. It is a dujutsu like the Sharingan or the Byakugan, but unlike these, the Rinnegan is the most powerful dujutsu of all. The sage of the 6 paths was able to create the moon with the Rinnegan. The possibilities are endless. The Rinnegan is capable of reviving the dead, in addition to giving you unique and very powerful abilities, but above all, a Rinnegan user is capable of summoning a great statue called Gedo Mazo. This statue is capable of absorbing the bijus and keeping them locked up. You must gather the tailed beasts in order, from the 1-tailed to the 9-tailed. Said to a Naruto who was surprised but above all very attentive. Naruto. And where will I find someone with a dujutsu like that? Madara. There is already someone and he is in Akatsuki. Those eyes he has were mine, however I have implanted them in him since he is an Uzumaki, so you can continue with the plan. Naruto. So that's it, huh? Madara. You should also know that when extracting a biju, the Jinchuriki dies instantly, and currently you are a Jinchuriki, so you cannot continue with the plan while you are a Jinchuriki. He said, surprising Naruto. Naruto. So what will we do? Madara. You'll have to take the risk, Naruto. He couldn't extract your biju, but we can do something different. Naruto. What do you mean? Is there another way? I ask in a curious tone. Madara. Do you know that to achieve and make our dream come true we have to take big risks? Why don't you start by taking one of the biggest risks? Naruto. But, Madara. It is a risk that you remain a Jinchuriki while executing the plan, since at some point you will have to extract the Biju from within you and that will lead to your death. However, if you wish to stop being a Jinchuriki now, there is a 15% chance that you will survive. He said, watching as Naruto was surprised and clenched his fists. Naruto. You mean I would have to die? He asked with a dark look. Madara. In short, yes. He said without hesitation. Naruto clenched his fists even harder. Without a doubt it was 15%, it was practically certain death, and yet, Madara, his grandfather, asked him to take risks, perhaps now for Naruto. This path did not seem to be the right one, or that was what it seemed. Since he was a child, Naruto lived a life full of risks and with death walking next to him always. What was different now? Naruto could risk dying without first being able to create the perfect world. No, Naruto was not going to die. That was what he assured himself in his mind. Without first creating a new world he was not going to die. It seems determination, resentment, or perhaps destiny that drove him to take such a high risk. No matter what it was, Naruto was going to risk it, and there was no turning back. Naruto. Okay, do it. He said, drawing a smile on Madara. Madara. Zetsu prepares everything. Today is the day a new Naruto will be born. White Zetsu. This will be very entertaining, said the white half in a very happy tone. Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. Kakashi walked with complete calm, or well, that was what it showed. Kakashi was very worried about what he might know today. Sasuke had already woken up after having been in the hospital for 3 days. Kakashi was heading towards where Sasuke was hospitalized. He arrived at the hospital and entered it. He asked the receptionist to find out where Sasuke was, and after obtaining the information, Kakashi advanced until he reached the room where Sasuke was. Upon entering, he saw Sasuke sitting on the bed looking towards the window. Sasuke, who had decided to leave the village and go with Orochimaru, was in Konoha in a hospital bed, and Naruto, who had gone after Sasuke to bring him back, he was lost and with a high possibility of being dead. Kakashi approached Sasuke and he turned to see him. Kakashi. How are you doing? He asked, seeing Sasuke's serious face. Sasuke. Where is Naruto? Is this true? He said, handing Kakashi a paper that said, Naruto is missing. Kakashi. Apparently you're better, and yes, this is exactly what I want to talk to you about. He said, and then voted on paper in a trash can. Sasuke. But how can Naruto be missing? I asked in an annoyed tone. Kakashi. That's what I want to know. What happened in your confrontation with Naruto? He asked in a serious tone. Sasuke. I didn't kill Naruto. If I did that, I. Kakashi. I understand, you don't want to follow Itachi's path. Don't you remember anything from that moment? He asked, making Sasuke clench his fists and get out of bed. Sasuke. Naruto shouldn't be dead, damn it. Sasuke walked out of the room, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi. He is also very affected. Location unknown. Madara was very clear about what he wanted. He knew that he had found the perfect successor, and above all someone who was never going to betray him. Madara did not know how long he would live, but during it he would train Naruto to become a true shinobi and someone worthy of being his grandson. And if everything started here, the first step was Naruto's death, which was truly ironic. However, that was the first step, and Naruto was more than determined to accept and face that risk. Madara. Are you ready? He asked, looking at Naruto, who was lying on a small bed. Naruto. Do it, Madara. You are definitely my grandson, Zetsu. He said, making Zetsu raise a sword of about 20 centimeters with both hands. Zetsu buried the sword in Naruto's chest, causing him to give a small moan and then tightened the sheets of the bed. Naruto spat out blood and began to lose consciousness. He was undoubtedly dying and the pain was unbearable. His heart had been pierced and now he was on the brink of death, or perhaps he was already being claimed by death itself. Everything became dark and the last thing Naruto saw was red eyes, the same ones he saw when he accepted Madara's plan. They were undoubtedly the eyes of the Kyuubi. Damn brat, so you decided to end this way. I curse you, brat. I hope that my hatred remains in you forever and your life is full of the worst possible misfortunes, said a very hoarse and dark voice. Madara. Zetsu starts now. He's losing a lot of blood. He said to Zetsu, who had created a clone of white Zetsu and combined with Naruto's body. Black Zetsu. Now Hashirama's cells. The black half said and then opened Naruto's mouth and opened a jar, and everything that was inside it he put into Naruto's mouth. Madara. Now we will wait a moment. Suddenly a red chakra came out of Naruto's body, causing him to. There was a strong wind and great pressure in the place. The red chakra took the shape of a fox head that stared at Madara. Madara. See you later, Kyubi. He said, and then the chakra disappeared. Madara. Now Zetsu, sew up his wound and stop the bleeding. Hashirama's cells will reach his heart and heal the wound. Being an Uzumaki, he will have extra chakra that will help the wound heal. I speak. Watching as the Zetsu cloned a chi was in Naruto's body came out of him after stopping the bleeding and closing the wound. Madara put his hand on Naruto's chest, and after a few seconds he could feel his heartbeat. They were very slow, but his heart was pumping blood again. A clear cut could be seen on Naruto's chest. The scar had remained, a scar that reflected a great change, a new Naruto. End of chapter. I hope you like it, people. If so, don't forget to vote. I will try to upload chapters more frequently from now on, at least 2 per week. See you in the next chapter. The beginning of a hard training. Naruto opened his eyes slowly. He felt a great pain in his chest, and at the same time he felt a great headache. When he opened his eyes and sat on the bed, he saw. In front of him was white Zetsu. Apparently he had separated from black Zetsu. Naruto saw that he was shirtless and his entire chest as well as his abdomen were wrapped with bandages. White Zetsu. I see you've already woken up. How are you feeling? I asked with a smile. Naruto. A little strange. Plus I feel a little weak. He said and then touched his abdomen. White Zetsu. It's not there anymore. You're no longer a Jinchuriki now. Naruto. Since I opened my eyes I felt that. When I was a Jinchuriki I could feel a presence or something inside me. Now I don't feel it anymore. He gets out of bed. White Zetsu. Madara will be happy to see that you woke up earlier than expected. He said, following Naruto. Naruto. How long was I unconscious? White Zetsu. 3 days. While you were sleeping you made a lot of fuss. You said, I will crush them. They are going to pay for everything they have done to me. Who owes you money? He asked and then smiled. Naruto. So I was saying that jump. Naruto came to where Madara was, as always sitting in his chair. Madara was watching as Naruto approached. He saw that he stood in front of him and then he sighed. Madara. Naruto. I thought he would wake up in a week at least, but as always you are unpredictable. He said with his typical impassive face. Naruto. Maybe it's the desire to start the plan, or maybe I'm unpredictable. I comment and then smile. Madara. You've changed a little, you're much thinner. Plus your mustache marks have disappeared. He said, surprising Naruto a little. Naruto. Really? I can tell about being thin since I feel a little weak. He said while touching his stomach. Madara. It's natural. A clone of Zetsu is now bringing food, as well as water and clothes. He spoke and then gave Naruto a scroll. Naruto. What is this? Madara. This is everything you need to know about the Sharingan and its evolutions. You can read it while Zetsu arrives. After you eat and recover energy we will begin the training. He said and then saw how Black Zetsu came out of the ground and approached him. Black Zetsu. Things in Konoha are getting stranger or better. He said with his typical dark and hoarse voice. Madara. What was said? He asked, seeing Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Your friend, Sasuke Uchiha, is back in the village. Apparently they found him in the Valley of the End. Naruto. So Sasuke didn't go after Orochimaru. He thought and then smiled. Madara. And about Naruto. Black Zetsu. Apparently in Konoha it doesn't seem to affect you much, even though you're even a Jinchuriki. He said looking at Madara. Madara. It was to be expected. After all they recovered the Kekkei Genkei, it is evident that they do not need you. However I did need you Naruto. I speak looking at Naruto. Naruto. I think I'm really eager to start training. He said changing the subject. Madara. Yes you can. Why don't you start by releasing the chakra you have now? He said making Naruto move away a little and start releasing chakra. Naruto. What good will this do for me? He asked while trying to expel his chakra. Madara. To make way for your Uzumaki chakra, the Uzumakis have a large amount of chakra and for now you seem to have not released all that chakra or perhaps you have not even tried. Naruto. I see. Naruto continued releasing chakra and as he did so he began to feel tired. It was evident that he was in a very weak physical and emotional state. He had to clear his mind of the doubts that were still hanging around there. He still had trouble. It was difficult to let go of everything at once. The memories came and it was difficult for Naruto to concentrate. He was already determined that he would change this world. The plan that Madara, his grandfather, told him seems to be the perfect solution for him. Create that dream world, but it really was like that. That plan was really perfect, yes. Naruto had many doubts in his mind and this prevented him from being 100% focused. Naruto sighed and left his mind blank. There was no other way, this world had already turned its back on him and he also realized how corrupt everyone was, each of the villages and even the Hokages themselves. The pain became palpable throughout his body, and it was something to be expected after all. He was releasing his chakra and he didn't know if he would be able to release his extra chakra for, so to speak, that gigantic chakra that the Uzumakis possess. Naruto felt as if each of his bones were breaking. The pain was unimaginable but Naruto was going to resist it. There was no time to take a step back, he had to keep moving forward and nothing was going to stop him. This was He first step and perhaps the most important. He already accepted the plan, now he had to take his body to the extreme and that was what he was going to do. Black Zetsu. Do you think I can do it? I asked looking at Madara. Madara. Of course. Suddenly a great pressure and a brutal force was felt. A quite strong wind and as if it were an explosion, Naruto's body was surrounded by blue chakra and as getting bigger and stronger the pressure was felt. You could see in Naruto's face that he was trying hard and that he was having a hard time, but he was making it, the chakra that it remained locked up now it is being released. Naruto felt how his body began to collapse and from one moment to the next it stopped and the chakra stopped coming out. Naruto fell to his knees to the ground while breathing heavily and the sweat ran down his face. Madara. It seems that you have more chakra than an Uzumaki, this is certainly something unexpected. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Ha. You mean it can release my chakra? I ask and then see Madara. Madara. Yes, it is important that you know how to use this chakra very well. Now that you have released your Uzumaki chakra I think we can begin the training. Naruto. You mean this wasn't part of the training? He asked with a bead of sweat on his neck. Madara. No, you will start with physical training and then the jutsus will come. Plus now you have a lot of chakra and you must learn to control it. At least 2 years, I think it could be less, it all depends on you Naruto. He said and then gave a small smile. Naruto. I understand. That means I won't have much time to rest and also I will not go out into the outside world. He said while looking at his hand. Madara. I already told you Naruto, everything depends on you. Also you have not yet awakened the Sharingan but it is only a matter of time before you do so. He said and then looked to the side and saw that Zetsu came out of the ground with a big bag that he threw on the ground and in it there was a lot of food, especially vegetables and fruits, many bottles of water and about 3 ninja outfits. Madara. Naruto you can start eating if you want, you can start with fruit. He spoke making Naruto see him with an angry face. Naruto. Hey Zetsu, where the hell is my ramen? He asked looking at the white Zetsu clone. White Zetsu. Madara told me that he will prioritize fruits and vegetables. He said with his typical happy tone. Madara. It's better that you eat a balanced diet, eating only ramen will make you feel much heavier and training will cost you much more. Naruto walked over and took an apple and sat down in front of Madara. Naruto sighed and then began to eat the apple. He reached out to take one bottle of water and sat down normally again. Madara. Naruto. There is something I must tell you. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Yes, tell me. Naruto said without stopping eating. Madara. There is someone else within Akatsuki who is following this plan on my direct orders. However that was before. Now he is no longer on my side. A few years ago he betrayed me and decided that I would develop the plan only for his benefit. He said remembering Obito in his mind. Naruto. Who? Madara. First focus on your training Naruto. After you have improved enough I will tell you who it is, as you will know the only way to deal with it is to eliminate it. Naruto. Okay, I think I'll eat a few more things and start training, he said and then took many apples and grapes. Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. Konoha was on one of its sunny days. A fairly normal day in Konoha. Businesses continued to run, people continued with their same routine and everything seemed to be fine and as it had always been, but it is not a normal day for everyone and one of them is Shikamaru who. He was facing the sky, lying on the ground with his hands behind his head. Many things were going through Shikamaru's mind and all those things had to do with the same person, whom he considered one of his best friends and with whom he shared many moments, especially when they were children. Shikamaru always saw in Naruto a normal child, someone who only wanted friends and to be accepted, who wanted to play but never had anyone with. Shikamaru witnessed how cruel they had been with Naruto and for everything that happened, but Shikamaru always saw in Naruto a friend. Not a beast or a monster as others said. No, Shikamaru saw a friend who was going to always be there and would never turn his back on you for the world. Memories of that annoying and problematic Naruto came to Shikamaru's mind. Since he didn't mind shouting his dream to everyone, Shikamaru thought that perhaps he had made a mistake during the mission to bring Sasuke back. He believed that was why Naruto had died. Even though it was said that he was missing, the truth is that Shikamaru knew that Naruto was dead. It was the most logical thing. Shikamaru looked up TTLE and saw Sasuke who was sitting on a dock. Shikamaru sighed and then saw tears falling into the water. He saw that Sasuke was crying. Shikamaru assumed that perhaps he already knew about Naruto's disappearance. He decided to stay in his place lying down watching the clouds. While Shikamaru saw the clouds, almost involuntarily, tears came out, forcing Shikamaru to have to wipe them away. Hokage Tower. In the Hokage Tower, more specifically in the office, was Tsunade, Shizune and in front of them was Kakashi. Tsunade. The reason I called you is because I have a 3-year journey for you Kakashi, he said with his arms crossed. Looking at Kakashi. Kakashi. So everything will return to its rhythm again? I asked without seeing anyone and almost if I had wanted to think about it and not say it. Tsunade. Things must move forward Kakashi. You will go with Sasuke on a 3-year training trip. You will leave in a week. You can prepare everything and also talk to Sasuke, in the same way I will call Sasuke to tell him everything, he said and then got up from his chair and stood in front of the window looking at the village. Kakashi. I understand, that's all Hokage-sama. Tsunade. Shizune. Kakashi-kun, you can leave, that's all, he said with a small smile. Kakashi saw for the last time Tsunade who kept looking at the village. She was undoubtedly trying very hard to hide it. She didn't want to break down and leave the village aside, despite having a very bad time and feeling destroyed and acting with the same attitude and determined to move forward for the good of the village. Kakashi left the Hokage's office. Shizune. Lady Tsunade, everything is fine, right? He asked looking at Tsunade who kept looking at the village. Tsunade. In the village yes, was the only thing Tsunade saw. It and then sat down again and without reneging or anything, she started with the paperwork. End of chapter. I hope you like my people. Don't forget to vote and support the story. The next chapter will be out on Friday. Until then my people, the Sharingan. Naruto was fighting with a large number of clones of white Zetsus. You could see the lack of maturity and certainty in Naruto's taijutsu. Despite being intelligent and using clones to fight more comfortably, you could see the lack of speed, boldness and strength that Naruto lacked. Naruto was not a prodigy and Madara who was sitting in his chair watching Naruto realized that. Yet there is something that Naruto had and that was a great will and a voracious desire to improve himself. Madara rang his scythe causing Naruto to stop. The sea. Loans of Naruto and Zetsu disappeared and then Naruto began to walk towards Madara. Naruto. And now what? I asked looking at Madara. Madara. I don't remember telling you to use clones. If you don't eliminate Zetsu's clones without the help of clones then you won't advance enough. Naruto. I feel pain in my chest, my body also feels heavy, he said moving his arms. Madara. That's why I told you to RRY about training your physique before your skills, the first few days are just warming up Naruto. He said and then gave a sigh. Naruto. Tisk, it's hard for me to concentrate if you don't let me eat my ramen. I speak and then sit on the floor. Madara. Stop thinking about ramen and concentrate, have you read the scroll I gave you? He asked looking at Naruto who sighed. Naruto. Yes, although there are some things that are difficult for me to understand. In order to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan, is it necessary to see someone you appreciate die? I ask with a lowered look. Madara. A very corrupt way to acquire power. Don't you think? The Mangekyo is the second stage of the Sharingan. When you obtain your Mangekyo you have access to a great power. Each user consists of a different E sign and thus also awakens different powers. The only power that every Mangekyo user shares is the Susanoo. He said, causing a surprised face on Naruto. Naruto. It's incredible, I was reading about his thing called Susanoo and I thought it was interesting that it is a spiritual humanoid that protects you from any attack. However, being the last great jutsu acquired by the Mangekyo, must be at a very great cost. I speak without seeing Madara. Madara. The Susanoo has many stages of transformation. Plus in its early stages it can't be a problem to destroy the defense, of course. As long as you have brutal strength. Mangekyo has a great cost. Naruto. Well, acquiring great power always comes at a great cost and Mangekyo is no exception. He explained, causing Naruto to see him. Naruto. In the scroll I read about different Uchiha who have lost their sight when using the Mangekyo. He said looking at Madara. Madara. Exactly. That is the price for using the Mangekyo, however there is a way to avoid blindness and that is by moving to the last stage of the Sharingan, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He said, causing Naruto to look down. Naruto. Another corrupt way to acquire power. I comment with a lowered gaze. Madara. Well, it's not surprising. The Uchiha clan has always been a very corrupt clan and the way they acquire power shows it. Naruto. What about Izanagi? Is it really capable of cheating even death itself? I ask looking at Madara. Madara. The Izanagi is a genjutsu capable of eliminating the limits between what is reality and what is illusion. You could say that this genjutsu is capable of controlling your own existence. There is also the Izanami, which is a genjutsu that affects the five senses. However, when using it you lose an eye just like the Izanagi. It could be described as the loss of a light. This genjutsu defines destiny. Naruto. In other words, with the Izanagi you are able to change your destiny, although it is very clear that it can only be used for a few moments and in addition to that you must sacrifice an eye to use it, and with Izanami you can define what the person who is under this genjutsu will do, manipulate that person's destiny. He said and then touched his right eye. Madara. Not exactly, but you're not that lost. The Sharingan could be considered the most powerful dojutsu due to its different stages, as well as its jutsus and making it clear that the Sharingan surpasses the limits of what is credible, even so the price for using the Sharingan and evolving it is very high. He said while looking at Naruto who had gotten up. Naruto. I still find this whole Sharingan thing very interesting. I would also like to know more about the Rinnegan. You say it is the most powerful dojutsu and if you say it, it must be true. He spoke and then walked away from Madara. Naruto grabbed a kunai from the ground and then threw it and hit a sign that had a photo of him and said, Status. Dead. Origin. Konohagakure no Sato. Location unknown. How difficult it is for a shinobi when you take away the way of performing jutsus. It must be the greatest punishment especially for those who aspire to know and practice everything. This is the case of Orochimaru, the snake Sannin and one of the biggest and most dangerous criminals in the ninja world. Inside his lair, sitting on a chair that had a header of snake watching his right-hand man of his corrupt plans, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru, everything indicates that Sasuke has returned to Konoha, plus the Sound Five are all dead, even Kimimaro was defeated. He said kneeling in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru. I can't believe it all ended like this. I thought Sasuke would come to me, after all he just wants power. He said with certainty, annoyance in his words. Kabuto. I understand that a rumor related to Naruto is spreading in Konoha. He said looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The Fox Jinchuriki, does he have something to do with Sasuke's return to Konoha? Kabuto. See. Urtanely Naruto along with 4 others went on the mission of bring Sasuke back, yet rumors spreading indicate that Sasuke Uchiha returned to Konoha but Naruto Uzumaki did not. He said, causing a somewhat surprised face on Orochimaru. Orochimaru. What do you mean, Kabuto? Since Sasuke came back and Naruto didn't, maybe Naruto is dead. I asked, looking at Kabuto. Kabuto. Well, it's Konoha, what they say is that he's missing. But everything indicates that he is dead, he said and then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru. Wow, that's interesting, so Konoha has lost its Jinchuriki. He said with a smile on his face. Kabuto. It's a great opportunity to crush Konoha, don't you think, Lord Orochimaru? He said with a small smile. Orochimaru. However, Sasuke is still in Konoha and Tsunade is Hokage and Jiraiya is always near Konoha. I can't perform any jutsu for now and going there would only be taking a risk. He said looking at his arms. Kabuto. But we can use this information from Naruto to get another village to go after Konoha. I'm sure Kumo would love to know this. He said looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Kabuto, you still need to understand something and that is that I will be the one to crush Konoha. Although your idea is not wrong, it is only a matter of time before the rumor that Konoha lost its Jinchuriki begins to reach the ears of the other villages. With Konoha at war it will be much easier to get to Sasuke-kun. Once I get that body and those wonderful eyes there will no longer be anyone in the world capable of stopping me. He spoke and then stuck out his tongue. Kabuto. As always, developing an excellent plan. Lord Orochimaru. He said and then smiled. Orochimaru. Not even Itachi-kun will be able to stop me, nor will you be able to stop me, fake Madara. He thought with a sadistic smile. Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. In Konoha there was a calm air. The rumors that Naruto was missing were spreading and well it was to be expected, Naruto. It was always noticeable and the people of the village were already used to that. In a few the news had been hard to say the least. Despite everything there were some villagers counted on the fingers who cared about Naruto. Mr. Tsuki and his daughter Ayame are a clear example. Naruto. He almost always came to his small ramen stand. Naruto said that Ichiraku's ramen was the best ramen of all. The pain W. As also reflected in Iruka who had changed a lot since he heard the news. He had a hard time accepting it and therefore locked himself in his house. He didn't want to know anything about it. Naruto would never abandon his village. So the fact that he is missing is false. Iruka was trying to deal with all the pain but it was very difficult. You could see in his eyes how hard it was for him. He was walking through the streets of Konoha with his eyes down and his hands in his pockets. He stopped when he felt someone standing in front of him. Iruka looked up and saw Kakashi. Kakashi. Hello Iruka, he said looking at Iruka. Iruka. How about Kakashi? I had heard that you were going on a training trip with Sasuke. He said in a very low tone of voice. Kakashi. Okay, what if we leave next week? He said and then gave his typical smile. Although you can't see it because of the fucking mask he wears hiding his perfect and well-detailed face. I'm sorry, I got excited. Kakashi makes me doubt my heterosexuality. V. Iruka. Tisk. I can't believe you say you're fine when Naruto is. Iruka couldn't finish because Kakashi interrupted him. Kakashi. I know, for me it's difficult, but Naruto would hate for him to be depressed all the time. Life goes on and that's something you have to live with Iruka. For me it's just as hard, however you more than anyone should understand how disappointed Naruto would be now. He said and then passed by Iruka and began to walk away. Iruka clenched his fists and then looked up and saw the sky. It was strange. Since Naruto disappeared or died the sky has always been gray. Something very strange and at the same time very significant. Sasuke was in his room, the room that the third Hokage had given him. He was sitting on his bed and looking at nothing. Sasuke. He did not want everything to end like this. He did not want that to happen to Naruto. He realized the steps he was following. He did not want to be like his brother and obtain power in that way. However, his decision to leave Konoha ended with the death of his only friend. Sasuke understood that he was making a bad decision. He understood that the path he wanted to travel only affected those he valued. He knew that Naruto wanted to be Hokage and now that dream was never going to come true. Now he was alone. That's what Sasuke thought, although he knew that he was still Sakura and Kakashi, but Naruto was his closest friend. Sasuke felt some guilt for Naruto's death. Sasuke told himself day after day that he had killed Naruto. He wanted to convince himself of that, but it was very difficult. Everything it seemed to indicate that Naruto died in the fight they had. Sasuke looked to the side and saw the photo he had of Team 7. Sasuke. Naruto, forgive me, friend. Time skip 5 months later. Location unknown. Naruto jumped, opened his right hand, and from it he took out 5 kunai. Naruto threw 4 of them that hit different targets. Naruto turned in the air and fell on his feet. Around 6 Zetsu clones each threw 3 shurikens at him and threw them at Naruto from different places. Naruto, with the kunai that he had in his hand, began to deflect each and every one of the shurikens. He deflected the last shuriken and then threw his kunai, which stuck in the forehead of one of the Zetsu clones. The 5 remaining Zetsu clones ran towards Naruto, who stood waiting for them. One of the clones tried to hit Naruto. However, he crouched down to dodge the blow and then jumped back, avoiding another attack from Zetsu. Upon landing on his feet, Naruto pushed himself up and landed a knee on the face of one of the clones. He put his 2 hands on his face to stop him. Holding on and turning, kicking the rest of the clones, Naruto jumped back and made hand seals at great speed. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Naruto said, expelling a large fireball that destroyed all the Zetsu clones. Madara. Wow, you finished them much faster this time. He said, sitting in his chair watching Naruto. Naruto. This is nothing anymore. Naruto turned to look at Madara. Naruto had a Sharingan of 2 tomos in each eye. His hair had grown a little longer. Madara. His progress is going very well. I guess not anymore. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I need a harder challenge than this, something to have a little more fun. He said, and then deactivated his Sharingan. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people. If so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday. See you. Exit outside. Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. The village of Konoha, who is proclaimed the most powerful village on a military level among the 5 great villages, although currently Konoha had lost a large part of that power. After losing the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Konoha lowered its military power. Although that information is not yet available, public and the villages that are in discord with Konoha do not know it. Villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure would kill to have that information. And on the other hand, within the village, for some it is already somewhat alarming to lose a weapon like Naruto. Yes, it may sound a bit bad, but the truth is that the Jinchuriki gives you the advantage of possessing and greatly increasing your military power. On the other hand, there were some who suffered the loss of Naruto, and not because he was the Jinchuriki, but for some he was a friend. A boy full of dreams and goals that will never be fulfilled. Tsunade, who saw in Naruto her late brother Naoki and her late boyfriend Dan. The 3 of them shared the same Drea. And the 3 of them said it with such fervor that it even made you believe that they were crazy. Tsunade. She believed for a moment that Naruto would be the one to carry the dreams of her brother Aoki and her boyfriend Dan, just like she had done. That necklace, what was it that she had? It had already taken 2 loved ones from her, and now it took away 1 more. How cruel and cynical life is sometimes. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. She had a lot of paperwork in front of her, and above all she had a big headache, perhaps caused by the amount of papers. She sighed and then saw that the door to her office opened, and those who entered caused Tsunade to frown. Danzo Shimura, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado were the people who entered Tsunade's office. They are also part of the Konoha Council. Tsunade. I didn't send for them, she said with her serious face, looking at the 3 old men standing in front of her. Homura. We don't need any permission to talk about this situation. The old man spoke, looking at Tsunade. Kaharu. It's true, we are very disappointed with your latest decision, the old woman said in a tone that reflected annoyance. Homura. You have made a decision that has affected the village in the short and long term. You have no excuse. Danzo. Sending 4 genins and a newly appointed Chunin to the rescue of the Uchiha who had been captured by Orochimaru's soldiers. You lost the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but the only thing in your favor is that you were able to recover the Uchiha, so I don't understand the decision to send him on a 3-year training trip with Kakashi Hatake, he said with his typical impassive face. Tsunade. I have already made the decision and I take full responsibility for the loss of Naruto, which by the way is what his name is in case you didn't already know. He said with his serious face and a slightly raised tone of voice. Koharu, what will you do if this information reaches other villages? He asked, causing Tsunade to get up from her chair. Tsunade. For now Naruto is missing, so I have decided that he will be maintained and no village can find out about that, and if they do it is because someone here informed them. He said looking at the old men of the council. Homura. What are you implying? Tsunade. You heard me, so now leave my office and let me get on with my work. He said and then sat back down in his chair. Danzo. The bees. Chi's decision was to give me the Uchiha and I would train him to become a soldier to serve and protect the village. He said opening his only eye. Tsunade. Sasuke is on a 3-year training trip with Kakashi and they are being watched by Jiraiya, and it was a decision made by me and that's all you need to understand. He said and then took a paper and start reviewing it. The old counselors came out of Tsunade's office. They were part of the council, however the Hokage is the highest authority in the entire village and they couldn't handle it, especially someone like Tsunade, and that was something that Danzo understood very well. Danzo would continue in the shadows and wait for something to happen that would end up condemning Tsunade and thus he would become the next Hokage, making Konoha the most powerful village of all. Danzo was going to make sure that that would happen. Tsunade sighed and leaned back in her chair. Without a doubt, the visit of those old men only served to give her more headaches. However, Tsunade knew something, and that was that she had made a bad decision. Without a doubt, sending the 4 genin and a newly appointed chunin was not a very good idea. At least she should have sent Kakashi or another junin with them. Especially sending Naruto just to fulfill his whim of bringing his friend back was a very bad decision, and as expected the consequences were very serious. Tsunade felt guilty, and above all she felt that she had failed as Hokage, but she did not have time to regret and live traumatized by her decision. The village needs to continue moving forward and above all stay as it has been. She did not want to disappoint Kawaki and Dan, and neither did Naruto. She took this position knowing how hard it would be due to the situation the village was in, so she did not have time to regret it, and despite being destroyed she would continue fighting for her village. That is the Hokage's responsibility after all, and she knew it. Location unknown. For some shinobi, giving 5 months of training is a bit heavy if you ask them to improve their skills to a high level, especially if you make them start from scratch, but that only happens to some. Naruto may or may not be the exception. Naruto is not a prodigy, however the boy has great talent. Raw effort brings you great rewards. After all, the talent only makes something easier for you. Sometimes trying hard and fighting with great determination for a goal makes you surpass even the most talented of all, and that can only be achieved with conviction and effort. Naruto had progressed a lot in just 5 months. Naruto wanted to be very strong and above all surpass what he believed to be his limits, and he had achieved it. Unimaginable pain and such exhausting training have led him to suffer so much, above all to improve himself in a great way, and right now he was training his body with a large number of abs. He was wearing only short shinobi pants and black shinobi boots. He was shirtless and with weights tied to his feet and arms. Naruto. 552. Naruto got up with great effort, took several breaths that reflected fatigue, and then went back down and continued like this about 20 more times, and then he got up and started running while dodging the shurikens that the Zetsu clones threw at him. He ran at high speed and then jumped and hit the wall, causing many cracks and leaving the mark of his fist on it. Naruto fell on his feet and then made hand seals at high speed. Naruto. Fire style. Dragon King scales jutsu. He said and then expelled small fireballs, the Z of a shuriken that hit different targets and burned them explode. As he said this, all the small fireballs that hit the targets exploded. Naruto sighed at this and then saw Zetsu, who understood Naruto's sight, and threw a katana at Naruto, who caught it and began to make cuts. He danced the katana in a quite advanced way. You could see that Naruto liked kenjutsu. Naruto threw the katana to the ground and then returned to doing hand seals at great speed. Naruto. Fire style. Deadly fire jutsu. He said and then expelled a large fireball that went towards 7 Zetsu clones, who only they remained standing. The fireball upon touching one of the Zetsu exploded in a great way, causing a great roar and causing the Zetsu to be destroyed due to the devastation of the fire jutsu. White Zetsu. Incredible. This time you did it much faster and you also didn't use the Sharingan. He said in a happy tone. Naruto. Do you think so? I think it can be done much faster. He said and then raised the Kata. And gave it to Zetsu, who took it and began to walk next to Naruto. Naruto. And where is the black Zetsu? He asked, looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu. He is outside collecting information about what is happening with Konoha and Akatsuki. I spoke, walking next to Naruto. Naruto. I see, and what happened to what I asked you for? I asked without seeing Zetsu. White Zetsu. Well, I was searching but I couldn't find a ramen restaurant. Naruto. Tisk. I guess it can't be helped. Naruto and Zetsu walked until they reached where Madara was sitting. Naruto approached Madara and then took from a large bag that a bottle of water was next to Madara. Naruto uncovered it and began to drink while being watched by Madara. Madara. You have progressed quite well, Naruto, but you still need to improve your physical condition more and master your chakra control more. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I know I still have a long way to go, believe me, I know. By the way, you haven't told me, how did my Sharingan suddenly wake up? I asked. And then drink water again. Madara. When you were a Jinchuriki, it seems that the seals that restricted the Kyuubi at the same time restricted your Uchiha blood, and when you freed yourself from them and stopped being a Jinchuriki, your Uchiha power began to flow through your body, and it was only a matter of time before you would awaken your Sharingan, as you can see. Naruto. I see. I must say that the Sharingan is a huge advantage. You are able to see anything at an incredible slowness that allows you anticipate and even copy movements. He said, and then threw the bottle and walked away to continue with his training. White Zetsu. Although Naruto has done these latest training sessions without having to use the Sharingan, he commented with his typical smile. Naru, too. I don't want to depend too much on the Sharingan. Even so, I also use it to learn more, and I even want to take it up to the 3 volumes. The more I work on it, the better I will use it, although I am aware that knowledge is important, and that is why I study everything about the Sharingan. He said, and then started doing push-ups. Madara. That's right, knowledge is very important and is even a very powerful weapon. Sometimes a battle can be won mentally. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Someone like you would be able to win that way, right? He asked, causing a smile in Madara. Madara. Naruto, come here. Naruto began to walk towards Madara, who only watched him. Naruto approached and then saw how Madara handed him a necklace that Naruto he knew perfectly. Naruto. That necklace, he said, and then took the necklace. Madara. You were wearing it when Zetsu found you. This necklace belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama. How come you have it? Naruto. The granddaughter of the first Hokage and the current Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade Senju, was the one who gave it to me. He said, and then put on the necklace. Madara. I see. I was thinking of giving you the last gift your grandmother gave me, and I'm sure she would have wanted you to have it. He said, causing a surprise in Naruto. Naruto. Gift, my grandmother? I asked, looking at Madara. Madara. Yes. Madara put his hands on his neck, and he saw a necklace that had 3 beautiful stones, one stone with an M, the other had an A, and the middle one had a K, and behind it were the 3 letters together. Madara gave it to Naruto, who took it and looked at it for a moment. Naruto. My grandmother Akane, my mother Kushina, and you. He said with a small smile, looking at the necklace. Madara. I know I have failed you, Naruto. From the meant that village rejected you, I should have gone for you. However, I thought the best thing was to let you choose your path, and I also wanted you to be Hokage, but everything happened so differently. Naruto. Don't worry, I was also deceived all the time. I thought that that village was my home and that there was the habitat of heroes, but the reality is totally different. I thank you for saving my life and that you have told me about my parents and my grandmother. He said, and then took off Tsunade's necklace and put on the one that Madara had given him. Madara. I can't tell you that I feel happy, however. If I feel proud to have a grandson like your Naruto, I am sure that you will not fail me or betray me. He said while looking at Naruto. Naruto. Save those words for when I've revived you and we've completed the infinite Tsukuyumi. He said and then walked away and continued with his training. Madara. I hope so, Naruto. To achieve that plan you will have to erase all feelings within you and also cut all your ties. Will you be able to do it, Naruto? Will you be able to eliminate every bit of feelings and kindness? Could someone like you be able to do that? He thought while observing Naruto. Sunagakur no Sato, village hidden in the sand. The country of the wind had one of the 5 great villages, and for obvious reason it has a cage, or better known as Kase Cage. The village was founded by the first Kase Cage, Reto, who gathered all the shinobi of the desert and put them under his control with his immense power, another example of how power can allow you to have control of everything and everyone. The village had become possessor of a Shukaku tale. Along the history the beast had been sealed in 3 people, the last being Gaara, the next Kase Cage. This village had become feared when the 3rd Kase Cage had created the iron sand. Until now the 3rd Kase Cage is recognized as the strongest in Suna village. Sunagakur had also created the Puppet Brigade, in an attempt to give life to its puppets to increase combat effectiveness. Chio, who was one of the oldest and strongest Junin in Suna, had developed the reincarnation of life itself. However, all this had been rejected due to the cost that you had to pay when using this jutsu, such as give up your own life. Currently the village was without cage after the death of the 4th Kase Cage Rasa. The village had been manipulated by Orochimaru for his selfish desire to destroy Konoha. The counselors of Sunagakur had sent apologies to Konoha for what they had done, and although Konoha would not take revenge, they felt that they had failed in the alliance they had formed. Currently the alliance continued, but Konoha did not trust Suna much, and that was why Sunagakur wanted to return to recover that alliance. As valuable as the one he had with Konoha. Gaara was the one who would take over as Kase Cage, but they were going to wait at least 2 years for him to become Kase Cage, if Gaara would become the youngest Kase Cage in history. If everything went as planned, Gaara would become Kase Cage at the age of 15. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Baki, Sasuke and Kakashi were in one of the houses in Sunagakur. Baki. So they will train here? He said, looking at Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi. Yes, it was proposed by Suna's advisors. You should know that it is to strengthen the alliance between Konoha and Suna. We had been training on the borders of the country of fire. The Hokage had told us that we came after a few months of training. He said, looking at Baki. Gaara. Sasuke Uchiha. So you decided to return to the village. Are you doing it for Naruto? He asked, looking at Sasuke, who kept his face serious. Sasuke. I came here to train, not to be talking to you. Sasuke said and then walked towards the door. I'll walk a little, Kakashi-sensei. When you're done here we can start training. He said and then left the house. Kankuro. As cold and hateful as ever. He said, looking at the door where Sasuke had left. Kaka's. Hi. He is also very affected by everything. And how are you, Gaara? He asked, looking at Gaara. Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki. Was, my friend, he said with his eyes lowered. Temari. I didn't think that boy would end up like this. He was always loud, but he never gave up. It's certainly quite sad. He said when remembering how noisy and energetic that was Naruto. Kankuro. It was also hard for me to believe. That boy seemed to be building his path to becoming Hokage. I can't believe it ended like this. I speak remembering Naruto. Kakashi. Naruto will always be with us, as he always was. He said with a small smile. Baki. By the way, Kakashi, I heard that Jiraiya-sama will be here. He said, catching Kakashi's attention. Kakashi. If so, Jiraiya-sama will be with us for at least a few months before returning to Konoha. Baki. I understand. I suppose it's to keep an eye on Sasuke and avoid any of Orochimaru's misdeeds. He said with a small smile. Kakashi. Yes, oh, and by the way, you will receive some complaints from some women when Jiraiya-sama is here. I hope you understand. He said, leaving a confused face on Baki. Kakashi walked to leave the house, leaving Temari, Kankuro, Baki and Gaara in the house. Baki. Without a doubt they are both very affected. He said, looking towards the door. Temari. It's so hard to believe. He said while keeping his gaze down. Gaara. Naruto. Location unknown. 2 weeks later. Naruto was sitting in front of Madara. Naruto had an uneasy face as he waited for a response from Madara. White Zetsu was next to Naruto and Black Zetsu was next to Madara. Madara. So you want to go outside, may I know why? I asked looking at Naruto. Naruto. I already told you that I need some daylight, plus I'd like to practice some of my jutsus outside. I explained looking at Madara. Madara. Your jutsus, and why don't you practice them here? Naruto. Because since Zetsu brought that scroll with fire jutsus, I have focused a lot on one that I have decided to call Eternal Judgment. Wings of the Phoenix, he said, feeling proud of the name he had given him. Madara. And what is the problem? Naruto. If I use it here it could destroy the lair, the best thing would be to try it outside. I also want to try the jutsus of my other nature, the wind jutsus, and I will also try some earth jutsus. Madara. Okay. Zetsu will go with you, come back here in 5 hours at most. He said, causing a smile in Naruto. Naruto. Very good, don't worry, I'll be here when exactly 5 hours are up. He said and then took a sweatshirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back. He was wearing black shinobi pants and high shinobi boots. He put on the sweatshirt and then walked away with White Zetsu. Black Zetsu. So they will travel underground. Madara. With Zetsu he will be able to cross the large rock that covers the entrance. So he will have no problem. He said and then sighed. Black Zetsu. Do you want me to keep an eye on him? I asked looking at Madara. Madara. No, leave it at that, Zetsu is with him. I'm sure Naruto won't run away. Naruto wants to fight someone stronger than a clone of Zetsu. Will you really go out and look for an opponent, Naruto? End of chapter. I hope you like my people. Remember to vote if you like me. The next chapter will be out on Saturday. See you. Fight. Death and a more advanced Sharingan. I know the image has nothing to do with the story, but he is my waifu and this is my story and I do what I want with it. Okay, no. The Zetsu had combined with Naruto's body to allow him to leave the lair. Naruto dived underground and then emerged outside. Zetsu separated from Naruto's body. Naruto watched the light of day hitting his eyes. Naruto smiled as he felt the brightness of the sun and the refreshingness of the wind. He heard the birds singing the leaves of the trees making sounds when the wind hit them. Naruto stretched and then began to walk as he watched the sky. It had been months since he had seen the beauty of the world. Zetsu was walking next to Naruto. White Zetsu. So where are you going to practice your jutsus? I asked looking at Naruto. Naruto. We have to find a large place, and I would also like to hunt some fish to eat. He said looking into nothingness. White Zetsu. Well, then what's the first thing you're going to do? Naruto. Train, hurry up. Naruto jumped onto a branch and then continued jumping as he walked away. Zetsu just watched him go and sighed and sank to the ground. Naruto was jumping through the branches. You could see in his face that he was a little excited. He wanted to try some jutsus, but above all he wanted to go outside. Outside, he was not going to escape and it would also be very easy for Madara to find him due to Zetsu, therefore there was little use in escaping. Furthermore, Naruto still did not know where he was. Madara never told him if they were in the country of fire, although Naruto knew that they were very far from Konoha and he would also be unable to return since he does not know where he is. He would use this outing to test jutsus and Naruto also wanted to find an opponent, if it sounds like someone very careless and I am active. Naruto continued jumping and then took a big leap and fell to the ground. When he looked up he was surprised to see that a few meters ahead there was a small town. Naruto frowned. It was obvious that there were no shinobi in that town. None of those who lived there would be able to entertain him a little. Zetsu appeared next to Naruto. White Zetsu. So you will practice your jutsus with that town? He said and then smiled. Naruto. Of course not. There is no one I can test my skills with. Come on, I hear a waterfall a few meters from here, maybe we can catch something. He said and then began to walk towards where he heard the waterfall. Naruto was walking away, however he heard a sound that he knew very well, a sound that he can recognize at first. It was the sound of two kunai colliding. Naruto turned and jumped to a branch. He began to follow the sound. Zetsu only watched Naruto who was walking away again. Zetsu had also heard the kunai, so he already knew where Naruto was going. he sank to the ground. Naruto moved very stealthily, he did not want to be discovered. As he got closer he could hear voices, around 4 voices. Naruto reached the place where the sounds came from. There were 3 shinobi there, possibly all 3 genins. They were 2 boys and a girl, and they were carrying an Iwagakure gang and were training. The girl was having a friendly duel with one of the boys, you could see that. The girl was a better shinobi than the boy. She was very agile and dodged every attack the boy made. What happened, Arata? You are very slow, said the girl while dodging Arata's attacks. Arata. Tisk, shut up Chiko, take this, he said, trying to cut Chiko with the kunai. However, she dodged it and quickly put a kunai on Arata's neck. Chiko. You lost, he said, and then walked away and sat next to the other boy. Arata. Damn, why the hell don't you fight with her, Hachiro? I asked, looking at the boy. Hachiro. Neither you nor I can beat Chiko, fighting her is just a waste of time, he said, and then sighed. Naruto watched this with a smile. He had found opponents to try his skills, however there was something that worried him and now made him react. He had heard 4 voices, he was sure that he had not been wrong. Naruto quickly understood. Naruto. They are genins, where is the Junin? Naruto reacted in a matter of seconds and jumped until he fell to the ground a few steps in front of the genins. A large wave of wind destroyed the tree where Naruto was. Naruto quickly moved to the side to dodge a kunai that Chiko had thrown at him. Naruto saw that Arata was not there. He turned and was received by a kick. Had Naruto managed to cover but still sent him a few meters away. Naruto looked towards the trees again and saw that a smoke shuriken was coming towards him. In a matter of milliseconds Naruto jumped to the side and dodged the smoke shuriken. Naruto looked up and saw that Chiko, Arata and Hachiro had taken out several shurikens. Naruto was going to prepare to avoid them, however he couldn't move his feet. He looked down and saw a puddle of mud. Do it, said the voice of an older man. Naruto saw that it was the Junin. Chiko, Arata and Hachiro threw the shurikens towards Naruto, who saw surprised, but his surprise quickly changed to a smile and his Sharingan was seen. Naruto quickly pulled out a kunai and deflected all the shurikens, one by one, surprising those present. But what a great skill, Naruto, Zetsu. Naruto said, and Zetsu came out of the ground, surprising everyone, who began to wonder what the hell was that. Zetsu combined with Naruto and he dove into the ground. Hachiro. He disappeared. Arata. Yes, you think I'll believe that? We had it. I had fallen into the trap. How is it possible that everything has changed like that? He said, totally angry. Calm down, Arata, and stay alert. The enemy is close, said the Junin, trying to locate Naruto. Chiko. Ikiro-sensei, be careful. The Junin turned and saw Naruto, who appeared behind him with kunai in hand. Junin stopped Naruto's attack with a kunai, and then tried to catch Naruto's hand. However, Naruto took a few steps back and then threw 2 shurikens that hit the Junin, but a mouth of smoke formed a now it was a log where Naruto's shurikens were. Naruto. The Junin appeared behind Naruto and tried to stab his kunai into Naruto's head, however he sank back into the ground. Ichiro. Tisk, be alert. Ichiro looked up to look at his students and saw that one was missing. Chiko was not there and the other 2 were still surprised. Ichiro. What happened? He asked, looking at his 2 students. Arata. I took it. Everything was so fast. Hachiro. Chiko. The Junin turned and standing on a very high branch were Naruto and Chiko. Chiko had a kunai on her neck that was being pressed by Naruto. Naruto. I didn't think I'd find someone to test my skills with. I'm happy about that, he said, accompanied by a smile. Ichiro. Damn, those eyes. I'm sure that's a Sharingan. That means that boy is an Uchiha. But the Uchiha clan had been exterminated and the only Uchiha alive is Itachi Uchiha and the one in Konoha. What's going on here? Naruto. So they already knew I was coming, huh? They almost took me by surprise, he said with a small smile. Arata. Damn, let go. Chiko. Wait, I'll save you, he said, and then took out 2 kunai and started running towards Naruto and Chiko. However, Junin and Sensei stood in front of him. Ichiro. Calm down, Arata. You must stay calm. I have a plan, he said quietly, making Arata calm down. Hachiro. What will we do, Ikiro-sensei? He asked, looking at his sensei. Naruto. Hey, what are you talking about so much? You should all attack me at once. He said looking at the three. Chico. What the hell do you want? Are you going to kill us? He asked, moving his head a little to see Naruto. Naruto. Of course I won't kill you, I just want to test my skills with your sensei. He said quietly just so that Chico could hear. Chico. You expect me to believe that? He said in a low voice. Naruto. Well, that depends on you. Urata. Do you want us to throw shurikens at you? What if one hits Chico? He asked quietly, looking at his sensei. Ichiro. Just do it. And tie a lot of thread to it. He said and then started running to the side. Urata and Hachiro began to throw shurikens at Naruto, who just jumped to another branch without letting go of Chico. Naruto jumped to a branch next while dodging the shurikens. Naruto turned his gaze to see Ichiro, who had jumped to a branch that was very close to him, the Junin with a kunai in hand and in tea. He other a scroll jumped towards Naruto's branch, who put Chico in front. However, Ichiro did not stop and started making attacks avoiding Chico, causing Naruto to jump to the branch he was on first. I see. Hiro jumped to the same branch, but Naruto pushed Chico towards Ichiro, who caught her, but Naruto quickly appeared behind him and stuck a kunai in his back, causing it to explode in a puff of smoke. Naruto. A clone. Naruto looked for the real one and saw him standing with a smile a few meters next to Urata and Hachiro. Naruto. So the shurikens were to distract me. Ichiro. Now, Ichiro said so that. Later Urata and Hachiro understood the order and they pulled the threads that were on the shurikens nailed to the trees. The threads trapped Naruto and Chico and stuck them to the tree with Naruto behind Chico. Naruto. Tisk. Still this is nothing. Ichiro. Chico, hold him. He said, making Chico hold Naruto's hands. Chico. Ready, Ichiro-sensei. Ichiro smiled at this and then took out a scroll. He made a hand seal and from it he took out a very long spear. He was going to throw it towards Naruto and Chico, making these two surprised. Chico. What is Ichiro-sensei doing? He asked with a surprised and scared face. Urata. Hey, what are you doing? Hachiro. He'll give it to Chico too. Ichiro. That doesn't matter. What does it matter to lose an insignificant life when I can obtain the Sharingan? I'm sure the Tsuchikage will be very happy about this. He said and then threw the spear towards Naruto and Chico. The spear was about to hit Chico and Naruto, however at a very high speed, Zetsu came out of the branch and received the spear that pierced his stomach. However, the spear had been thrown with great force that made Zetsu retreat and caused the spear to pierce Chico in the stomach and stuck at least part of the tip into Naruto's stomach. Urata. But, aw damn. He said and then took out a kunai and ran towards his sensei. Ichiro only saw Urata and then dodged his attack. I see. Hiro grabbed the boy's arm and squeezed it so hard that it made him drop the kunai, and then he gave him a big kick in the stomach that made Urata spit out blood and sent him several meters away and was caught by Hachiro to prevent him from crashing against a rock. Ichiro. Stupid Urata, you are still a child who does not excel in anything, you have not learned anything, you do not understand the value of what just happened. The Chico's sacrifice has granted us the Sharingan, you know how important this is to Iwagakure. He said while smiling. Urata. Chico didn't want to sacrifice herself. SSHETH thought we were going to SS Avenue her. He said looking at Ichiro. Hachiro. Urata is right. You said you had a plan and we followed it because we thought it would save Chico. Ichiro. You are still children. Stop worrying about others. The most important is the village. Chico's life is not worth that much to get like this. He said while observing his students. White Zetsu. Naruto, are you okay? He asked, maintaining his typical smile. Naruto. I think so. He spoke and then frowned at the pain he felt due to the edge of the spear. Untie me, Zetsu. Another Zetsu appeared next to Naruto and cut the threads, surprising Ichiro and the others. The other Zetsu that had been pierced by the spear walked to get out of it and sank to the ground. Chico fell and then was going to fall from the branch, however Naruto grabbed her arm preventing her from falling. Naruto carried her and jumped to the ground with Chico in his arms. Naruto saw Chico and realized that she was already dead. Naruto knew that she was not ready to die yet and did not want to die either. Just before receiving the spear, Naruto could hear Chico's last word, Mother, that was the last word that Chico said. Naruto broke the tip of the spear and then he took it out of Chico's stomach, placed it on the ground. Naruto stood up, his eyes were closed. Ichiro walked until he stood in front of Naruto a few steps away. Ichiro, that white thing saved your life, still the spear managed to hurt it. He thought, seeing that he had a wound on the stomach, caused by the tip of the spear. Naruto, she was your student. She thought you were going to save her, he said while keeping his eyes closed. Ichiro, and what does it matter? Do you think that his life is worth so much to be sad about that? What matters here is that you have the Sharingan. That's something I'm sure the Tsuchikage will want, the man said and then smiled. Naruto, what your Tsuchikage will have, will be your corpse, he said and then opened his eyes and a three-bladed Sharingan could be seen that surprised Ichiro. Ichiro, he has changed his Sharingan. Naruto took out two kunai and quickly threw them at the Junin, who deflected them with a kunai, and then he was surprised to see that Naruto moved at high speed and was now in front of him. Ichiro tried to hurt him with the kunai, however Naruto ducked and dodged the attack and then kicked at Ichiro's feet, making him fall, but he quickly stood up and jumped back. He looked up and saw that Naruto was no longer in front of him. Ichiro stood up. He turned quickly and the only thing he could see was a kunai very close to his right eye. Ichiro managed to take a step back but still received a lot of damage, the cut from his forehead to the lower right part of his face. Ichiro jumped back with his left eye. He could see Naruto, who he was standing a few steps in front of him with a kunai in his hand and an impassive face. Ichiro, damn, I completely lost the sight in my right eye. If I hadn't taken that step back, the cut would have reached my neck and could have been very lethal, he thought while covering his right eye with his hand. The blood was running down Ichiro's face. Without a doubt the cut had been deep. Naruto made hand seals and then stopped at the tiger seal and then jumped onto a branch and continued jumping from branch to branch. Ichiro watched as Naruto walked away and then started to follow him. Ichiro, he's escaping, but why would he? He thought as he followed Naruto. Suddenly Naruto jumped to another branch and fell face to face with Ichiro, who stopped on a branch. Naruto, fire style, eternal judgment, phoenix wings. I whisper and then take a large amount of air. Naruto then expelled a large wave of flames that covered a large diameter and BURNED trees while advancing at great speed towards Ichiro, who was surprised but quickly made hand seals. Ichiro, earth style, earth wall. A large wall of earth formed in front of Ichiro, who smiled, believing that the wall was going to stop the wave of flames. However, when the flames touched the wall, it destroyed everything, including Ichiro, who could not react in time and was consumed by the Florida Mies that continued to advance a few more meters before stopping. Naruto sighed and saw the great destruction that his jutsu had made. It was undoubtedly a Ranka jutsu. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and Zetsu appeared next to him. White Zetsu. So this was the jutsu you wanted to try? He asked, looking at Naruto, who had an impassive face. Naruto. Yes. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people. If so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday. See you. Naruto taught me. Naruto walked with an impassive face in the middle of all the destruction that his jutsu had done. It was incredible the damage that fire jutsu had done. Madara had told Naruto that the key to each jutsu was to have perfect control of your chakra, and although for Naruto that was somewhat difficult to possess so much chakra, the boy still made an effort and little by little he was controlling that chakra better. Another thing that Madara had told Naruto was the coldness with which he should use each jutsu. Madara said that hesitating makes you weak and therefore staying cold and determined can make you very strong, and your jutsus will only be the proof of this. Naruto had been called and determined, but to a certain extent. After all, the reason he decided to walk away was so that the jutsu would not harm the genins. One of them had already died. The last thing he wanted was to bear the death of someone innocent. He continued walking and suddenly stopped when he saw that a kunai had been thrown at him that only grazed his forehead. Naruto moved to the side and there he saw Ichiro. The man was completely unrecognizable. His face was burned as well as his hair and all of his upper clothing. Both of his arms were burned and he could hardly move them. The man was sitting leaning on a small rock. Ichiro. YUW will go with me. I'll take you WTO the Tsuchikage. The man said without raising his face or anything, only his voice could be heard. Naruto. Even in that state your greed does not die. I thought that someone in that state would be more worried about recovering or would be asking for their life would end immediately so as not to continue suffering. Naruto turned and saw the kunai that Ichiro had thrown at him stuck in a tree. He walked over and pulled it out of the tree and then turned to see Ichiro. Naruto. I didn't want everything to end like this, I didn't want that girl to die, but you were the culprit. I'm sure you only wanted the Sharingan to acquire better military power and go to war. They really don't care about making children and innocent people suffer for their absurd desires for power, and because of their stupid wars, you and your Tsuchikage are just a small sample of what this world is. That girl had a mother waiting for her at home, and the only thing she will get is news saying that she died serving the village with honor. All that is garbage. Your Tsuchikage is garbage, you are rubbish, so I have no reason to show mercy to you. He said, and just when he was going to throw the kunai. Ichiro. No, don't do it, to have a daughter and a wife. He said and then started to cry. Naruto. Don't worry, they will continue living without a trash like you. Plus you should have thought that that girl also had a family. I will take your coldness. And now. Naruto threw the kunai with great force and it stuck in Ichiro's forehead and almost went through his head. Ichiro fell to the ground and was evidently already dead. Naruto continued looking at the man's corpse for a moment and then began to walk towards where the genins were. Zetsu appeared next to Naruto with a smile on his face as is typical for him. White Zetsu. You defeated him, you should be proud to have defeated a Junin. He said and then looked at Naruto. Naruto. I just wanted to test my skills, so therefore I don't feel proud that I tested my skills on him. He said in a serious tone. White Zetsu. And then. Naruto. I feel proud to have killed him. As soon as those words left Naruto's mouth it caused a surprise in Zetsu. White Zetsu. That means you don't feel bad for having taken a life. You know you killed a person, right? I asked since Naruto had previo. USLY commented that he did not like murdering people. Naruto. That guy wasn't a person, he was a monster who was just making the world dirty and I decided to eliminate that garbage. He said, maintaining an impassive face. White Zetsu. I understand, and now what are you going to do with the boys? Naruto. I can't do anything for them, I can't revive people. He said and then gave a sigh. Naruto along with Zetsu arrived where Arata, Hachiro and the deceased Chiko were. Naruto approached and saw the two boys crying while they wrapped Chiko in bandages to take her away. Naruto decided to stay behind some bushes and only watched as the two boys walked away with Chiko. Naruto. He would be lying if he said that he didn't feel bad. He really felt very bad about what had happened. He lived first in as a man, and his desire for power led to the death of a girl who was full of dreams and hopes, someone whose biggest mistake he made was trusting her sensei, trusting that they would save her as they are from the same village. However, that goes to waste when it comes to obtaining something that will help you overcome your rivals. That man wanted the Sharingan to give military power to his village. Anyone would say that Ichiro is the greedy one, however it is evident to know that this man's greed comes from the teachings he obtained in his village. Again Naruto once again realized the corruption that exists in the villages. This only helped Naruto to realize that this world needed an urgent change. Naruto only watched as Hachiro and Arata walked away with Chiko's body without waiting for their sensei. After all, they no longer trusted him. He took away a very important friend for them. It is to be hoped that those boys do not worry about whatever happens to him. Zetsu, who was standing next to Naruto, thought that perhaps Naruto would want to return to the lair. White Zetsu. Do you want to go back? He said, looking at Naruto, who had his eyes lost in nothingness. Naruto. I want to practice other jutsus first. And we haven't gone fishing yet. He said and then began to walk, followed by Zetsu. Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. It is still difficult for some people to move forward after hearing about Naruto's death. One of them was Sakura, who was walking with a downcast face. She did not seem to have a destination in mind, however she kept moving forward. P.S. she was just doing it to clear her mind a little. Sakura looked up for a moment and saw Hinata ahead, and next to her Neji and Tenten on the other side. They seemed to be comforting Hinata. Well, at Least Tenten since Neji was worried, but apparently he was also affected. Sakura was he brought his friends closer. Sakura. Hello guys, how are you doing? She asked, making the three see her. Hinata. Hello Sakura-san, well, I guess, he said with his typical shy tone. Tenten. As you can see here, not so well. What about you Sakura? Sakura. I think maybe, all of this has been difficult. I speak reflecting a face of sadness. Hinata. Naruto-kun, he was always there encouraging us, he talked all the time about being Hokage. He said so that then the tears would flow. Sakura. Yes, it was a bit silly. But he would never abandon a friend in trouble, that was Naruto. He said and then smiled when remembering Naruto and his antics. Neji. Can destiny be changed? He made me believe that destiny can be changed if you want it. But now that he died, Neji couldn't finish because he heard a voice that everyone recognized immediately. That's not true. Everyone turned to see Rock Lee, who was wearing his entire suit except for the Konoha gang. Everyone. Read Lee. Because they have that attitude, maybe they forgot what Naruto taught us. Sakura, if you really value Naruto so much, instead of being like this all the time, you should start training to avoid losing another teammate in the future. Naruto never turned his back on a teammate and fought. To protect their bonds, you do the same. Anata, you said that Naruto was able to awaken that flame of never giving up within you. You also said that you would never go back on your word because that is your ninja path. So prove it, and your Neji. Of course destiny can be changed. Death is something that cannot be escaped, but it can be escaped from other things. When we saw Naruto, we did not think that he would have great talent or that he would even achieve something, and look how he moved forward. He broke the chains of his destiny and moved forward where he wanted, and without retreating. He never gave up on anything or anyone, and they believe that. I would be proud of what you do, he said with small tears in his eyes. Neji. Read Lee. We must continue fighting and move forward with the same determination that Naruto did. That is the best way to thank him. We must make our youth shine and never give up. His name, dreams, personality and memories will never die because they will always be with us, as we continue forward with what Naruto taught us. His will and his legacy will never die, never. He screamed so that then tears came out of his eyes. Hinata. Lee-kun. Neji and Tenten smiled at Lee's words. Without a doubt Lee was an example of never giving up and always having faith that everything can be achieved. A great example is his operation. Like after being told that he could stop being a ninja, he never gave up and did not lose faith that he could return to being a ninja, which is what he loves the most. Without a doubt Guy had a lot to do with Lee not giving up, but Lee also saw an example in Naruto who never gave up on anything and who was also capable from defeating who Lee considered his goal to surpassing who Neji Hyuga was. Without a doubt Lee and Naruto were clear examples of never giving up on anything or anyone, and those present knew that very well. Guy, who was standing in a corner, saw and heard each of his students' words. He was extremely proud of his student and everything he had overcome. Without a doubt Lee was the right person to say those words. Location unknown. 3 days later, Naruto had arrived at the lair. Zetsu had combined with Naruto's body so that he could travel underground and was now in the lair. Zetsu left Naruto's body and then began to walk next to him. Naruto saw Madara sitting in his typical chair and approached it. Being close to Madara, Naruto gave a sigh before speaking. Naruto. I'm back, old man. I managed to test my jutsus and my new abilities. Madara. Yes, I could see everything, he said, slightly surprising Naruto, who frowned. Naruto. So you sent Zetsu to keep an eye on me, he said, looking at his grandfather. Madara. So you killed a Junin. Without a doubt the training is paying off, he said without reflecting anything on his stoic face. Naruto. I guess I'll train a little, he said, and then started doing push-ups. Madara. Naruto. I must tell you that your training will be about 3 or 2 years. I will not be able to last more than 2 years. Before crossing the door of death I want to teach you everything I know and give you all the information I have. The rest depends on you, he said, looking at Naruto, who didn't stop. Do push-ups. Naruto. I will do my best to learn everything you teach me. For someone like you, training someone for 2 years is more than enough to make it very strong, he said, and then stood up and looked at Madara. Madara. I would say that it helps a lot that you are so diligent when it comes to training. You are also someone very powerful, that alone. It reflects more our blood bond. He said, praising his grandson and student. Naruto. Although I've never been considered a genius before. He said with an impassive face. Madara. You have a potential that has not been exploited by anyone. You never really had a sensei to guide you and help you exploit that potential correctly. He said with a small smile. Perhaps Madara was never a teacher or wanted to be, however he knew that Naruto's perfect teacher was him. The way he knew how to exploit the boy's potential was done thinking about his own abilities, and although Madara at that age was someone more talented than Naruto, without a doubt the boy with a lot of effort and days of applied training was going to surpass many shinobi, and even the boy could surpass him even in his best times. However, Madara did not tell Naruto so as not to inflate his ego so much. Madara. I'm sure you won't fail, Naruto. Naruto. Infinite Tsukuyumi, the world, a necessary change. He said in a low voice, a kind of play on words. Madara. Obito, he won't be able to do anything against Naruto. He said, being watched by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who was smiling. End of chapter. I hope you like my people. Don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Saturday. See you shinobis and kunoichis. The beginning of a great change. N.A. This is how Naruto looks like in the image. The only thing they should change is his yellow hair and dark blue eyes. War only leaves pain and suffering. But why, if war only brings bad things, do villages insist so much on living in war? That was something that Naruto wondered so much and always came to the same conclusion. Power. The desire to acquire power and prove that you were much stronger. That the other village is what feeds the greed of the leaders of these villages, who do not mind murdering children and innocent people just because they are not from the same village. There are some who want peace but at the same time do little to achieve it. What is La Paz? Was another thing that Naruto wondered. And for this question it was difficult to have a concrete answer. Everything was different. Each answer was different each time Naruto asked himself about La Paz, but there was something that was in all of Naruto's answers, and that was the superiority. Why? Well, simple. For Naruto, superiority gave you confidence and at the same time security. Being superior to someone made you unattainable for those who cannot reach your level. Perhaps the way of seeing it was very dark and discriminatory, but in a world as corrupt as the one we live in today, it is not better to give what you receive. An innocent child with a family that only wants to live in peace and harmony is murdered by shinobi from other villages. If that child survives, what is left of that child? Hope? I assure you not. Then I hate, at least something. You will say desires for revenge, but being a child you only want to be with your parents, you only love your family, and if she is dead then something else is born in this child. Something known as loneliness, the vile and so painful loneliness that can change the shape to see things. It gives you two paths. Living in solitude, that of hate or that of hope. When the path of hate is chosen, it passes into the desire for revenge. You would be surprised to realize that at 17 years old that was the philosophy that Naruto had. No one has the absolute truth and Naruto knew it. Even he could accept that he was wrong, but what difference does it make? Naruto only gave his point of view, and when he thought about it for so long there were not many errors in his way of seeing things. Or at least that's what he thought. Naruto jumped from the branch he was sitting on, covered his head with part of Zetsu's body and then sank to the ground. In a matter of seconds Naruto appeared in the lair. Zetsu left Naruto's body and Naruto's face could finally be seen. He had a much more mature face. That kept him with an impassive face. Naruto's eyes were blue, but a dark blue. His hair had grown and now reached the middle of his back, or perhaps something more. There were strands that fell down his face and there was a very long one that covered half of his right eye. Naruto's sideburns were very long and he had tied his hair with a ponytail. He had a large hood on and tall shinobi boots. Naruto walked until he reached his sensei, mentor and grandfather Madara Uchiha, who was watching Naruto. Madara. I thought you'd be outside a little longer. He said, looking at his grandson. Naruto. I want to continue with my training. I had just gone out for some fresh air. Air we breathe here is very unpleasant. He said, keeping his face impassive. White Zetsu. Well, that's because I've never bathed. he said in his typical happy tone. Black Zetsu. He's just being sarcastic. The black half said to the white man who had not understood what Naruto was referring to. Naruto took off his hood and was wearing black shinobi pants and a red camisole. Naruto stretched tightly and then, when I was going to start doing push-ups. Madara. Naruto, come here, he said in a weak tone. Naruto didn't think about it and walked up to his sensei and grandfather. He sat down in front of Madara. Madara. It has been almost 3 years since Zetsu brought you to me. I have been able to meet my grandson and Akane will be very happy when she finds out about this. You have become very strong. And you have surpassed all your limits. I don't have much time left. I will only be able to be here for 1 more week. Then I will count on you, Naruto, to develop the Moon Eye plan. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I understand. I have learned a lot thanks to you, and as your student and grandson I promise that I will not fail you. He said, keeping his face impassive. Madara. That is very good to hear. The two of us will create a new world, a world free of hatred and war, a world where no one has conflicts with anyone and everyone can empathize with each other. He said and then closed his eyes and sighed. Naruto only saw his grandfather. It could be said that Madara was very obsessed with completing the Moon Eye plan, unlike Naruto who still did not have everything clear, putting everyone in a perfect genjutsu. Really? Was that going to work? Was that the solution to end wars and hatred? Naruto did not see it so clearly. It was a genjutsu after all. You are not achieving peace, you are simply forcing it. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and then shook off his thoughts, trying to clear his mind, despite still having doubts he was going to do what he had to do. He promised his grandfather. If his grandfather believed in this plan, then he had to carry it out, and that was it. Was that how Naruto thought, or maybe he just didn't want to believe that his grandfather was wrong? Who could know what was going on in Naruto's mind? After all, he was already 17 years old and had his own mind all his life. Who would have thought how much Naruto's life would change? The decisions he made only led him to destruction and wanting to change this world. Happiness was not included in Naruto's life, or perhaps, yes, this is a play on words, but there is something very true in them, and that is that Naruto would become the destroyer of the world for some and the savior for others. Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. Konoha has been restored again. There was an air of tranquility in the village that had lost its Jinchuriki and almost lost its only Uchiha. Tsunade the Hokage had managed to get the village back on track and everything was going well. However, the weight and pain of having lost Naruto continued to weigh on those who had esteem for him. Perhaps some suffered much less since they had accepted Naruto's death, but others still found it difficult to move forward. And it is no wonder if you analyze those who had a deeper relationship with Naruto. Yes, they were very few, but the esteem they had for him was very high. Jiraiya was one of them. Soon Aide herself, who was in her office, and in front of her was Jiraiya. Tsunade. So you couldn't get anything? He said in a tired tone. Jiraiya. My spy network has not detected that Akatsuki could have Naruto. Of course that does not mean that they did not have him. As I understand, the only thing that Akatsuki wants is the Biju. He said, looking at his fellow Sannin. Tsunade. But extracting the Biju from Jinchuriki leads to the Jinchuriki's death, a quick death. He said, lowering his gaze. Jiraiya. I think it's clear to me now. He said, catching Tsunade's attention. Tsunade. What do you mean? He asked, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Naruto is no longer with us. I must admit it was difficult to accept. He said and then smiled. Tsunade. What does it mean? Jiraiya. Once again I failed. I believed that Naruto was really the boy of the prophecy, but look how it all ended. He said, causing Tsunade to get up from his chair. Tsunade. You mean you no longer believe in the prophecy? Jiraiya. That's not what I mean. I'll always believe in the prophecy. It's just that every time I feel like that's it, it dies. He said and then sighed. Tsunade walked and stood in front of Jiraiya and watched him for a moment, making him get a little nervous and blush a little. Jiraiya. What's happening? He asked, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade. Nothing, I just thought, just forget it. He said and then went and sat behind his desk. Jiraiya. Come on. Tell me, Tsunade. Now I want to know, what if you were going to say that you were falling in love with me? he said, accompanied by a mischievous smile. Tsunade. Yes, in your dreams, he said, and then smiled. By the way, how are Sasuke and Kakashi going? Jiraiya. You were bad, Tsunade. Well, the brat has progressed, although he has not lost his desire for Rev. Enji or that arrogance personality that he has, despite being with Kakashi, who has become stronger by the way. That boy has a blind hatred that does not leave him alone, he said with a serious face. Tsunade. I hope that you at least fulfill the missions assigned to you, he said, and then shrugged his shoulders. Jiraiya. I think he will be able to complete missions, but it is not good to neglect that brat. His mind has cleared his desire for power a little, but he still always thinks about revenge, although I must say that before coming to Konoha had already been about 3 months since I last saw them. And it will be a few more months, he said, and then put his hand behind his head. Tsunade. I hope Kakashi manages to change something in that brat. He is important in Konoha, but I am not going to give him an altar either. He will advance and have missions like all the shinobi here. Jiraiya. Well, if anyone can deal with him, it's you, Harem, he said, and then let out a laugh. Tsunade. I just hope I have enough patience, he said, and then leaned back in the chair. Jiraiya. By the way, do you want to have some drinks? He asked, causing Tsunade to change her face into an angry one. Tsunade. I'm the Hokage, how can you tell me that? I have a lot of things to do and you only think about drinking. At what time? He asked as Jiraiya's sweat dropped behind his head. Jiraiya. You should start by believing what you say yourself. I'll wait for you in the same place as always at 10, I'm sure you'll be free at that time, he said, and then walked and left Tsunade's office. Tsunade just watched Jiraiya leave and then sighed. She got up from her chair and walked to the window to look at the town. Tsunade thought she saw a. There were tears in Jiraiya's eyes, however he didn't want to say anything. He knew that it was difficult for him. It was difficult for her too, so he understood how Jiraiya felt. Tsunade crossed her arms under her breasts and looked at the village for a moment, without a dough. Everything was very calm, and that was what mattered. It really was like that. When you are Hokage, you must ensure the safety, progress and tranquility of the village, even above your own life. Cage lives and fights for his village and for future generations, the will of fire. The village had a lot of progress and Tsunade was proud, yet there were days when she wanted to send it all down the drain and just lock herself away with a bottle of sake and remember those who were no longer with her, but she knew that now she was a Hokage, she was carrying Dan and Naoki's dream. And now also with Naruto's dream. That was what gave Tsunade the courage to continue fighting, who turned and sat in her chair and then began to review a large amount of papers. Location unknown. Greed never makes you end well. It is true that ambition has 2 faces, but when that ambition turns into greed to acquire something, it never ends well. Orochimaru was a clear example of this. He had lost his arms and EY had taken away what he wanted most, and those were his jutsus. For someone who wants to know everything and be able to perform all kinds of jutsu, taking away his arms is the perfect payment for everything he has done. Orochimaru has done atrocious things. Experimenting with children is already something that makes you realize that Orochimaru is sick. Those desires for power have made him forget his humanity and have turned him into an animal, or rather in a creeping and dark serpent. Lying in his bed and complaining of pain was how Orochimaru he maintained every day. In front of him was his right hand Kabuto, who had a cup of some strange medicine in his hand. Orochimaru. Damn, if only Sasuke-kun had come to me, now I would be a little calmer. Now every time I change bodies the damage come back quickly. Damn old man, he said, remembering the 3rd Hokage and cursing his name. Kabuto. It's been almost 3 years. Sasuke-kun has surely become much stronger than before, plus Kakashi Hata K has also trained a lot and most likely he has also become very strong, he said, and then approached Orochimaru and gave him the treatment to drink. Orochimaru. If only that damn brat hadn't gotten in the way. Although there is a positive point to this, he spoke and then sat on his bed. Kabuto. Something positive. What is it? He asked without understanding much of what the snake Sannin was referring to. Orochimaru. Yes, Sasuke-kun has become strong and has progressed, however I am sure that he has not forgotten his desire for revenge and When he realizes that despite training so much he will not be close to defeating Itachi-kun. Then he will have to resort to the curse mark, and it will be that mark that will take me to Sasuke-kun. He said and then smiled. Kabuto. You were right about that, by the way Lord Orochimaru. A rumor has spread through Iwagakure. He said and then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru. Rumors Kabuto, what kind of rumors? He said looking at Kabuto. Kabuto. I had a nag to infiltrate Iwagakure to find out if they already had information about the loss of Konoha's Jinchuriki, and I heard about the appearance of a boy who had the Sharingan 2 years ago. He said surprising Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sharingan, it's Itachi-kun. Kabuto. It is true that this guy managed to defeat a Junin, but there are more, my lord. According to those who were present, this boy was an age of around 14 or 15 years old, and also the icing on the cake. This boy had yellow hair, as I understand it from the Uchihas. Genetics, they have black hair, and also Itachi-kun had eliminated all the Uchihas, and the last ones alive were him, Sasuke, and the guy who was in Akatsuki, or as you call him, the fake Madara. He said with a small smile. Orochimaru. Yellow hair, what does this mean? Kabuto. It's very strange. But there's also another thing, this boy was accompanied by a kind of white human. When he said this, Orochimaru reacted quickly. Orochimaru. Zetsu. Kabuto. According to the information we have collected, Zetsu was the false Madara's partner, but who was this yellow-haired boy? Orochimaru. I have never seen Zetsu in combat, however I am sure that he is capable of healing wounds, and he also moves underground. He would be able to take someone away without leaving a trace or anything. He said, putting together the pieces of the puzzle. Kabuto. For me it's too much of a coincidence. Lord Orochimaru doesn't believe it. He said smiling. Orochimaru. What a coincidence, huh? Kukukuku. It seems that destiny is on my side. I already found it hard to believe that you were dead, Naruto-kun. He spoke and then licked his lips, sticking out his tongue. Location unknown. Inside a very dark room were 8 figures. The only thing that could be seen were their eyes that shone in the darkness of the cave or lair. These were the members of the criminal organization called Akatsuki. Wow, I didn't think we were going to meet so soon. I was practicing my art, jump. Said a man who only had one blue eye visible. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Could you shut up, Deidara? Said a small figure with a very hoarse voice to the one who had spoken before. Deidara. You're jealous just because my art is better than yours, Sasori, jump. He said, addressing the small figure. Sasori. Your explosions are not art. What a typical discussion, don't you think, Itachi-san? A man with very small eyes said to the nay next to him, who had a 3-bladed Sharingan shining. Itachi. I was about to start my ritual for Jashinsama. Said a man with purple eyes. No one cares about your stupid ritual, Hidan. Said a green-eyed man he had spoken to before. Hidan. What did you say, Kakuzu? You want me to kill you? He said, looking at the green-eyed man. Kakuzu. Don't make me laugh, Hidan. The reason for the meeting is because we have to start the hunt for the Jinchurikis. Said a figure with eyes that had a wave pattern that extended along the grayish-purple eyeballs, if this was the Rinnegan. So let's get started, said the man with the small eyes. Each couple will have a Jinchuriki. Deidara and Sasori will go for the one-tailed one, Hidan and Kakuzu for the two-tailed one, Itachi and Kisame for the four-tailed one. When they return with the Jinchuriki, they will go for those who remain. They can go for them in 2 months. Until then, stay attentive, remember that no failure is accepted. Sigh. The man with the Rinnegan and the leader of Akatsuki. All the figures disappeared except for the man with the Rinnegan and another figure that was next to him that had brown eyes. After a few seconds, another figure formed, and this one only had a Sharingan visible. You already gave them the orders, Pain. Said the man with the Sharingan to the man with the Rinnegan. Pain. Yes, in 2 months the Biju hunts will begin. Question mark, question mark, question mark. By the way, Madara, who will hunt the Ninetails? Said a female voice. Madara. Pain will take care of the Ninetails, although so far I haven't heard much about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It's something strange. It's as if Konoha kept it hidden somewhere. Said the man named Madara and then closed his eye. Pain. Do you think something could have happened? Madara. I don't know. I will investigate this and then I will bring the information. remember that he is the last one on the list. He said and then disappeared. Pain. I know. He said and then disappeared, and the woman next to him also disappeared. Location unknown. 1 week later. Naruto fell on his feet and then began to walk. Around 10 Zetsu clones fell behind him. Naruto walked until he reached the chair where Madara was sitting. Naruto saw Madara and noticed that his eyes were closed and his breathing was very slow. Naruto put his hand on Madara's shoulder and then moved it, causing him to open his eye and see Naruto. Madara. Naruto. It seems that I can't take it anymore, he said in a very weak tone. Naruto. You don't look very good, he said, accompanied by an impassive face. Madara. Zetsu, he will help you with everything necessary. Remember, Naruto, that after the death of a Biju it revives 3 years later, therefore you must wait a few more months to be able to capture the Kyuubi, he said, looking at his grandson. Naruto. Don't worry, I understand perfectly. Zetsu stood next to Naruto. He had a large hood on and was in his carnivorous plant mode. Madara. I trust you, my grandson, I know you will not fail me. When you bring me back to life we will both create that dream world, he said, taking Naruto's hand. Madara looked at Naruto for a moment and then smiled, no doubt except for the hair color. Naruto looked a lot like him when he was the same age. Madara saw Zetsu and Zetsu understood perfectly and walked behind Madara's chair. White Zetsu. A few last words, Naruto. I comment, looking at Naruto. Naruto only saw Zetsu and then he saw Madara. Naruto hugged Madara, surprising him since he was not expecting something like that at all, especially considering that Naruto had become somewhat cold and distant. Naruto. Thank you, Grandpa. After those words, Zetsu disconnected the machine that provided chakra to Madara, who slowly closed his eye and then passed into death, or Purha. PS just in limbo to wait for Naruto to revive him. Naruto kept the hug for a few more seconds and then released it. Naruto's eyes were closed and some tears could be seen coming out. Naruto opened his eyes and his 3-blade Sharingan was activated. Naruto's Sharingan began to spin very quickly and then Naruto's Sharingan changed. If Naruto had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after seeing the death of his grandfather. This is Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan. Despite how distant Naruto had become, the truth is that he had great affection for his grandfather. After all, Naruto never had a family member and no one ever spoke to him about them, and Madara came not only to save his life but also told him about his grandmother and his mother. Naruto couldn't agree so much with Madara's plan, but he was going to do it. After all, he feels that he owes a lot to his grandfather. Almost 3 years he was with the old man, where he learned not only to see him as the great Uchiha Madara, but managed to see him as what Naruto wanted. His grandfather. Naruto wiped away his tears and then felt great heat in his eyes. He saw Zetsu, who was smiling. Well, at least white Zetsu, since black Zetsu cool didn't be seen if he was smiling or even had any emotion. Black Zetsu. The Mangekyo, you have obtained your Mangekyo Sharingan, he said, surprising Naruto a little. Naruto. So he woke up. I guess that's good, he said, so that then his Mangekyo turned and returned to the 3 tomos and then to his dark blue white Zetsu. And now what's next? He asked in his typical cheerful tone. Naruto. For now, wrap the old man's body and seal it, he said, and then walked away followed by Zetsu. White Zetsu. Are you going out? Naruto. Not for now, I will train my Mangekyo until I get used to it and discover my new powers. Then I'll go out into the outside. 3 months. 3 months will be more than enough, he said, looking at Zetsu. End of chapter. I hope you liked it, my people. If so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday or Thursday. See you, my people. Revenge is on his mind. Volvers fuerte es algo que conforme más vives, más cuenta te vas dando de la importancia de serlo. La vida te enseña a ser fuerte y inclusive te obliga a serlo. En la vida solo hay una cosa clara, aprendes o aprendes, es así de simple but difficult to carry out. Sasuke Uchiha deciba volvers fuerte. Lo anhelaba y estaba dispuesto a cualquier cosa con tal de conseguir poder. Si cualquier cosa y esa mentalidad lo hizo tomar una absurda decisión, ir detrás de Orochimaru. Just to acquire power. Perhaps Sasuke did not think about the consequences and only thought about how much power he could acquire, although in the end he was stopped by Naruto and returned to the village. Over Naruto did not do it, and that was the reason why Sasuke decided not to go after Orochimaru again. If there was something that Sasuke hated and did not want to commit, it was acquiring power like Itachi did. He had not killed Naruto. That was what he knew. He repeated mentally and tried to believe it. No one judged him or told him that he had killed him, but Sasuke felt a great weight on him. Maybe that weight or realizing his bad decision was what made Sasuke decide. Staying in the village, the Hokage told him that he would have a 3-year training trip with Kakashi. Almost 3 years had already passed and Sasuke had made a lot of progress. He had managed to calm the desire for power that he had. Sometimes they even blinded him, but still, despite having progressed not only in power but in mind, Sasuke still yearned for revenge. He did not forget of her, and day after day the memories of that massacre tortured him and made him wonder if he was on the path that would lead him to complete his revenge. Sitting on top of one of the buildings in Sunagaku was Sasuke, who sighed as he watched the sky. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and walked to sit next to him. "Kakashi, I thought you would want to train," he said without seeing Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're always late, that's why I decided to do the same," he said while looking at the sky. "Kakashi, well, sometimes I get lost on the path of life. Well, what do you think if we start with training?" I asked, looking at Sasuke. "Sasuke, if you had to evaluate my power, what level do you think it is at?" I asked, and then see Kakashi. "Kakashi, let's see. I would say that at the level of an experienced Junin, you have adapted quickly to the training," he said in a calm tone. "Sasuke, it's not enough." Kakashi saw Sasuke, who had turned his face and was looking at the sky again. Kakashi knew that Sasuke still thought a lot about revenge, well apart from the fact that he always wanted to know the information that Jiraiya had out Akatsuki so he could know where Itachi was. Kakashi also had to admit that Sasuke had changed his way of being in. He wasn't so arrogant now, a small change but something significant for Kakashi. "Sasuke, we will train in the same place, right?" he said, getting up. Kakashi, "Yes, this time we will increase the training hours," he said, and then began to walk, followed by Sasuke. Location unknown. 3 months. According to Naruto, that was more than enough to adapt to his new eyes and also discover all his powers and progress much more. Naruto felt that he had become very strong. After all, his teacher was Madara, and he knew exactly how to make Naruto break his limits and also knew how to get the best out of Naruto. It was as if Madara had known Naruto for a long time. There was also the possibility that Madara trained Naruto thinking about a training that he would do. Hence every time Naruto finished his training he ended up on the ground super exhausted and only wanting to rest for weeks. Even so, for Naruto this was a challenge that he had to overcome, in addition to the fact that he knew that this arduous training would bear great fruit, and boy did it bear fruit. Naruto had progressed a lot and had also learned a lot about jutsus and especially Sharingan. Another thing is that Naruto was nourished with a lot of knowledge and learned the importance of knowledge. Madara told him that even a fight is capable of being won with just the mind, and that is why he had studied so much, although at first it seemed a bit silly as he learned more about the jutsus, the Sharingan, the Uchihas, and the story was like a trap that trapped Naruto permanently. It wasn't as if Naruto knew everything, but at least one could say that the boy was not ignorant. After all, he underwent mental and physical training that has given him great results. Naruto was in the middle of the lair. He was shirtless, wearing black shinobi pants and low blue shinobi boots and black gloves with metal uppers. He had his Mangekyo activated. Zetsu was somewhat away watching Naruto. It had been 2 weeks since Madara's death and since Naruto started training and using his Mangekyo, and he had learned a few things. Naruto half closed his eyes and then made hand seals. "Naruto. Fire style. Amulet of Death," Naruto said, and then expelled a burst of fire that was in the form of a chain. Naruto expelled the burst of ground. It remained on the ground as it spread. Naruto made the tiger seal and the fire expanded even more and became much stronger and taller. Naruto quickly made hand seals again at great speed. "Naruto. Water style. Standard blast," he said, and then expelled a wave of water that destroyed the fire and extinguished it. Naruto took out a scroll and walked until he got close to the water and then he made hand seals and all the water disappeared. Naruto then spun his Mangekyo and a silver-colored ribcage formed around Naruto. Naruto turned to see Zetsu and he nodded his head so that Zetsu understood, and then he threw a kunai with a paper bomb tied to it. The kunai exploded right in front of Naruto. A large puff formed and after it cleared, a skeletal arm could be seen covering Naruto apart from the ribcage. Naruto. So this is Susanoo. The better I control it, I will evolve it to its complete state, he said, speaking to himself while making the hand move. Zetsu began walking to get closer to Naruto. Black Zetsu. So you're now able to stick out an arm. There is something else, he said, with that hoarse voice. Naruto. Yes, Mangekyo grants unique abilities, and mine is no exception, he said, maintaining his ribcage. However, he had made his arm disappear. White Zetsu. That's very exciting. You have come a long way, studying. The Mangekyo has helped you a lot, he said with his typical happy tone. Naruto. You're right, even I didn't know I could adapt like that. In my eyes, I think the 3 months are not necessary, he said, smiling. White Zetsu. You mean you don't need 3 more months of training? I asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Number. However, I will train for 2 more weeks, he said later. Raise his arms and a large mechanical body was formed without legs and with 2 silver arms that had a human skull with yellow eyes and large fangs. Black Zetsu. You have evolved it. Naruto. The Sharingan evolves with hatred and training. I can ensure that an Uchiha full of hate becomes very powerful, he said with a small smile. Sunagaku no Sato, village hidden in the sand. Sasuke deflected several shurikens with his sword, ran out and found himself in a clash with Kakashi, who had his Sharingan in sight and a kunai in hand. The two exchanged attacks where Sasuke deflected with his sword and Kakashi with his kunai. Sasuke crouched and then did a spinning kick at Kakashi's feet. However, he jumped to avoid them but was surprised by the kick that Sasuke landed on him in the stomach. Kakashi took Sasuke's foot and he then spun, throwing Sasuke, who spun in the air and landed on his feet with the tiger seal in hand. Sasuke. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke said and then expelled a large fireball that went towards Kakashi, who made hand seals and then put them on he ground and a large wall of earth was formed. The fireball collided with the earthen wall, causing a large puff of smoke to form. Sasuke watched with his 3-bladed Sharingan activated towards where the puff of smoke was. Kakashi ran towards Sasuke with kunai in hand. Sasuke observed Kakashi, and when he was very close, Sasuke in a flash of speed pierced Kakashi's stomach with his sword, but he exploded in a puff of smoke. Sasuke turned his gaze as if he already knew that this was a clone, however he could not move. He looked down and saw a puddle of mud at his feet. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and touched the tip of the kunai to Sasuke's neck, surprising him. Kakashi. Looks like it's over. Sasuke. It seems so, he said and then disappeared as if he had never been there. Kakashi. Genjutsu. Kakashi turned around and parried Sasuke's sword attack with his kunai, the two pushing each other back. Kakashi. Wow, almost, and you surprised me, he said and then covered his Sharingan. Sasuke. It's always the same. Sasuke began to walk away from Kakashi, who was watching Sasuke walk away. Kakashi sighed at his student's attitude. How could he make him? Would Sasuke stop thinking so much about revenge? That was what Kakashi wondered. Sasuke was someone who had changed, but when the memories of the massacre came to his mind, he changed completely. He became someone dark who all he wanted was to find Itachi and kill him. Sasuke had developed a bipolarity that greatly affected his ability to guide him along the path of good. Kakashi looked up at the sky and sighed. He already won. Ted to return to Konoha so he could visit Rin and Obito and go to the memorial stone to remember Naruto. Sasuke walked through the streets of Sunagaku. He walked with his serious face, just looking ahead. Today the memories of the massacre were tormenting Sasuke, who could not even train calmly, and that is why he decided to leave. Nothing seemed to be working or going as Sasuke thought. The memories of his family and the words of his brother Itachi hovered in his mind, and as if that were not enough, Today he was also being tormented by the memories and image of Naruto, since he got up the first thing that came to his mind was Naruto's name and then all the memories he had with him. Since the day started like this he knew that things were only going to worse. He mentally repeated that he had not killed Naruto but it was as if those memories contradicted him. Well, after all, it has always been said that each person's greatest enemy is oneself. Sasuke was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Temari, who was in a small store. Sasuke passed by, however Temari saw him and followed him. Temari. Sasuke, she said, making Sasuke stop. Sasuke. I thought you would be in the Kazecage's office, he said without seeing Temari. Temari. I was there recently, however I decided to go out and buy some things, and I thought you would be training, he said, walking next to Sasuke. Sasuke. I'm done with my training. Temari. How fast? They usually train all afternoon until late at night, he said, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke. That's enough for now, he said and then frowned. Temari. If you say so, it's good to see that both you and Kakashi have become very strong. Obviously I have become very strong too, you know, he said and then smiled. Sasuke. Tisk. Temari. What's wrong with you? Are you upset with something? Sasuke. Could you shut up? All women are so annoying, he said, seeing Temari, surprising her, and then continued walking, leaving Temari behind. Temari. What the hell is wrong with that boy? Boy, does he have problems. Kakashi had arrived at the hotel where they were staying with Sasuke. It was already late at night, so he assumed that perhaps Sasuke was already asleep. Kakashi was going to enter his room, however he saw Sasuke's room with the door open. Kakashi approached the room and did not see Sasuke inside the room. Kakashi sighed and then went up to the terrace, and there he saw Sasuke, who was sitting on a railing looking into nothingness. Kakashi approached Sasuke. Kakashi. I thought you would be asleep, he said, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke. You can leave me alone, Kakashi, he said without seeing Kakashi. Kakashi. If you say so, you should stop thinking so much about revenge. That only makes you not concentrate, and you can't. Kakashi couldn't finish because Sasuke interrupted him. Sasuke. Will you shut up? I'm already tired of your stupid words. Kakashi. And why is that? Have you forgotten who decided to come with me? No one forced you to come on this trip. Do you think I train you so that you can get revenge? I do it so that you can find another reason in your life. I want to help you. Sasuke. What does that mean? I asked and then looked down. Kakashi. I already told you, you and I are alike. I also lost much more than you think. Even so, I did not choose the path of revenge, and I decided to give my life a reason that would end up helping me, even if you manage to take revenge, you will not have achieved anything, even if you kill Itachi and fulfill your revenge. None of that will bring back all the dead, when you will understand that they are already dead. They are no longer here, and nothing you do will make them return, he said, and then went down to his room, leaving Sasuke alone. Sasuke looked up and looked at the sky. What could that other reason be? That was something that only Sasuke could find and discover, but even though he tries, Sasuke can't find any other reason other than revenge. Perhaps it's for that very reason, since the Sakura, Sasuke's mind was filled with hatred and desire for revenge, if there was only revenge in Sasuke's mind. End of chapter. I hope you like my people, and if so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Saturday. See you. Their adventures begin. 2 weeks later. Naruto was obsessed with hard training. He liked to spend hours and hours training until he reached his highest limits. 2 weeks for Naruto are more than enough to prepare and train a lot. He got used to training so much after the hard training that Madara made him go through. Naruto stretched hard. He had already finished another day of training and he felt very good. He was shirtless, wearing black shinobi pants and shinobi sandals of the same color. He walked and saw that Zetsu came out of the ground. White Zetsu. 2 weeks have passed, Naruto, he said in a happy tone. Naruto. Yes, time goes by quickly, she said, and then released the ponytail with which she had tied her hair, leaving it loose. White Zetsu. So are you going out? He asked in an excited tone. Naruto. Sure, I could have done it since last week, however I decided to train a little more, he said, and then took an apple from a bag. White Zetsu. You've become addicted to apples. You're always eating one, Zetsu said looking at Naruto. Naruto. It's natural, after all the only fruit you brought me during these 2 years were apples. He said and then took a bite. Black Zetsu. What will be the first thing you will do? He asked with his typical hoarse voice. Naruto. I can't enter Akatsuki for now, I want to stay in the shadows for a while. Things should stay the course and everything will turn out as it should. He said and then sat in the chair where Madara sat. Zetsu stood in front of him. White Zetsu. You mean you already have a plan? He asked looking at Naruto who was still eating his apple. Naruto. It's simple, Obito and Akatsuki hunt the Bijus and when only the Kyuubi and Hachibi are missing I will take care of the rest, I'll wait for Obito to do everything for me, if it gets complicated I will give them a hand and when only 2 Bijus are missing it will be time to go after Obito. He said with his impassive face. Black Zetsu. Obito could use pain against you. Naruto. I also thought about that possibility. I can't kill Nagato since I need him to make the plan, however, staying in the shadows gives me something in my favor and that is being able to get closer to Nagato. He said and then threw the leftovers of the apple. White Zetsu. That sounds interesting, how would you do it? I asked, very smiling. Naruto. If I entered Akatsuki Obito could watch me and when I wanted to make my plan Obito would already be ready to send Nagato and his ways against me or perhaps more members of Akatsuki. I am not worried about fighting but as I told you before I cannot kill Nagato, also even though I have changed in my appearance Obito would be able to recognize me so the plan would fail. White Zetsu. Oh I see. Naruto. On the other hand, staying in the shadows makes me someone unrecognizable to Nagato and that would be better, think about it because someone from who knew nothing knows everything about Akatsuki's plan and about Madara and he even knows about your paths of pain. I also have the advantage of having you Zetsu, while I am busy seeing that the Bijus are being hunted, you investigate where Nagato's true body is. I don't want to talk to Pain, I will talk to someone who can believe everything I tell him, Nagato. He said and then rested his face in his hand. Black Zetsu. You already have everything planned. The black half said causing the bench to smile. Naruto. I promised I wouldn't fail, I always keep my promises. He said, keeping his face impassive. White Zetsu. By the way, there is something that Madara left for you to use. He said in an excited tone as is typical for him. Naruto. What is it? White Zetsu. It's right behind that chair. He said pointing with his finger. Naruto got up on the chair and walked behind her and saw a large box and next to the box was the scythe that Madara used, Naruto. He opened the box and what he saw surprised Naruto, inside the box was the clothes that Madara wore when he was a shinobi. Those samurai-like clothes could certainly look perfect on Naruto. Naruto took off the clothes he was wearing and then began to put on his Madara's clothes. Naruto began to tie the bandages at the end of his leg. He tied the bandages on both legs, put on his shinobi sandals that were black and then put on his gloves. Naruto. So these were the clothes that the old man used to wear during his time. It is the same as what Hashirama and Tobirama used too. He said and then began to put on his armor. Black Zetsu. Yes, but that's not Madara's clothes, well at least the armor is. He said while looking at Naruto. Naruto. I see, despite it being his armor, it doesn't have any scratches, I think it fits me well and it's comfortable. He said while flexing his arms. White Zetsu. If it looks good on you, now you're ready. He said and then smiled. Naruto. I think so, come on. Naruto began to walk and then stood on one of the walls of the lair. Naruto activated his Sharingan and it began to spin until it reached his Mangekyo. A large humanoid body without legs formed around Naruto. This was Naruto's Susanoo. Naruto's Susanoo made a fist and then hit the wall. And destroyed it and then Naruto made his Susanoo disappear. Naruto walked through the hole made by the blow of his Susanoo and went outside. After almost 3 years he managed to get outside. Naruto took a deep breath and then exhaled. Naruto. So then we're in Uzushiogakure. He said looking towards the sky. White Zetsu. Well we are a little closer to Kurigakure, and now what's next? I asked looking at Naruto. Naruto. For now, look for a hideout where we can settle down, I think we'll go to Kiri, not much has happened since the Civil War, which they mean that they will not have great Melita Rai power, and that means they will not have to have unnecessary fights. He said, and then began to walk, followed by Zetsu. Iwagakure no Sato, village hidden among the rocks. Iwagakure is located in the country of Earth. Being one of the 5 great villages, it also has a Kage who is the leader of the town, better known as Tsuchikage. The village is known because all its shinobi are specialists in the jutsus of the earth element. Also, this village had been made of 2-tailed beasts, the 4-tailed and the 5-tailed. Qs. The village is also surrounded by large mountains that also serve as a defense for its people from any enemy attack. The village was at a point of weakness after having lost 2 Jinchuriki, yet the Tsuchikage worked to make simple children into great shinobi who would Avenue no problem killing if that was the order. The current Tsuchikage Onoki was in his office and was sitting complaining about 2 things, the paperwork and his back pain. The door to his office opened. And he saw his granddaughter Kuretsuchi, and next to her was Akatsuchi. Onoki. What do you want, Kuretsuchi? He said with his serious face. Kuretsuchi. I wanted to know if you had already decided to retire and leave the position of Tsuchikage to me. He said, accompanied by a small smile. Onoki. I'm not going to retire, and besides, you're not ready yet. He said, looking at his granddaughter. Akatsuchi. Wow, that's a very moving scene. Always talking about it, he said in a calm tone and accompanied by a smile. Kuretsuchi. Well, after I tell you this, I'm sure your back pain will improve. He said, and then took out a paper. Onoki. What is that? I asked, and then start flying and taking the paper. Kuretsuchi. That's a great opportunity to finish off your greatest enemies. He said in a proud tone. Onoki opened the paper. The paper only had 4 words. Jinchuriki of Konoha dead. Onoki half closed his eyes looking at Kuretsuchi. Onoki. How did you get this? He asked, looking at his granddaughter. Kuretsuchi. A man named Kabuto gave it to me. He mentioned that it was a detail from Orochimaru. He said, looking at his grandfather. Akatsuchi. As I understand it, Orochimaru is part of the 3 legendary Sannin. He said, maintaining his calm tone. Onoki. However, now he is a deserter from Konoha and one of the biggest criminals in the world. However, I had heard that he had tried to crush Kono, and that he was also the cause of the death of the 3rd Hokage. He said, narrowing his eyes. Kuretsuchi. But if this is true, then Konoha's military power is low, right? Onoki. You are still a girl, even if Konoha lost its Jinchuriki. The village has great shinobi like Hatake Kakashi, the copycat ninja. It also has 2 of the legendary Sannin, the Hyuga clan, and they also have the last Uchiha and great Junin. It is true that they have lost one part of its military power, but that does not mean that Konoha is vulnerable. He said, looking at his granddaughter. Kuretsuchi. So this is how this ends. Onoki. No, we will use this information we have, and of course we will go against Konoha. The first step will be to convince Kumogakure to alliance against Konoha. He said, and then looked out the window at the village. Kuretsuchi. And what will we do with Akatsuki? He asked, looking at his grandfather. Onoki. Akatsuki's targets are the Jinchurikis. They already lost the Kyuubi, but they could help us a little. Kurigakure. Naruto was moving along the borders of Kurigakure. He had to take a boat to get to the village, and that was what he had done. The reason why Naruto considered that Kurigakure would be a good option to have a hideout is because it is very far from the rest of the villages, and this helps Naruto to continue more in the shadows. He could also use the one that is under reconstruction to find a house and use it as a hideout. After all, in Kiri no one was going to recognize him, and he could pass himself off as a simple civilian. He would use the transformation jutsu to go unnoticed. When Naruto was about to arrive in Kurigakure, he decided to do the transformation jutsu, or rather his famous sexy jutsu, and became a beautiful woman with yellow hair and a great figure. Naruto For some strange reason he decided that it was a good idea to be in a swimsuit. He continued paddling until he reached Kiri. He got off the boat and then he walked a few steps, and in front of him 2 men appeared. They were wearing Kiri's uniform and Kiri's band on their forehead. They seemed to be Junin. Outwitting 2 Junin with a jutsu like that should be very difficult, right? Junin 1. Stop there, who are you? The Junin asked, looking at the woman with a slight blush. Naruto. I'm looking for help. she said in a woman's voice and at the same time a voice that reflected fear. Naruto dropped to the ground and the two Junin worried. Junin 2. Hey, are you okay? Didn't you get hurt? Naruto. No, I want you to help me, I have been paddling for hours and hours, a very bad and had me locked up in his house and he did very bad and dirty things to me. He said and then started to cry. Junin 1. Okay, don't worry miss. The Junin said somewhat nervously. Junin 2. You're right, you can get in here. The Junin also said in a nervous tone. Naruto. Really? He said accompanied by a big smile. Thank you very much, you are so kind. He said with a big smile making both of them blush. One of the Junin took off his jacket and put it on Naruto. Junin 2. Here, you can do this for now, if you go straight from the entrance you will find some shops where you can buy clothes. Naruto. Thank you very much. Generous sir. Junin 2. You can call me Jin. He said totally stunned. Naruto. Thank you very much for your help, you two are so amazing, I hope to see you soon. She ate and then entered the village being seen by the two Junin. Junin 1. What a beautiful and sexy girl, said the Junin looking at his partner. Junin 2. Very beautiful, I am happy to have helped her. Junin 1. Me too. The two stood there stunned for a while before continuing to guard the entrance to Kurigakure. Naruto was walking through the streets of Kurigakure that were under reconstruction, he was looking for an inn. A house where he could stay. As he continued advancing several men complimented him. Naruto just smiled at all of them as he continued advancing, he already wanted to cancel his jutsu. It was starting to seem annoying. Naruto focused his sight on a house that was somewhat far away from the rest, he saw that the house was being rebuilt so it most likely did not have an owner yet. It was also far away and there were only two men rebuilding the house. Naruto approached them with a very gentle smile. Naruto. Hey, I'm looking for a place to stay, I don't have much money to buy a house. I wanted to know if I could help you rebuild the house so I could stay and live with you. She said accompanied by a smile and the two men as soon as they saw her fell speechless. Man 1. Oh, well if you want you can stay here beautiful, said one of them very blushing and with a perverted face. Man 2. Oh sure, we'd love for you to stay with us, said the other while imagining what he could do with her. Naruto. Seriously, they are so good, thank you very much, I'll help them rebuild. Man 1. No of course not, it is a man's duty to do this job, the gentle hands of a beautiful lady like you should not be hurt, said the man in a proud tone. Man 2. You're right, you sit over there we'll finish. Rebuild, we just need to finish putting in the door and windows, said the other man with the same pride. Naruto. AWWWNN they are so chivalrous, this deserves a prize that I will give them when they finish rebuilding, he said in a provocative tone causing the two men to bleed from their noses and begin to fight. Rebuild as if there were no tomorrow. A couple of minutes passed and the men had finished rebuilding the house completely, they had put in furniture and beds and the house was ready to be inhabited. The two men saw Naruto who was sitting and reading a scroll and this surprised the two men who approached her. Man 1. Miss, what is that scroll? The man asked making Naruto see him. Naruto. Ah, this is a recipe to make an exquisite meal, he said smiling. Man 2. So that's our prize. The man said disappointed because he wanted something more intimate. Naruto. Well this is part of the prize. But the most important part starts inside the house, he said and then walked and entered the house followed by the two men who had heart eyes. The three entered the say and the men began to get nervous when they saw that Naruto took off the jacket he was wearing and then took off his bra causing the men to have a runny nose. Naruto only saw the men with an impassive face and then from the ground next to Naruto came Zetsu scaring the two men. Man 1. What is that? I asked very scared. Man 2. I don't know, we have to protect the lady, said the man taking a broom. Naruto just sighed and then did a hand seal and cancelled the sexy jutsu surprising the two men. Man 1. A jutsu. Man 2. Damn, you damn fooled us. Naruto. Thank you for giving me this house, I will pay you back, he said and then activated his Sharingan and made the two men fall to the ground but with a very satisfactory face so to speak. Black Zetsu. Genjutsu. Why do they have that face? He asked, looking at the two men who were smiling and drooling. Naruto. Well, I felt like I should pay them, so they are with several women. I think they would say they are in paradise. He said with his impassive face. White Zetsu. What do we do with them? He said accompanied by a smile. Naruto. Take care of them, at least they'll die happy. He said and then began to tour the house. White Zetsu. That's true. He said smiling and then separated from Black Zetsu and created two clones that took the two men underground. Black Zetsu. So here you have decided to stay. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Yes, there won't be any problem. Plus I think it could take advantage of a village like Kurigakure. He said, keeping his face impassive. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday. See you. The Mizukage, Meiterumi. Naruto was a determined person. If he said it was going to be something he would fight until it was completed. During his time in Konoha there was a phrase that Naruto I constantly repeated, and that was, I will not go back on my word, that is my ninja way. That phrase seemed to always accompany Naruto. The weight of his word was kept balanced with the weight of his actions. That was why somehow Naruto was able to achieve the impossible and demonstrate how much you can achieve if you set your mind to it and don't stop fighting. It is almost as if destiny will challenge Naruto to try to achieve anything. Before he was the Hokage, and with bigger steps Naruto was advancing, but everything collapsed in a single day. Now he was on the other side of the road, a dark path, or perhaps a path where he could find peace. What uncertainty? Could it be that life wants to teach Naruto something? Or could it be that Naruto is destined to decide what will happen to the world? No one knows, but if there is one thing that can be sure, it is that Naruto was a very important part of this world. Destruction or salvation, only a god could know that. Naruto was reviewing some scrolls. This seemed to be Naruto's hobby. When he is not training, he is always studying about history or learning new jutsus. Naruto looked up as Zetsu emerged from the ground and began walking towards him. Black Zetsu. It seems Akatsuki hasn't started the hunt yet. He said with his hoarse voice. Naruto. It seems like they waited a little longer. According to what I asked you to find out. He said looking at Zetsu. White Zetsu. Well, Kiri does not have a Jinchuriki. He is now a deserter and his name is Utakata, and he is the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Iwagakure lost the two Jinchurikis, however they were captured by Akatsuki. Kumo still has his two Jinchurikis, and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails has not been captured. He said with his typical happy tone. Naruto. So in total they have two captured Jinchurikis, the Mizukage. Previous Yagura is dead, but according to them, the three tails had been extracted and released, so it is most likely that he has not been captured yet. White Zetsu. Capturing a Biju must be even more difficult. Naruto. Yes it is, however the Akatsuki members are all shrank criminals. What about the Jinchuriki girl? He asked looking at Zetsu. Black Zetsu. She is a kunoichi from Tokigakure, her name is Fu. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Tokigakure, it won't be any problem to capture it. In the past this village had great shinobi. Especially great Jonin, but now its military power has decreased a lot. It also had a very famous kinjutsu called Jongu, but it was stolen. You said that the one who stole this kinjutsu was Kakuzu, who was a member of Akatsuki. He spoke and then walked to the kitchen followed by Zetsu. White Zetsu. So what will you do? I asked very excitedly since I wanted to see Naruto in action. Naruto. Stay in the shadows. I can't make any move until Akatsuki begins the hunt for the Biju. I think it's time for you to move. He said pointing at Zetsu. White Zetsu. Huh, he said in a confused tone. Naruto. Look for the location of Nagato's body. Before the hunt begins I would like to talk to Nagato. I will wait for you sitting here, Zetsu. He said, sitting down at the table, and then opened the lid of his ramen. Black Zetsu. See you. White Zetsu. We'll be back real quick. He said and then sank into the ground and disappeared. Naruto just watched as Zetsu disappeared and then started eating in. Enjoy your ramen. It's been a long time since I had one, so this was very sacred. Sunagakure no Sato, village hidden in the sand. Gaara, a boy who just the year before had become a cage, was already beginning to feel the weight of being one. The people of Suna did not admire Gaara or respect him, they only feared him. As he was in his childhood, this is his adolescence. Even so, Gaara continued forward, and with his head held high, he had made a promise that he would not like for anything in the world. Break. After the death of Naruto, Gaara promised that he would fight in. He would be very strong to protect all his loved ones since he did not want to lose anyone else again. A promise that kept Gaara standing in the face of his situation as Kazekage. Gaara loved his home. Ian would give his life without a doubt to protect it. It was the home where he saw his mother, where his brothers live, and all the people of this village needed a leader to protect them after losing the fourth Kazekage Rasa, who was also Gaara's father. After a deception by Orochimaru to invade Konoha, it was Gaara's job for the village to recover again. And now looking at the village from the top of the Kazekage's tower was Gaara. Kankuro began to approach Gaara. Kankuro, Gaara, Sasuke and Kakashi are already on their way out, he said, looking at Gaara, who kept looking at the village. Gaara, almost 3 years, Naruto Uzumaki, he said in a low voice and with a face that reflected sadness. Kankuro, Gaara, I'll go now to say goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke, he said, and then looked at Kankuro. Kankuro, what's wrong, Gaara? He asked in a worried tone. Gaara, now that I am Kazekage, I have much that I must protect. I am aware that people still fear me, however I will fight for this village no matter what I have to give up my life, he said, looking at Kankuro. Kankuro, well Gaara, I will also be at your side to continue fighting for this village, just like Tamari. Gaara, I know, thank you, he said, and then gave a small smile that took Kankuro by surprise. Kankuro, dire welcome, he said, somewhat confused. Gaara, let's say goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke. Gaara and Kankuro walked until they reached the main gate of Sunagaku. There were Kakashi and Sasuke, there was also Baki and Tamari. Gaara, so today you will leave, he said, looking at Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi, we still have 2 months of training left, however we have made a lot of progress and we have decided to return sooner, plus someone wants to test their new skills on real missions, he said, watching out of the corner of his eye at Sasuke, who had his typical serious face. Gaara, I understand, I hope you have found some calm, Sasuke Uchiha, he said, looking at Sasuke, who also saw it. Sasuke, there is only one way to find calm. Everyone understood well what he was referring to. Kankuro, I hope your trip goes well, he said, and then smiled. Tamari, take care, we'll see you later, he said while smiling. Baki, it was a pleasure having you here, he said, looking at Sasuke and Kakashi. Kakashi, well, see you, he said, and then began to walk. Sasuke stood looking at Gaara. Sasuke, I didn't kill him, Naruto was, my. Gaara, I know it wasn't you, and I understand that he was also my friend, he said, looking at Sasuke, who smiled and then started walking to reach Kakashi. Kakashi, without a doubt, Naruto has managed to have a lot of impact on that boy. This is what Naruto achieved and that can never be erased, he said, watching. He walked forward, causing Sasuke to see him. Sasuke, I think so, he said, and then gave a sigh and continued walking. Kurigakure no Sato, village hidden in the mist. Naruto was still sitting in the chair at the table. A few hours had passed and Naruto was still waiting with his impassive face for Zetsu. Naruto had a scroll in his hand and was reading when Zetsu appeared. Naruto, what did you get? I asked without seeing Zetsu. Black Zetsu. It is in Omegakure, the tallest tower, he said, looking at Naruto. Naruto, I see, the problem is that he is protected by pain. I don't want to fight with him because that would only complicate things, he said, and then put down the parchment he was reading. White Zetsu. So how do you plan to approach it? He asked with an excited face. Naruto. Pain, Nagato, is there anyone else besides Obito who knows this information? He asked, looking at his partner. Black Zetsu. Konan. White Zetsu. Oh, you're right, Pain's friend and Akatsuki member Konan, he said while smiling. Naruto. I see, she must be in Omegakure too. Get closer to that woman will be complicated since she must always be with Pain, he said, and then got up and walked towards the door. White Zetsu. What will you do? He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. For now I will go buy food. I will leave in the afternoon. If I'm not mistaken I will be able to reach Omegakure in the early morning. He said and then left the house. White Zetsu. He seems to be very calm. Black Zetsu. I see him very thoughtful. Naruto was walking through the streets of Kiri. No one notices it. Naruto entered the first store he saw. He began to look for what he loved so much, yes, ramen. He managed to see it and he approached and took around 20 cups of ramen to go prepare them at home. Naruto walked towards where he should pay and there was a man who saw Naruto strange for carrying so many cups of ramen. Store man. Wow, he likes ramen. He said taking one of them. Naruto. What can I say, it's my favorite food. He said smiling. Suddenly a very beautiful woman with a slim figure entered the store. With long reddish-brown hair that reached to her ankles with a bow tied with a blue band, with 2 locks of which one covers her right eye and 2 that cross her chest, she had green eyes and she was wearing a dark blue long-sleeved dress, which falls just below her knees. The dress only covers the upper part of her arms and the lower part of her breasts. Underneath she wears a mesh shirt. She wears shorts of the same color as the dress and underneath mesh tights. Around her waist she wears a belt. She was wearing high-heeled sandals and shin guards. The woman entered the store and next to her was a man with blue hair and black eyes, black-rimmed glasses, a long-sleeved striped shirt and camouflage pants. He had the Kurigakure band on his chest and a large sword behind his back wrapped in bandages. Question mark. Hello. I come for my fruits. The woman said smiling. Store lord. Hello Mizukaja-sama, if you wait, I'll bring you your fruits now. The man said and then left through a door. Naruto saw the woman when he heard the owner of the store refer to her as Mizukage. The woman was reviewing some facial treatments and the young man was next to her. Look Chojuro, this claims to be 99% effective. He said looking at the boy next to him. Chojuro. Yes Miss May, however we only come for your fruits. The boy said a little blushing. Naruto approached the woman making the boy named Chojuro stand in front of her. Chojuro. Who are you? He asked a little nervously, making the Mizukage turn around and see Naruto. Naruto. Don't worry, I just wanted to take this cream. He said taking the face cream. May. Wow, I didn't think there was a man who would care so much about his appearance. He said smiling and looking at Naruto. Naruto. Well let's say that I like to take care of myself. He said and then gave a small smile that made May blush. May. Hey, I hadn't seen you around here, are you a shinobi? He asked with a serious face. Naruto. Well I'm a merchant, I travel from village to village selling my products. He said in a calm tone. May. Products? What kind of products? Naruto. Well, all kinds, sometimes even women's underwear. He said making May smile. Chojuro. You know, I'm still here. He said raising his hand. May. Oh right Chojuro you could wait for my fruits. He said smiling making Chojuro blush. Chojuro. Yes, but I'll be watching you. He ate and then went to wait for the fruits. May. Well, what are we doing? Naruto. In the underwear. He said in such a normal and innocent way. May. Okay, I would like to see your merchandise, and Old you help me decide which one suits me best. He said in a flirtatious tone. Naruto. Of course, by the way I heard that the owner of the store referred to you as Mizukaja-sama. May. Oh, someone didn't know me, well, nice to meet you. My name is Mei Terumi and I am the Mizukage of Kurigakure. He said extending his hand to Naruto. Naruto. I'm Hikaru Hiura, the pleasure is mine. He said and then took the woman's hand. May. Wow, what an interesting name, would you like to tell me more about your business? He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. Sure Mizukage. Mei Terumi, Mizukage of Kurigakure. Crossed paths with Naruto who sees this in an interesting way. Many would like to be with the Mizukage and it seemed that Naruto could have that possibility, however Naruto did not see this as the Poe's ability of a love affair but as something more, something that apparently will help Naruto in the future. What will it be? Only Naruto knows that, but if there is one thing that is very certain, is that Mei Terumi was going to become a woman who was part of Naruto's plan, that macabre and dark plan. End of chapter. I hope you like my people, if so don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Saturday. See you. Akatsuki woman. Naruto put on his armor and then put on his gloves. Naruto turned and saw Zetsu, who was looking at him the same way. White Zetsu. You'll start moving now, he said in an excited tone. Naruto. Yes, I will go to Omegakure. I will try to get closer to that woman called Konan. She is the key for me to get closer to Nagato, he explained, looking at Zetsu. Black Zetsu. You will arrive at Omegakure at dawn. We will wait for you there, he said with his typical hoarse voice. Naruto. Don't worry, I'll try to get there as quickly as I can, he said, and then walked to the door. White Zetsu. The way you're dressed makes me understand that you're going to fight, I speak, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I have to find a way to get Konan to approach me. When she does, she will surely try to attack me, so I am prepared, he said, and then gave a small smile. Black Zetsu. Be careful not to attract too much attention. See you around, he said, and then sank to the ground. Naruto made a hand seal and created a clone and ordered him to stay at home. Naruto left the house. It was already night, so he had to move very quickly to reach Omegakure. Naruto began to move quickly across the roofs. He arrived and climbed the wall and then saw that there were Anbus and Jonin at the door. Around 12, Naruto jumped from the wall down towards where the Anbu and Jonin were. Naruto fell a few steps in front of them. The 12 shinobi and Anbus saw Naruto before running towards him. They were so focused on defeating Naruto that they forgot to send one of them to give this report to the Mizukage. Naruto's Mangekyo began to spin and activated the ribcage that surrounded him and covered him from melee attacks. The Anbus jumped back when they couldn't do anything. The rib cage disappeared. Naruto looked up and his Sharingan could be seen. The shinobi saw Naruto, and after a few seconds the 12 Jonin and Anbu fell to the ground unconscious. Zetsu appeared next to Naruto. White Zetsu saw this with a smile, and Black Zetsu couldn't tell if he was smiling or if he could even do it. Black Zetsu. So unconscious, he said, seeing the bodies. Naruto. I couldn't let any of them escape. Take care of them, then you catch up with me, he said, and then began to run over the water. White Zetsu. He could have killed them all, he said, watching Naruto run away over the water. Omegakure. Omegakure. Located in the country of rain that is located around the country of fire, wind and earth, a highly industrialized village, is. The village was very far from the outside world. Small villages surrounded it, a village where it is always raining, as its name says. The village had always been a battlefield for the countries of fire, wind and earth. As a result, they left a destroyed village and a large number of innocent people dead, all because of the war of the great countries. This country suffered the war and even suffered it more than any other. Why the village could be said to be stable. A few years ago the leader of this village was Hanzo of the Salamander. However, he had been murdered, and now the one who acted as leader of Omegakure was someone the townspeople called God. At the top of the tallest tower, there was a man standing, watching the village, and he didn't seem to be bothered by the rain. His hair was orange and with several ings on his face resembling small bars. He had the Rinnegan and also had the Akatsuki cape. This was Pain, the leader of Akatsuki and also the god of Omegakure. Behind him was his friend and loyal companion Konan, who was considered the angel of Omegakure. Konan. Pain. I asked, looking at the god of Omegakure. Pain. Only 2 months until the Jinchuriki hunt begins. We are so close to achieving La Paz, he responded, looking at the village. Konan. You're right, Pain, come, he's already here, she said, making Pain see her and start walking into the tower. 2 months, and peace will come to the world, said a very dark voice, and you could only see a Sharingan shining in the darkness. Pain. Each member now has the Jinchuriki they must capture, he said, looking at the man. Konan. By the way, Madara, what did you find out about the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? He said, looking at the now recognized as Madara. Madara. There's something strange about Naruto Uzumaki, he said, and then approached the GHT and Konan and Pain, and you could see a man with an orange mask with a spiral. Only his Sharingan could be seen, and he was wearing the Akatsuki cape. Pain. Weird. Madara. It's as if Konoha has suddenly hidden him. Yet there is a way I can get closer to him and discover what happened, without. However, I will do it when the Jinchuriki hunt begins, he said, looking at Pain and Konan. Konan. Okay, he said, keeping his face impassive. Madara. Don't forget that the one who will go for the Ninetales will be your pain. He said and then began to disappear in a rotating vortex. Pain. I know, pain, said with an indifferent face watching how Madara disappeared. Fire Country. Naruto was running towards a Megakure. To get there faster, Naruto decided that he would enter the country of fire. He would try to avoid entering Konoha and avoid memories. About 2 hours had already passed. Naruto managed to see land and therefore he was already in the country of fire. Naruto reached the shore, entering the country of fire without being detected would be very difficult, however there was no time to think about anything and he was already in it. Zetsu came out of the ground and stood next to Naruto. Height Zetsu. You will have to pass over the country of fire. He said looking at Naruto. Naruto. I know, I'll use the jutsu. Activate his Mangekyo and close his left eye. Black Zetsu. Now your chakra is very low. It's like that of someone with a low amount of chakra. Naruto. This way I will try to go unnoticed. There may be some who sense my presence, however it would have to be someone with great sensor ability. He said and then began to walk followed by Zetsu. White Zetsu. Also at this time it is less likely that they will be able to detect you. See you in a Megakure. He said and then sank to the ground. Naruto just watched Zetsu sink and then jumped onto a branch and started to move towards the northeast. Whether Naruto wanted to or not, he was going to pass near Konoha, and even if he did not accept it. The truth is that Naruto did have a certain nostalgia for returning to what was his home, but now he had something else to do. He had promised his grandfather that he was going to finish the infinite Tsukuyomi plan and that he was going to eliminate Obito. He couldn't break that promise, couldn't he? The minutes passed as Naruto continued to advance at high speed through the trees. The seal that had been placed hid Naruto's chakra, and feeling his presence was very difficult due to the low amount of chakra that was felt, but everything was only because of the seal that hid his true chakra. Acted as a seal of understanding and that even an expert sensor. It was difficult to feel his chakra. Naruto could maintain this seal for an entire day. The seal did not waste his chakra. However, it did not allow him to use his Mangekyo, since when using it the seal would break. Naruto jumped to the top of a large tree and could see Konoha. It was right in front of him, and quickly the memories came to Naruto's mind, who quickly shook his head to eliminate those memories. He did not want those memories to cause his steps to put him in Konoha. It was very difficult for Naruto to fight against those memories. However, Naruto remembered how Konoha abandoned him, how they did not even look for his body and they left him for dead, and he was also sure that the villagers were happy that he had died. Those memories he had were gone, replaced by the memories of his childhood and everything he suffered. Naruto gave a loud sigh and then began to jump from branch to branch surrounding. In order not to enter Konoha, he managed to leave Konoha behind and continued advancing without looking back. He was already close to reaching the country of rain. Naruto was advancing and then he stopped on a branch when he felt two presences. He hid between the branches and could hear the voices. There was a lot of silence, so hearing the voices was very easy. Naruto. He quickly recognized the two voices and then walked a little closer and could see his former sensei and teammate, Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. The two were heading towards Konoha. Well, Kakashi wasn't. Nothing had changed. Weaver Sasuke had changed, apart from the fact that now he had the Chunin uniform on and with the Konoha band on his forehead. Naruto just watched and couldn't help but think that there went who he considered his great friend and rival. Someone who had tried to leave Konoha and he went to bring him back, and now he is in Konoha and Naruto is outside of it, and for everyone in Konoha he is dead. Naruto watched as Kakashi and Sasuke walked further and further away. Naruto turned around and decided to continue moving forward. Kakashi and Sasuke stopped and then turned to look back. They felt a strange sensation. A sensation that they were being watched. Kakashi. What was that? I asked, looking towards the trees. Sasuke. I don't know, but whatever it is gone. He said, narrowing his eyes. Kakashi. Well, anyway, come on. I see the Konoha gate a few steps ahead. He said and then started walking. Sasuke. What was that? He thought and then followed Kakashi. Naruto was still moving at great speed. He had no time to stop. He wanted to get to a Megakure as soon as possible. He wanted to meet Pain, but above all he wanted to fight someone who had a Rinnegan. however he was not going to be reckless. He knew that if he did that, convincing Nagato was going to become more complicated. Naruto knew a lot about the Rinnegan. The scrolls and what Madara told him was what made Naruto know a lot about the Rinnegan. He knew that someone who has a Rinnegan would it became a great sensor, therefore not even the seal was going to prevent pain from detecting it. However, Naruto had a somewhat risky idea. After all, Naruto did not know pain, but if he calls himself God it means that he would only fight with someone worthy. A Megakure. Naruto could already see a Megakure. It took Naruto an hour to get to a Megakure since he entered the country of fire. He was approaching his destination and this only put a smile on his face. Naruto was running through the water. Naruto was able to reach land and finally managed to set foot on a Megakure. Naruto was greeted by falling rain. Naruto took out a scroll and then made a hand seal and took out a hood. Naruto took off his armor and he only left the normal cloths that he wears under his armor, and he kept his armor in a scroll and then he kept his scroll in the kunai holder. Naruto put on his hood and then started walking. He started. Enter a Megakure. Pain, who was once again in the highest tower looking at the village, was surprised to feel a strange chakra surrounding the village. He had never felt that presence, and although it was a very low chakra, Pain knew that it was not. He was a villager from a Megakure. Surely he was one of those ninjas who came from another village seeking refuge in this one, or perhaps just looking for trouble. Pain turned towards Konan, who was watching him. Konan. Is something wrong, Pain? I asked, looking at the god of a Megakure. Pain. Someone has interfered with my reign. He said, looking at Konan. Konan. Anyone? Pain. Yes. It's a very low chakra, so it must be a low-level shinobi. I'll go eliminate it. Konan. Wait, you don't have to go, I'll take care of him. He said and then separated into many small sheets of paper that took the shape of butterflies. Pain. Be careful, he said, watching Konan walk away. Naruto continued walking through the streets of a Megakure. Zetsu followed him underground. Naruto stopped and then turned right and entered an alley. Several sheets of paper in the shape of butterflies passed by him and then began to gather in front of him, making Naruto freeze. Stopped. The leaves came tog. Ether and Konan could be seen, who was watching Naruto. Konan. Who are you? And what do you want here? I asked, looking at the hooded man. Naruto. I want information. He said and then took off his hood and saw Konan, who kept her face impassive. Konan. Who are you? Naruto. I'll ask the questions. Suddenly Black Zetsu came out of the ground and took over Konan's body, making it impossible for Konan to move. Naruto approached Konan. Konan. But what is this? Naruto. Konan, angel of a Megakure, you and I are going to help each other. He said, looking at Konan. End of chapter. I hope you like it, my people. If so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday. See you. The weight of feeling guilty. Konan was surprised, although she did not reflect it. She remained with that serious face, looking directly at Naruto, trying to decipher who that man was. However, she had never seen him in her life, and neither had she. Remember, it was in the bingo book. Naruto. What do you say? Are you going to cooperate? He questioned, looking at Konan. Konan. I don't know who you are. Also, how could I help you? He asked, making Naruto smile. Naruto. Do you feel it is very necessary to know who I am? I think the important thing is that only you can help me. He said and then took out a scroll. Konan. No matter what you do, he will find you and make you pay. He said in a threatening tone. Naruto. Who? Pain? Or Nagato? He said, surprising Konan. Konan. How do you know that name? Naruto. I know many more things, Akatsuki, the Bijus and Madara Uchiha. He said and then activated his Sharingan. Konan. Who are you? He asked, looking directly at Naruto's Sharingan. Naruto. Like I told you. Black Zetsu. Naruto behind you. He said, interrupting Naruto. The moment Zetsu sighed, that Naruto turned back and saw several paper shurikens. Naruto narrowed his eyes and dodged the shurikens and at the same time caught them. Naruto caught all the paper shurikens and then turned to see Konan. Naruto. So you already had a trap, huh? He said, smiling. Konan. Sure. He said, and then the paper shurikens that Naruto had caught exploded and a large screen of smoke formed. After the smoke cleared, a hole caused by the explosion could be seen. The explosion was lethal. Konan knew that if not, it killed that person. Man left him very badly injured, however to Konan that man did not seem so weak to have been defeated with just that. Naruto. Having an Uchiha leader and an Uchiha companion, you should know that looking them in the eye is a serious mistake. Naruto's voice said, which surprised Konan a little. Zetsu, who had control of Konan's body, made him turn back, and there was Naruto. He was sitting on the roof of a house, with a face impassive and his active Sharingan looking directly at Konan. Konan. I had no choice. I'm not in control of my body, he said without losing his composure. Naruto. I must say that your coldness can be annoying, however I like it a lot, he said smiling. Konan. Ah, he shouted, making a gesture of pain, causing Naruto to look worried. Naruto. Don't hurt him, he said in a worried tone, making Konan see it. Black Zetsu. I haven't done anything to him. Konan. You are different. To appear in a Megakure and do what you have done, you act with kindness, he said, looking at Naruto, making him frowned. Naruto. I'm not here to fight anyone, just that, he said, and then took out a parchment again. Konan. What is that scroll? Naruto. Leave it alone. At the moment Naruto said that, Black Zetsu separated from Konan's body and then sank into the ground and disappeared. Konan took out her paper wings and rose up and then created many paper shurikens. Naruto only saw this and then threw the scroll to Konan, who caught it with a paper arm that she created somewhat away from her. Naruto. Don't worry, there's nothing that will hurt you. I'm sure you're interested in the information I have. In that scroll you will find some instructions that will take you with me, and there we can speak, he said, looking at Konan. Konan. And if I don't decide to go? Naruto. It's your decision, if you want to follow that fake Madara or want to know what the truth is. Pain will not make the right decision, make it yourself, just like Yahiko would, he said, surprising Konan. Naruto saw Konan for a few seconds and then he began to fade away as if it were ash blown by the wind. Konan. You, who are you really? Naruto. The one who has been chosen to bring true peace to the world, Naruto Uzumaki, he said, and then sank to the ground and disappeared as if he had never been there. Konan lowered herself to the ground and her paper wings disappeared. She saw the scroll and saw that it had the Uchiha symbol on it. Konan looked towards where Naruto was. Konan sighed and then reacted. Of course it didn't come to her mind until now. Naruto Uzumaki, she had already had that name. Heard. Konan thought back and then remembered the conversation with Madara about the Ninetales Jinchuriki. What does this mean? Konan didn't quite understand how the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is now someone who is not only outside of Konoha but also has the Sharingan, and also it has so much information that it seemed impossible to possess. There is no way that when you think about it for a moment and put some pieces together you won't arouse curiosity in you. That is what was now in Konan. She was a woman loyal to her friends and above all loyal to Nagato and would never make reckless decisions. However, how much did Naruto know? The savior of the world, Yahiko, Nagato, and even said fake Madara. Konan. It is possible that he knows the location of Nagato's true body, the decision that Yahiko would make, he thought, and then separated into many paper butterflies. Her butterflies continued flying until they reached the tallest tower, and there was Pain standing looking at the village. The paper butterflies gathered behind Pain and Konan could be seen. Pain. I felt his chakra disappear out of nowhere. I guess you already took care of him, he said, looking at Konan. Konan. Yes, Naruto's words about the fake Madara, Nagato and Yahiko came to Konan's mind, also, when he said that he was the true savior of the world. Pain. Is something wrong? He asked, bringing Konan out of her thoughts. Konan. No, nothing, he said with his typical impassive face. Kumogakure. Kumogakure is the hidden village of the country of lightning. Being part of one of the 5 great villages, it has a cage, or better known as Reikage. In this village the use of techniques of the Lig HTNING element or Kenjutsu are very common. It is located in a range of high mountains and, as its name indicates, it is hidden among the clouds. This village is also known for possessing the 8-tailed ox. During a process to create the perfect Jinchuriki, many shinobi of this village died, which ended in the 3rd Reikage deciding to seal in a special pot, sealing the 8 tails, everything content. UED like this for 30 years until the village chose Killer Bee as the host of the Eight Tails, and thus the attacks stopped and they had finally found the perfect Jinchuriki. The village was also known for being the place of residence of the Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had carried out a coup d'état that ended up leaving the second Hokage seriously injured, and this caused the MPT for a peace treaty between the second Hokage and the second Raikage to be broken, thus turning the brothers into the biggest criminals in the history of Kumogakure. Since then the Aldea has lived through conflicts and wars against Konoha. The current Raikage, was in his office and seemed to not have much paperwork. In front of him stood his personal assistant Mabui, who had a brochure in hand. What is that? He asked in an annoyed tone, as is his custom. Mabui. This was sent by Iwagakure, he said, surprising the Raikage a little. Now what does that old Onoki want? He said, and then took the brochure and opened it. When he opened it, he saw that it said information about Konoha, which aroused his curiosity, and he began to read what that pamphlet had. At first it was just Onoki asking how the village was going or things like that, but what caught the Raikage was when he read that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki. So that was it, Konoha no longer has its Jinchuriki, he said, looking at Mabui. However, even though Konoha lost its Jinchuriki, it still has great shinobi like Hitaki Kakashi, he said, looking at the Raikage. Plus 2 of the legendary Sannin are there, and one of them is the Hokage. All the great clans they have, and great Junin like the Green Beast, he said, and then stood up and walked towards the window of his office. Mabui, will you send a message to the Tsuchikage? Yes. Tell old Onoki to prepare his best shinobi. He will need a lot of power if he wants to crush Konoha, he said, looking at the village. Konoha was once again in one of its quiet days, the village. It was very common and typical to have these quiet days, and Sasuke Uchiha walked through the streets of Konoha. Sasuke walked with his typical serious face, his steps seemed to take him to the Hokage Tower. Sasuke was wearing a Chunin suit. Sasuke saw 3 people he knew right in front of him, the Ino Shikacho team. Ino. Sasuke-kun, we heard that you arrived early today, he said, accompanied by a smile. Sasuke. Yes, he said indifferently, and then saw Shikamaru, who was also looking at him. Shikamaru. It's good that you made the decision to stay in Konoha. You should have made decisions like that more than 2 years ago, he said, causing Sasuke to frown. Sasuke. Do you have something to tell me, Shikamaru? He asked, looking directly at Shikamaru. Shikamaru. No need, let's go. This is becoming very problematic, he said, and then started walking. Choji. Wait, Shikamaru, see you, Sasuke, he said, and then began to follow Shikamaru. Sasuke. Tisk. Ino. See you, Sasuke-kun, he said, giving Sasuke a hug, causing an upset face on his face. Sasuke only watched as the members of Team 10 walked away. Sasuke took a deep breath and then continued advancing on his way towards the Hokage Tower. Sasuke arrived at the Hokage Tower and entered the office. Upon entering, he saw Tsunade, and next to her was Shizune. A few steps in front of him were Kakashi and Sakura, who turned to see Sasuke. Sakura. Sasuke-kun, she said, smiling at Sasuke, who didn't even see her. Sasuke. Why this meeting? He asked, keeping his face serious. Tsunade. Straight well, the reason for this meeting is because today Team 7 will finally be complete, he said, looking at the members of Team 7. Sasuke. New member? He asked, making everyone see him. Tsunade. Yes, the teams are made up of 3 Genin or Chunin and 1 Jonin, and you are only 2 Chunin, so you need 1, he said in a calm tone. Kakashi. And who would be the new member? He asked, looking at the Hokage. Tsunade. You can go out. At the moment Tsunade said that, a small flash formed, and then a boy of about 17 or 16 years old was seen. He had black hair and the skin color was that of someone very pale. He was carrying a small backpack, a short black jacket with a long right sleeve. It had red straps, black shinobi pants, and shinobi sandals of the same color, and black gloves with his index fingers and thumb exposed. The boy knelt in front of Tsunade. Tsunade. This is your new partner, he said, looking at Kakashi. Nice to meet you, my name is Sai, he said, accompanied by a smile. Sakura. It's a pleasure. My name is Sakura, he said accompanied by a smile. Sai. I hope we do a great job. Kakashi. I hope so. He said and then gave a sigh. Sasuke. What the hell? You expect me to agree to team up with this guy? He said looking at Tsunade. Sai. Sasuke Uchiha, it seems that you were a little upset. I don't think there is any problem. After all, according to what I have heard, Naruto was just a failure. Someone who couldn't do anything right and all he did was harm the team. I think I can. Sasuke. You don't know Naruto, you never met him, so don't talk about him. He said interrupting Sai. Sakura. Sasuke-kun, he thought looking at Sasuke. Sai. Now you want to act like a friend. Who was the one who decided to leave the village? Who do you think Naruto is dead for? That's not friendship, Sasuke. That's hypocrisy. The moment those words left Sai's mouth, Sasuke in a flash of speed tried to slash Sai with his sword without. However, Sai managed to move very little and Sasuke's cut passed next to him. Kakashi took Sasuke's arm, who saw Kakashi and surprised him because Sasuke's gaze reflected great hatred. Kakashi. Calm down, Sasuke. Sasuke, let go of me, Kakashi. A.L. Oud bang was heard that caught the attention of those present who saw how Tsunade had destroyed their table with one blow, leaving a scared Shizune. Tsunade. What the hell is wrong with them? What happened to Naruto is not their fault. No one, so stop talking about it. People die, you have to move on, and that's what you have to do. Sai is the new member of the team 7 and it is like this because I decided so. So understand and follow the orders. He said with a vein painted on his forehead and looking at the members of Team 7. Sasuke. Tisk. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and then left Tsunade's office. In the very worried sight of Sakura and Shizune. Sai. He got upset. At least I managed to dodge his attack. He said looking towards the door. Shizune. Sai. Kakashi. Sasuke has T.H.E. Sharingan and is an expert with the sword. You should understand from that someone like that does not fail. He said surprising Sai. Tsunade. You can leave. He said and then sat down in his chair. Everyone present left Tsunade's office, who gave a heavy sigh and began to rub her forehead. Shizune. Another one. He said looking at Tsunade. Tsunade. My table, there are 3 of them, these brats are a pain in the ass. He said in an annoyed tone. End of chapter. I hope you like my people, if so don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out until Monday. See you. Konan's decision. Sasuke se encontraba sentado en la rama de un árbol, tenía su vista perdida en la nada y en su mente muchos recuerdos vagaban sin la intención de Sasuke por querer recordarlos de nuevo, los recuerdos de las palabras de su hermano. Lo que sucedió esa noche y como todo se derrumbó en la vida de Sasuke, quien durante un tiempo creyó estar atrapado en una ilusión, en una horrible pesadilla. Sin embargo esa era la realidad. Una muy injusta y painful reality. Sasuke sighed as he felt a presence next to him, someone Sasuke already knew who he was. Sasuke. What do you want, Kakashi? He asked without seeing Kakashi. Kakashi. Are you calmer now? I questioned looking forward. Sasuke. Tisk, leave me alone. He said with his angry face. Kakashi. Hey, don't worry, I'm not here to spoil you and much less to scold you. The only reason I'm here is because I want to make you a question, he said and then looked at Sasuke. Sasuke. A question, he said looking at Kakashi and in a confused tone. Kakashi. Why don't you accept Sai? Sasuke. Why? I don't even know, he said, lowering his gaze. Kakashi. Tu no mataste a Naruto, porque te afecta tanto, que acaso sientes que te estás volviendo igual que Itachi. Alguien que mata a sus seres queridos. The moment Kakashi said that, Sasuke stood up and took out his sword, making Kakashi put his hand in front of Sasuke, making him understand to stop. Kakashi. You know, not only you have had problems, you think you are special. Let me tell you that there are people who have gone through the same thing as you haven't stopped to think about how Sakura feels. Since you arrived you haven't spoken a word to her, and she also suffers from Naruto's death. Sasuke put away his sword and then lowered his gaze and clenched his fists. Kakashi. There are people who have lost as much as you. And they do not stop failing again and again, but it does not mean that you sink because of that. If those precious people died, what you have left is to keep their memories with you, and since you are still alive, move on, just as they would have wanted. He said and then gave a small smile under his mask. Sasuke. Ties. Kakashi saw Sasuke for a moment and then disappeared into a puff of smoke, leaving only Sasuke, who sat back down on the table branch of the tree. Kakashi's words made Sasuke realize the path he was following. It was time for him to make a decision. Continue in Konoha and fight for it just as Naruto would have wanted for him, or go after revenge, pursue that path that Sasuke was very clear would be a path full of misfortune and darkness. Is there a choice that is correct? That depends on the mentality, and in Sasuke's mind, there was more revenge than his desire to fight for Konoha. Sasuke stood up and looked up at the sky. Two things came to Sasuke's mind. The image of his parents and then the image of Itachi. Sasuke sighed and then got down from the tree and began to walk towards the streets of Konoha. Kusagaker. Someone whose greed is so great that to continue using his jutsus and find immortality he has gone so far as to use children to experiment. That someone is none other than Orochimaru, who was sitting on his bed and seemed to be smiling about something. Orochimaru. Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru just smiled after saying that. Kabuto entered Orochimaru's room with some papers in his arms. Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru, this is so unexpected, he said and then started reading a paper. Kabuto. Naruto Uzumaki. Status. Dead. Parents. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. No matter how much I search for it in the Konoha documents, there is nothing that relates it to the Uchihas, but Kabuto spoke and then adjusted his glasses and smiled. Orochimaru. Ah, that tells me you found something, he said, looking at Kabuto in a funny tone. Kabuto. Of course, my lord. During my fight with Naruto and Tsunade I was able to get a sample of his blood. I had saved it to use in some new experiment. But now that this rumor of a new Uchiha arrived, I decided to do the test, and in the documents I found Naruto's blood is related to the Uchihas, but that's not all. His blood. He has a stronger relationship with one Uchiha in particular, he said and then showed Orochimaru a paper, and on it was the photo and name of Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru, upon seeing Madara's photo, smiled, but it was a very different from his typical ones. It was a smile that seemed to reflect surprise and above all fear. It was so much so that Orochimaru couldn't help but sweat. Orochimaru. Madara Uchiha. Naruto has a very strong relationship with Madara Uchiha. He is so wonderful, he said in a satisfactory tone. Kabuto. What will we do, my lord? He asked, looking at the Sannin snake. Orochimaru. We will continue to monitor Sasuke-kun until Naruto-kun decides to leave that cave where he is hidden, he said and then stuck out his tongue in a macabre way. Kurigakure. Naruto was at home. He was eating a delicious ramen with a very calm and happy face. After all, he was eating his favorite dish. Zetsu came out of the ground next to Naruto. Black Zetsu. In the village there is talk about the murder of the 12 Jonin and Anbu who guarded the gates of Kiri. The people of the village have been very alert and terrified, Zetsu said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. 12 dead, and Mei? He asked without seeing Zetsu. White Zetsu. He has already acted. There are more than 30 Anbus and Jonin at the entrance to Kiri, and he also sends another group of Anbu to patrol the streets of Kiri, although they come out mainly at night, he said in a happy tone. Naruto. I see. This morning a group of Anbu came to the house. They took the clone to the Mizukage Tower and their Mei asked many questions, he said and then made a gesture of gratitude for the food. Black Zetsu. How did it all end? He asked with his typical hoarse and dark voice. Naruto. The clone answered all the questions and they returned him home. I guess everything went well, he said and then got up and went to the kitchen and started washing the plate he ate on. Zetsu followed him to the kitchen. Black Zetsu. What's next? He asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. For now, wait for Konan to respond. If she makes the right decision I would have to meet with her in 3 days, then we will go for Nagato, the Jinchurikis and then Obito, he said, turning to see Zetsu. White Zetsu. So you'll wait here? He questioned, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Yes, I want you to investigate Akatsuki's movements. We will meet in 3 days to go meet with Konan. He said, keeping his face impassive. Zetsu nodded and then sank into the ground and disappeared. Naruto sighed and then walked towards the door of his house. He wanted to walk a little through the streets of Kiri. A megakure. Konan was in a tower. She was standing at the top of it and looking at the village. Nagato needed to rest a little so Pain was not there. It was a strange day since Konan always went with Nagato when Pain was not there. To be with him. However, today he told Pain that he was going to watch the village for a few more minutes and then he would go with him. Konan's face was so impassive as always. He had a scroll in his hand. Konan saw the scroll. Since Naruto gave it to her, she had not seen what was inside. Konan remembered Naruto's words. They were repeated over and over in her head. Yahiko, Nagato, and that phrase of Naruto, I am the one who was chosen to bring true peace to the world. Konan felt that Naruto could know even much more and had worried her since she knew that Pain did not. He would never lose a battle. However, if Naruto knew the location of Nagato's body, that was something very different. Konan started to open the scroll. And when she opened it, she saw that it only had hand seals and some words. Do the hand seals and you will be able to reach me. I will wait for you tonight. Konan sighed and then realized that it was already starting to get dark. Would she go see Naruto? Konan thought, and after a moment she made her decision. A few hours passed and Pain had already left. Konan reached where Pain was and approached him. Pain. Go rest, he said without seeing Konan. Konan. Okay, he said and then left the room and went down a few floors of the tower until he reached a room and entered it. Konan took off her Akatsuki cloak, revealing her beautiful figure. She had a piercing that stood out in her navel. Konan sat on her bed and sighed. She sat there for a few minutes and then she got up and put on her Akatsuki cloak. Konan created a clone of Akatsuki. Shadow and then the original Konan split into many paper butterflies that came out of the building. The paper butterflies continued to fly until that came out of a megakure. The paper butterflies gathered together and you could see Konan, who was standing in the water. Konan made the hand seals that appeared on the scroll and then in the water steps form. That continued forward and seemed to indicate to Konan where she should go. Konan turned and saw a megakure and then began to follow the steps. Location unknown. Konan followed the steps until she reached a mountain. It was not far from a megakure. It took her about an hour to reach this place. Konan saw that the mountain suddenly opened an entrance. Konan. She entered the mountain and then began to walk down some stairs. There were torches that illuminated the place where she was going. Konan was very cautious. After all, she did not trust Naruto. Konan continued going down until she reached a very wide place and saw Naruto right in front of her, who was smiling. Naruto. I see you made the right decision, he said looking at Konan. Konan. Yes, I made the right decision. Eliminate you. He saw it and then took out his paper wings and threw several paper shurikens towards Naruto. Naruto. I guess it can't be helped. Naruto dodged the paper shurikens and then activated his Sharingan and started running towards Konan, who created rose into the air and then launched a wave of paper towards Naruto, who jumped to avoid the paper and then threw a kunai at Konan, but it did nothing to Konan. Naruto fell to the ground and then she realized that the floor was covered in paper. Konan closed her hand and the paper covered Naruto's body, only leaving his face exposed. Naruto's Mangekyu had been activated. Naruto. Wait. You're making a mistake, please don't, he said in a desperate tone. Konan. Protect Nagato at all costs, he said and then covered Naruto's face with paper. After a few seconds, Konan exploded the papers that surrounded Naruto's body. Konan only limited herself to looking at where Naruto had been. Perhaps she wanted to know where Naruto knew so much from, but for her it was important to protect Nagato, and that is why she made this decision. Naruto. That was not a good decision, Naruto said, appearing behind Konan like a ghost. Konan tried to get away but was surprised when she was pierced by a sword in the stomach. Konan spit out blood and then tried to attack but was pierced in the chest by another Naruto who appeared in front of her. Suddenly Konan. She was wounded by 5 Narutos who had pierced Konan in different parts of her body. Suddenly Konan fell to the ground and all the Naruto clones disappeared, as did the swords, wounds and blood that Konan had spat out. Everything returned to normal and only Naruto was seen in front of her with his Sharingan activated. Naruto walked towards Konan and picked her up in his arms. Naruto looked at Konan for a moment. Naruto. I think I overdid it a little, he said in a worried tone. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people, if so don't forget to vote. See you. Naruto's true plan. Konan began to open her eyes slowly. When she opened them completely she tried to get up but she couldn't. She was also greeted by a huge headache and her body felt very weak. She could barely move her arms. She saw her DS and noticed that they were tied with a black chain and she was lying on a small bed. Konan couldn't understand why she couldn't use chakra. She also noticed that she wasn't wearing the Akatsuki cloak. She looked for it but then she began to hear footsteps approaching her, and coming out of the darkness, Naruto could be seen with a glass in his hands. Naruto. I see you've already woken up, are you okay? He asked, looking at Konan who was trying to break the chains. Konan. Why can't I? He said in a low tone and with a face that it reflected pain. The big headache he felt was not normal at all. Naruto. You can't break those chains if you don't use chakra, and I put a seal on you so you can't use chakra, although it only lasts 2 hours and it's already been an hour. He explained and the N brought the glass to Konan so she could take it. Konan looked at the glass for a moment and then turned her face away, making understand Naruto that he wasn't going to drink whatever was in that glass. Naruto. Come on, you have to drink it, I'm sure your head hurts a lot, just as your body feels very weak. He said in a worried tone. Konan. So it was genjutsu, she said and then gave Naruto a look of hatred. Naruto. Yes, I am very skilled with genjutsus, he said and then sat on the bed where Konan was lying. Konan. What do you want from me? He asked looking at Naruto. Naruto. I don't want to hurt you. I just want you to listen to me, he answered and then saw Konan. Konan looked at Naruto for a moment. For some reason Konan felt just by looking at Naruto that in fact he didn't want to hurt her. She saw his eyes that were a dark blue but still retained some sky color. Konan. Your genjutsu caused me a lot of damage, he said and then looked at the glass that Naruto had in his hands. Naruto. Sorry, take this, baby, he said and then gave the glass to Konan who took it and looked at it for a moment. It doesn't have poison or anything like that, drink it, he said and then stopped. And drank what was in that glass and her taste buds quickly reacted, wanting to return what she ingested, however she avoided it. Naruto. Akatsuki, I know the truth about your whole plan, he said surprising Konan who saw him. Konan. You know what? Naruto. They hunt the Jinchurikis, and they surely know about the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, they are following Madara Uchiha's plan, he said looking away. Konan. How do you know? Naruto. That's not true. When they finish gathering the Jinchurikis, the fake Madara will absorb all that power, he said and then sighed. Konan. It's not true, you have some thing on your hands and I'm not going to allow. Konan couldn't finish because Naruto activated his Sharingan and saw her. Konan closed her eyes. Naruto. Open your eyes, Konan, let me show you the truth, he said in a calm tone. Konan opened her eyes slowly and then saw that Sharingan. Those blood-red eyes are as they should be called, the cursed eyes. Suddenly the place became darker and the candles that were around had disappeared. Konan turned to the side and saw Naruto, but he was a Naruto of about 14 years old and he was sitting with a face that reflected sadness. In front of him was a man but very, very old and next to him was Zetsu whom Konan recognized. Madara. This is the ninja world Naruto, Konoha, Hiri, Iwagakure, Suna and Kumo, they are all the same. When these villages go to war there are thousands and thousands of children and innocent people who suffer from the desire for power of these villages. They do not mind killing a child if he is from the other village, even when he is not even a shinobi or did not want to be one. Madara said watching Naruto's look become more somber. White Zetsu. And that's why Madara has a plan to end this, he said in a happy tone. Naruto. A plan? He asked looking at Madara. Madara. Yes, I want to end wars, deaths and rivers of blood, with discord and differences in the world, and yes Naruto, a world like this is possible to create, he said in a dark tone. Naruto. But how is it possible? He asked with a curious tone. Madara. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto. Infinite Tsukuyomi, He asked in a confused tone. Madara. Infinite Tsukuyumi. It consists of a perfect genjutsu that is reflected in the moon and thus traps every living being in the world and puts it in a genjutsu, or rather a world where there are no wars or differences between anyone. Although to achieve that plan great beasts are needed. He said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Beasts. Suddenly everything disappeared and only a man with an orange mask was seen, a man that Konan knew very well. That was Madara Uchiha, who began to talk about the plan to capture the Jinchurikis to create a world where there was only love and peace. Konan remembered the voice of the old man who spoke to Naruto, and also the words he said. They were exactly the same words that the masked man said to her in Nagato. Then everything went black and only sky blue eyes could be seen that Lee TTLE by little turned black, and then a three-bladed Sharingan. Konan blinked and Naruto was right in front of her. Konan. That was it. Naruto. I made you see my memories. That old man you saw is Madara Uchiha. The man behind the mask is another who also knows about the plan, however you will use it for your own benefit. Naruto said, surprising Konan, who looked down. Konan. I knew something. He said, causing a surprised face on Naruto. Naruto. Did you know something? Konan. Yes, I always thought that that man was not the real Madara Uchiha, but I thought that his plan was what he had told me in Nagato. He said, and then raised his eyes and returned to her impassive face. Naruto. I see, I want you to help me, Konan. Naruto looked up to see Konan but was surprised to see a large amount of paper behind Konan. Naruto. So you've already recovered your chakra? He said, looking at the large wave of paper that was behind Konan. Konan. No, I broke the seal. He said, and then formed a large number of paper shurikens. Konan used paper shurikens to cut the chains, then jumped back and put her hands pointed towards Naruto, who kept his face impassive and did not make any movement. Naruto. Your paper jutsu is very strong. I guess you used the time I told you was left on the seal to break it. He said in a calm tone. Konan. Yes, I figured the less time left, the easier it would be to break it. Naruto. My mistake. Konan saw how Naruto was very calm despite the large number of paper shurikens that were pointed at him. Konan couldn't help but feeling upset by this, but Naruto was someone who still hid many things, so it was normal that he didn't feel threatened. Naruto. Don't you want to listen to me, Konan? Konan. About what? Why trust someone like you? He asked, looking at Naruto, who sighed. Naruto. Because I want to achieve peace, just as Nagato and you want it, and of course, Yahiko. He answered, and then saw Konan, who had an angry face. Konan. Stop mentioning Yahiko's name, you know about him. She said in an annoyed tone. Naruto. Not much, I just know that Akatsuki's goal is to end wars one day, in other words to find peace. I want to achieve that goal too. The moment Naruto said that, Konan made the shurikens of paper would disappear. Konan. I can't trust someone who doesn't even. Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, my grandfather is Madara Uchiha, and that is why I have Uchiha blood in me. For my village I am dead, therefore I cannot return to it. He said, interrupting Konan. I will use the knowledge that my grandfather gave me to prevent the masked man's plan from being carried out. Once we avoid that, we can find the right way to give true peace to the world. Konoha. One very calm night in Konoha. The doors of Konoha were open, and entering through them came a man that anyone could recognize. After all, he is one of the most respected shinobi in the entire ninja world, the Sage of the Toads, the great Jiraiya. He went with a very calm face. He passed through the doors, being seen by Izumo and Kotetsu, who were already about to close the doors of Konoha. Kotetsu. Look at that, it's Jiraiya-sama. He said in a low tone. Izumo. Yes, it's good that I'm back. He said, accompanied by a smile. Kotetsu. But I wonder, what is the reason for this visit from Jiraiya-sama? I thought he was going to be away from Konoha for a long time. He said, watching Jiraiya go deeper into the village. Izumo. I don't know, but it is great news to have him back with us. He said, accompanied by a smile. Jiraiya continued walking through the streets of Konoha. A smile accompanied his face. He himself knew that he had spoken with Tsunade and had told her that he would be away for a while, but there was something that Jiraiya couldn't let go. The truth is that Jiraiya was in Konoha for three things. To show his new book to Kakashi, to see Tsunade and for a new student. Jiraiya continued on his way until he reached the Hokage Tower. He entered the office and there was Tsunade asleep with her head on the desk. She had a large mountain of papers next to his desk, but all of them were already sealed and reviewed. Jiraiya just smiled when he saw this. Jiraiya, Tsunade-sama attacks us, he said in an alarmed tone, making Tsunade raise her head quickly. Tsunade, close the gates of Konoha immediately, prevent them from continuing to advance towards the center of the village and gather a group of Anbus and Jonin to save the villagers and take them to A. Tsunade stopped when she saw Jiraiya, who was stopping himself from laughing. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha, look at your face, Harem. He said, causing a vein to appear on Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade, ah, I'm so tired I can't even hit you, he said and then yawned. Jiraiya, I'm coming, cheer up a little, since I see that you were finally able to finish your paperwork. What do you think if we go for some glasses of sake? He said, accompanied by a smile. Tsunade, well, I guess I can go for a moment, he said and then got up from the desk. Jiraiya and Tsunade were walking through the empty streets of Konoha. It was already late at night, so it was normal for them to be that empty. Tsunade saw Jiraiya, who had his face looking forward and with a smile. Tsunade, hey, why did you come back? Jiraiya, hey Tsunade, I can't come see you, he said looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, you come to spy on women, right? If you do that I will kick you out of the village myself, she said in an annoyed tone. Jiraiya, ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm here for something very important, but before that, I think this place is fine. Jiraiya sat down on a bench and then gestured for Tsunade to sit down too. Tsunade sat down and saw that Jiraiya took out a bottle of sake and 2 glasses from his backpack and gave one to her. Tsunade, why don't we go to a place where they serve sake? He asked, watching Jiraiya fill his sake glass. Jiraiya, because if you start taking you will make a fool of yourself, and now that you are Hokage I don't think it is good for you to have that reputation, he said and then filled his glass. Here's to you, Harem. Tsunade, you couldn't find a better reason to toast. Tsunade toasted Jiraiya and then the two drank the alcohol, continuing to pour more and more drinks as the minutes passed. Tsunade, well, why did you come back so soon? He questioned, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, during the time I was here in Konoha after Naruto's death, I saw a boy who always trained alone. He trained until his body was destroyed, his hands were filled with scars and his clothes, it always ended up tearing, he explained and then drank another glass of sake. Tsunade, like that, and who was that boy? She asked, also drinking another glass of sake. Jiraiya, the grandson of our teacher, Konohamaru Sarutobi, he said, surprising Tsunade. Tsunade, and what does he have to do with you? Don't tell me that. Jiraiya, exactly, while I was away from Konoha I looked for someone I could train, but I couldn't stop thinking that maybe that boy could be Tsunade. The boy from the prophecy, are you sure? He asked, interrupting Jiraiya. Jiraiya drank another drink again and gave Tsunade the last drop of alcohol there was. Tsunade drank it and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I won't know until I see what he is like. Even so, the brat has determination and seems to be one of those hard-headed people who don't like to give up, he said, accompanied by a smile. Tsunade, and he also wants to be Hokage, he said, looking at his glass. Jiraiya, I didn't know that. Coincidences do exist, he said and then burst into laughter. Tsunade, you'll go on a training trip with him? Jiraiya, no, I'll see what he can do and then I'll try to see what he can improve on. I'll be here for at least a month, he said and then lay down on the bench. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya for a moment and then smiled. Tsunade, thank you. Jiraiya, why? Tsunade, for always being with me. Jiraiya, oh come on, you mean you love me, he said in a mocking tone. Auntie Hen saw Tsunade, who was looking down and with a slight blush. This took Jiraiya by surprise. Don't worry, you should go to rest at home, it's already late at night. Jiraiya stood up from the bench, making Tsunade stand up as well. Tsunade, you're right, well you can continue getting drunk if you want, see you tomorrow, he said, starting to walk. Jiraiya, do you want me to accompany you? He said in a perverted tone just like his face. Tsunade. Not perverted, he said and then continued advancing. Jiraiya just smiled watching Tsunade walk away and then decided. Begin your perhaps impossible search or a beautiful woman to spend the night with. Location unknown. Konan only limited herself to seeing Naruto, what else could she do? Everything had happened so quickly that processing things was getting a little complicated for Konan. Naruto wanted to prevent the Tsukuyomi plan from being carried out, but then that would be betraying his grandfather Madara. It was difficult to trust Naruto. Konan. I will follow pain. That's what I promised, he said in an angry tone. Naruto. I'm not asking you otherwise, but you are willing to follow a plan that puts Nagato at risk. Pain's plan does not exist. Everything he says is not going to happen. The only thing that will happen is Madara's plan. No. There will be peace, there will only be a deception, and behind that, great destruction. Naruto reacted quickly and jumped back to avoid Konan's paper attack. Naruto saw Konan, who was looking at him with eyes that only reflected hatred and nothing more than that. Konan. Shut up. Pain will bring peace. Nagato promised it, he will do it for Naruto. Yahiko, are you sure that Yahiko would have made the decision that Nagato made? The only thing that will happen is that you will lose Nagato and also the dreams of Akatsuki. I thought you would understand, but I see that it is not like that. I wanted to prevent things from reaching this, but it is the only solution I see. He interrupted and then turned his back on Konan. Konan. What do you mean? Naruto. I will do it alone, even if I have to fight Pain and all of Akatsuki. I will do it, I am not going to back down. He said, clenching his fists. Nan. Why should I believe those words you say? He asked and then formed a large wave of paper that pointed towards Naruto. Naruto. Because like you, I also have something to lose. He said, causing Kon and to lower her arms slowly and make the paper scatter on the floor. Naruto's face was looking towards the ceiling and it seemed to reflect a certain melancholy. Many memories passed through Naruto's mind. Something that Naruto doesn't like to remember much but that at the same time was impossible to avoid. His memories with Iruka, Team 7, Hinata, Konohamaru, his training with Jiraiya, Tsunade, Gaara, Shikamaru and the moments with whom Naruto considered his friends and his close ones, beings that Naruto did not want to lose, beings for whom Naruto would give his life. He was betraying his grandfather, the one who saved him and the one who told him about his family, but Naruto did not want what he struggled to have so much and that he was so denied having, to die or be trapped forever in an illusion. If that which Naruto values so much, his bonds. Naruto knew that he could no longer return to them. However, life gave him the opportunity to be alive and also gave him the opportunity to save them. Although in the end no one would thank him for the path he is on now, that no longer mattered to Naruto. Konan looked at Naruto, who still had his back turned. Everything became clear and suddenly she saw Yahiko's back. Konan. Yahiko. Konan said quietly, and then everything returned to normal and it was Naruto who was in front of her. Naruto turned and saw Konan and began to walk closer to her. Naruto came to be at a somewhat short distance between him and Konan. Naruto. You will help me, Konan. She said, offering her hand to Konan, who saw her. Konan began to move her hand slowly. It seemed like she was going to take Naruto's hand. For some reason Konan felt that taking Naruto's hand was going to become the first step to a big change. Konan stopped her hand and then lowered it, causing a confused face on Naruto. Naruto. Konan? He asked, looking at Konan. Konan. I will help you, but I will not go against Nagato. I hope you know that he will have to be on our side. Konan said, keeping her face impassive. Naruto. Don't worry, Nagato and Pain will also be on our side. He said and then gave a small smile. Konan looked at Naruto, looked closely at his face, and then turned her gaze to the side. Konan. The angel of Omegakure. Perhaps there was a connection between Konan and Naruto from the first moment. It was normal, after all, the two fought to protect their loved ones. Although the lives of Naruto and Konan were going to end up intertwined, neither of them could know what destiny had in store for them. Konan, the angel who never stopped flying, and Naruto, the and who brought destruction for some and salvation for others. End of chapter. I hope you like my people. If so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday. See you, my people. Orochimaru's move. Konan was already in Omegakure. She was in her room where she used to rest. She was sitting on her bed with a thoughtful face, and of course what was in her thoughts was Naruto and everything he told her. Even so, Konan still had doubts about Naruto, some doubts related to Naruto's bond with Zetsu and Madara. Konan knew that Naruto's words about saving his loved ones were true. It's not that she has any ability to know if they are telling the truth or lying to her, it's just that she could feel in her heart that Naruto really wasn't lying. After all, Naruto took off that mask hat he wore when they met for the first time. At that moment Zetsu was present, so it was understandable why he acted like that. Konan had agreed to follow Naruto, but before that she was loyal to Nagato. If he didn't decide to follow Naruto, then she wouldn't either. She had agreed to meet him in 3 days. Flashback. Konan. In 3 days, with Zetsu. I asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Yes, I told him that the scroll I gave you had written that we were going to meet in 3 days. I don't want Zetsu to know the truth since he is Madara's will. He said with a shrug. Konan. And why don't you just take care of Zetsu? Naruto. Because I need it. No one is better at gathering information than Zetsu. He said, looking at Konan. Konan. I see, but when the time comes that Zetsu knows the truth, what could happen? I never saw Zetsu fight, but I don't think it would be a problem for someone like you to eliminate him. He said, watching Naruto. He lowered his gaze. Naruto. It's not that easy. Maybe Zetsu is not that strong. But he is a real danger. I'm more worried about Zetsu than the masked man. He said, and then looked at Konan. Konan. So you will be the one to take care of Madara? He asked, keeping his face impassive. Naruto. Yes. No one but me should eliminate that guy, Obito Uchiha. I'm the only one who should eliminate him. He said with his serious face. Konan. You have a strong motive. I guess he hurt you in the past. He said, watching Naruto's face change to a look of sadness. Naruto. Yes. The memory of Madara came to Naruto's mind, telling him that Obito had been the one who had summoned the Kyuubi in Konoha. The death of his parents is because of Obito. That is reason enough for Naruto to want to end him. However, there was something else. He had promised his grandfather that he was going to eliminate Obito for having betrayed him. Even if he did not continue with Madara's plan, Naruto was at least going to keep one of his promises, and that was eliminating Obito. Naruto. I promised that I would be the one to defeat him. He said, looking at Konan. Konan. I understand. Naruto. We'll meet here in 3 days. Zetsu will be coming with me, so I hope you're ready. He said, and Hen began to walk towards the exit of the cave. Konan. Well, she said, watching as Naruto left the cave. End of scene. Flashback. Konan sighed and then lay down on the bed. It would be very difficult for her. Rest with that in mind. In the same way he would be at least a few minutes in bed before going to pain. Kurigakure. 1 day later. Naruto was walking through the streets of Kiri. He was wearing normal clothes. Nothing to do with the uniforms or the type of clothes that those who are shinobi used to wear. Naruto already lived in Kiri as if he were just another member of the village. He wanted to clear his mind a little. Naruto never liked to think about so many things, and that's why he felt that a walk through the streets of Kiri would help him relax his mind a little. He felt pressure, and at the same time he was worried. At the same time, although no one other than Konan knew his true plan, he knew that Zetsu was not someone you should ignore. At any moment he could be making his move. Therefore Naruto had to be much more cautious and continue acting naturally. Another thing that was on Naruto's mind was his memories in Konoha. It was difficult for him not to stop thinking about it. After all, that was where the had grown up. Even so, Naruto knew that he could no longer return. He knew and was aware of the situation. Naruto, in almost 3 years of training, managed to mature a lot mentally. A strong wind blew Naruto's hair. He turned his gaze to the side, trying to adjust his hair, and saw himself in a mirror. Next to him was a mirror store, and he saw his hair. Naruto noticed that it was too long. It was normal. After all, during the years of training he never cut it. He had already made up his mind. Before returning home he would go get a haircut. Naruto. Let's see, where is a hair salon? He asked himself, searching with his eyes. Location unknown. Orochimaru already had the name of the third Hokage very cursed and spat upon. Orochimaru claimed and threw all kinds of curses at the name of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who took away Orochimaru's arms. and with it what Orochimaru loves most, his jutsus. Kabuto, who remained next to his lord, observed every gesture of pain that he gave from time to time. Orochimaru. Tisk, damn old man, I think I'll have to change bodies again. He said while frowning. Kabuto. It is difficult to find a container that is capable of supporting at least a week. We need a more resistant and strong body. He said looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sasuke Uchiha, he was the perfect vessel. Kukuku. Orochimaru laughed out loud, causing Kabuto to look bewildered. Kabuto. I thought we were going to wait for Naruto-kun to get out in the sun. He said and then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru. Even though Naruto is already out there, locating him will be a little difficult. So we have to continue with the initial plan. He said and then looked at Kabuto. Kabuto. How are we going to get Sasuke to come here? Orochimaru. Kabuto, once in a while it's nice to have a little help. He said and then gave one of his typical smiles. Kabuto. Danzo. Orochimaru. You're good at guessing Kabuto. Kabuto. So what will Lord Orochimaru say to Danzo? He asked with a shrug. Orochimaru. That old Danzo, there is something he desires with all his being. Get rid of Tsunade and become Hokage. He said and then smiled while looking at Kabuto. Kabuto. Kumo and Iwa. He said earning a nod from Orochimaru. Orochimaru. We will give information to Danzo about a possible war between Kumo and Iwa against Konoha, in exchange for Sasuke-kun, the war. It will always happen. I will only give the beginning. He said and then took out his tongue and passed it over his lips. Kumogakur. 2 days later, the Raikage was sitting in his office and seemed to be calm. Something unusual for him since he is known for being someone who gets upset by anything and he never seems to be calm. In front of him Mabui and also his right hand Darui, there were also 3 more people. 2 girls and a boy were also in the Raikage's office. Mabui. Raikage-sama, here is Team Samui. He said looking at the Raikage. Samui, I have a very important mission for you and your team. He said looking at the yellow-haired woman known as Samui. Samui. Team Samui is at your complete disposal Raikage-sama. He said with a serious face. 2 messengers will be sent to Konoha to talk out the entry of some genins to the Chunin exam. Last night 2 shinobi arrived with an invitation message for the Chunin exams from the Hokage Tsunade Senju herself. Her mission is to keep an eye on the messengers and also give Konoha a little inspection to know its current status. He said looking at Samui. Samui. Okay Raikage-sama. Damn, I hate having to follow old people, but inspecting Konoha could be interesting. Said the red-haired woman. This is not a Karui game. Said a white-haired boy. Karui. The only one who takes everything as a game is you, after all you are just an idiot Omoi. He said in a funny tone and wanting to provoke Omoi. Omoi. Then we will go to Konoha to investigate its current power and then we will go to war. He said and then received a big blow on the head from Karui. Karui. Shut up, you always say stupid things. Darui. The reason for this mission is only security, we want to know if Konoha's intentions are true. He said in a calm tone. So you already know what your mission is. Try to investigate as much as you can, investigate the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha, you will leave in 2 days, you can leave. He said making the Samui team leave the Raikage's office. Mabui. You mean you also want to know about the Uchiha? I asked looking at the Raikage. Yes, if the information that Konoha's Jinchuriki is dead is real, that does not take away the other power that Konoha possesses. The weaker it is, Konoha would be a better benefit for us, plus old Onoki seems to be willing to go to war, before that we will investigate a little more. He said looking at Mabui. Konoha. Sasuke was walking through the streets of Konoha. These days he had not had any missions since he returned to Konoha, yet he did not. I stopped training and training. Sasuke managed to see Sakura standing in a corner. She seemed to be waiting for him. Sasuke approached where Sakura was. Sakura. Sasuke-kun, are you free? Say mean, aren't you busy? He asked with a slight blush. Sasuke just stared at Sakura. Keeping his face impassive, Sasuke was prepared to tell Sakura how annoying she was, but Kakashi's words came to his mind. Sasuke. I was going to train, why do you ask? He asked looking at Sakura. Sakura. Well, I wanted to know if you would like to go eat ramen. He said and then smiled. Sasuke. Ramen, good. He said and then started walking, leaving Sakura surprised. Sakura. Dodo, you agree? She asked, causing Sasuke to stop. Sasuke. It's just ramen, hurry up, I have to go train. He said and then continued walking. Sakura. Very good. Sakura began to walk next to Sasuke with a big smile. All of this was observed by Kakashi, who was on the roof of a house. Kakashi smiled under his mask and then took out a book from his bag. Kakashi. Well, I guess I can continue with my reading for now. He said and then disappeared in a flash of leaves. Tsunade was leaning back in her chair. She didn't have any paperwork in front of her, and that's because now she always were. Quickly and hard to finish all her work and do all the work of a Hokage. Sitting at the window was Jiraiya watching the village. Tsunade. Well, have you already talked to the brat? He asked without seeing Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Not yet. Maybe I'll see him today or maybe tomorrow. I've been very busy, you know. He said while observing the village. Tsunade. You've been spying on women, right, you damn pervert. He said and then looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya. I have to get material for my books, hey Harem. Tsunade. What, Jiraiya? I have a bad feeling. He said and then looked at Tsunade. Tsunade saw Jiraiya's serious face and then sighed and clenched her fists. Tsunade. Me too, it's kind of weird, but I have a feeling that something is about to happen. He said, keeping his face serious. Jiraiya. Akatsuki, Orochimaru, or maybe Iwa. What could it be? He asked himself and then turned his gaze towards the village. Location unknown. Orochimaru was standing on the top of a mountain. It was very strange. That he came out after having lost the mobility of his arms, but apparently today was a special day. Orochimaru smiled as he saw Kabuto appear a few steps in front of him. Orochimaru. Well, he asked and then smiled. Kabuto. It has been sent. Danzo has sent the invitation letter to Kumo. It seems that Kumo accepted the invitation. What's next, my lord? He asked, bowing in front of Orochimaru. Orok. Himaru. We already provided information to the War Falcon and gave him an idea, the rest is up to him. He said and then stuck out his tongue and passed it over his lips. Kabuto. We will wait for him to give us Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru. I just want me to get closer to him. The war will begin very soon, the destruction of Konoha is near. He said while smiling. Kabuto. Yes, my lord. He said and then adjusted his glasses. Orochimaru. This will also bring you to light, Naruto-kun. I really want to see you, and especially to see those eyes. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people. If so, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Saturday. See you. Cruel decisions. Location unknown. Tres personas se encontraban dentro de la garita donde Naruto y Konan se habían reunido, los tres. Personas que se encontraban en la prisión eran Zetsu, Naruto y Konan. El pelo de Naruto es como el de Menma solo que en color amarillo. Zetsu estaba al lado de Naruto y Konan se encontraba frente a ellos. Tanto Konan como Naruto mantenían un rostro impasible. Naruto. Entonces me ayudarás a acercarme a Nagato. Naruto asked looking at Konan. Konan. What do you want to achieve with this? Naruto. Ya te dije que no les haré daño ni a ti ni a Nagato. El sueño de Akatsuki es alcanzar la paz, compartimos el mismo sueño. Naruto said and then shrugged his shoulders. Konan. Why por qué no te vuelvas un miembro de Akatsuki? Preguntó Konan viendo a Naruto y luego vio a Zetsu. Naruto. No es el momento adecuado para unirme ustedes. Trabajaré desde las sombras y les ayudaré a capturar Jinchurikis. Naruto said and then, turn your face to the side. Konan. Because it's not the right time. Naruto. Tengo que ocuparme de algunas cosas, pero una vez comience la casa de los bijus tanto Zetsu como yo estaremos desde las sombras. Apoyando. Antes de unirme Akatsuki quiero hablar con Nagato. Naruto said and then looked at Konan. Konan. Es imposible confiar en ti si actúas tan misterioso. Konan said in an annoyed tone. Naruto. Es sencillo. Nuestros intereses son similares. Sin embargo el enmascarado planea al final traenarlos y usar al jubi para sus beneficios, tu y negado y el sueño de Akatsuki s. E hundiran si sigues creyendo en el enmascarado, si vamos a traer la paz hay que hacerlo de la forma correcta. Naruto said looking directly at Konan. Konan vio a Naruto por un momento y comprendió que él trataba de decirle algo con la vista. Ella sabía que lo que él pedía era que aceptara lo que él le decía. Konan. But as he modera. Naruto. No lo es, Zetsu sabe su verdadera identidad, yo estoy aqu. I para acabar con ese sujeto y así seguir con el plan de capturar los Jinchurikis para traer la verdadera paz. Naruto said without taking his eyes off Konan. Konan. Mientras no te cruces en los planes de Akatsuki por alcanzar la paz. Te ayudaré. Konan said and then closed her eyes. White Zetsu. Naruto and Akatsuki share the same goal, you don't have to worry. Dijo Zetsu acompañado de su típico tono alegre y una sonrisa. Konan. Okay, that's it, Konan said looking at Naruto. Naruto and Konan's eyes met again. Naruto. Te haré venir cada semana. Zetsu ligera para avisar, y no te preocupes del falso modera, yo me encargaré de él. En caso de que Zetsu no te avisara sigue los indications del pergamino que te di. Dijo Naruto para luego comenzar a desaparecer como ceniza, Zetsu se hundió en el suelo. Konan. I understand. Follow what the scroll says. Konoha. El ambiente en Konoha era algo muy tranquilo y reconfortante. Pero no era así para todas las personas, en especial alguien que desde años y años ha venido codiciando el puesto de Hokage, un hombre que había hecho de todo para así destruir a Hiruzen Sarutobi y quedarse con el puesto de Hokage, pero a pesar de que Hiruzen Sarutobi ya no estaba vivo. Él no pudo obtener el puesto de Hokage. Nuevamente se le había sido arrebatado de las manos, ese hombre no era otro que Danzo Shimura. Se encontraba en su sede secreta, frente a el Esteban su escuadra raíz. Danzo suspiró al recordar las palabras de Kabuto que vino a verlo hace 3 días, no fue extraño que Danzo aceptara hablar con Kabuto a pesar de saber que era la mano derecha de Orochimaru. Después de todo el mismo Danzo se había aliado a Orochimaru con el fan de eliminar a Hiruzen, ahora su motivo era otro, eliminar a Tsunade y así por fin obtener el título de Hokage y cambiar la aldea de una vez por todas. Danzo tenía muy en claro que lo que él hacía era por el bien del pueblo, incluso si tenía que sacrificar muchas vidas para alcanzar su meta lo iba. Therefore Hat Kabuto told him had him thinking after he made his first move. Flashback. Kabuto and Danzo were standing in front of each other. Kabuto was wearing a hood that covered his entire body and didn't even let his hair be seen. Danzo. Orochimaru's right hand wants to talk to me. Danzo said in a disgusted tone. Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru has an offer for you that could help you achieve what you have been denied so much, Danzo. Kabuto said accompanied by a smile. Danzo. I'm not interested in making deals with that snake, so get out. Danzo said turning his back on Kabuto and starting to walk. Kabuto. You might be interested to know that Iwa and Kumo are planning to attack Konoha. Kabuto said, making Danzo stop. Danzo. Iwa and Kumo. Kabuto. Yes, the rumors that Konoha lost its Jinchuriki have ached the ears of old Onoki and he seems to have shared the information with the Raikage. War is inevitable, sooner or later it will happen. War broke out. Iwa and Kumo have the information that Konoha lost its Jinchuriki. It would not be strange if they wanted to attack Konoha when they sensed that it could be in a state of weakness. Kabuto said and then adjusted his glasses. Danzo. So Iwa and Kumo already have the information. And if that's true it's because Orochimaru shared it with them. Danzo said and then he made a sign and 5 root anbus surrounded Kabuto. First I will eliminate you and then Orochimaru. Kabuto. I thought that someone like you would accept Danzo quickly. You may feel that everything is because Orochimaru wants to see Konoha destroyed, but he offers you the opportunity to achieve your goal. Kabuto said looking at Danzo. Danzo. My goal. Kabuto. Yes, think about it, Konoha has already lost a lot, the Uchiha clan, the Yondaime and the Sandaime, apart from that it also lost its Jinchuriki. Perhaps Sasuke-kun will still remain in the village, but it is only a matter of time before he decides to follow the path of his revenge and leave Konoha. Perhaps Konoha still has great shinobi, but if Iwa and Kumo join you, of all people, you should know that Konoha does not have no chance. Kabuto said, keeping his face serious. Danzo. What's the point? Danzo said, looking directly at Kabuto. Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru can help you overcome the war and thus become Konoha's hero and therefore its Hokage. The only thing Lord Orochimaru asks of you in return is Sasuke-kun. Itachi's words and the threat that he gave him if he dared to touch or do anything against Sasuke came to Danzo's mind. It did not seem normal that the Great War Falcon felt unable to achieve his goal due to fear of an Uchiha. Of course it is not normal, the Falcon's greed was even greater than his fear. Danzo. I accept. Kabuto. Wise decision, worthy of the Great War Falcon. Here are some instructions to get started with the plan. After things start, someone like you and with your experience will know how to make the right decisions. Kabuto said, handing a scroll to Danzo. One of the Rai's members took the scroll and after looking at it for a moment gave it to Danzo. Danzo. Now get out. Danzo said and then began to walk away. The Rai's members surrounding Kabuto left. Kabuto watched as Danzo walked away and then left. End flashback scene. Danzo had in his hand the scroll that Kabuto had given him. He had already made the first move and that was a reason that brought Kumo closer to Konoha. Danzo thought about it a lot and then the Chunin exams came to his mind and he used that to attract Kumo. Danzo was able to write a invitation scroll with the same handwriting as Tsunade, also managed to copy his signature and he also managed to put the official Konoha seal on it. If everything continued and progressed well, he expected Kumo's response to arrive in a week. A Rai's shinobi knelt in front of Danzo. Shinobi 1. Danzo-sama, we have been following Sasuke and we have found a moment to capture him where he is completely alone. Said the shinobi who had an Anbu mask on. Danzo. Okay, wait until I give the order to capture him. I will also be cautious. First I will make sure that Tsunade is destroyed like Jiraiya, then once he gets out of the war unpunished I will make Hokage and I will take care of Orochimaru. Danzo thought, narrowing his eye. Valley of the End. One day later, Naruto was standing at the statue of his grandfather, Madara Uchiha. In front of him was the statue of Hashirama Senju. He had on a black hood that covered his entire body. Naruto had seen Konan a day ago and had noticed something about her. Naruto could be a little clueless, however he managed to say through Konan's eyes that she still distrusted him. Naruto couldn't blame her. After all, she was loyal to Nagato and she wasn't going to betray him for anything in the world, and although Naruto had made his intentions clear to her, the truth is that Konan was probably waiting for facts. Naruto sighed and looked up at the sky. He has been moving a lot lately and this could be a problem if someone managed to locate him. Especially Obito, Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Naruto remembered Jiraiya again. He was his old teacher and he had also been one of the few people who never treated him as a monster or even saw him as a failure. Jiraiya had a lot of confidence in him and also that he was going to become strong. Despite the short time in which Naruto was with Jiraiya, a great bond was created that even to this day Naruto cannot break. Just like his ties with Team 7, it was not as if Naruto wanted to break his bonds or lose all emotion, but from time to time he hated feeling sensitive and veer. Why emotional when he remembered his old friends and his memories in Konoha, was something that Naruto. He fought every day, he fought with his I, from the past. Zetsu came out of the ground and looked at Naruto for a moment. Naruto. What's happening? Naruto asked without seeing Zetsu. White Zetsu. You won't return to Kiri? Zetsu asked and then smiled. Naruto. Yes, it's just that this place brings back memories, doesn't it for you? Naruto asked and then saw Zetsu. Black Zetsu. This is where the Uchiha almost killed you. Black Zetsu said with his typical hoarse tone. Naruto. Do you really think he beat me? Naruto asked in an annoyed tone. White Zetsu. Maybe, it was still an incredible battle. Zetsu said with his typical happy tone. Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto said remembering his old friend and teammate. Konoha. Sasuke was in training ground number 7, He was alone and seemed to have spent many hours training. He was not wearing his Konoha band for the second day in a row. Sasuke W. As making cuts in the air with his sword, the fatigue was evident just by seeing his face. Sasuke made one last cut in the air and then fell to his knees after being overcome by fatigue. Sasuke. Just wait a little longer. Just a little longer and I'll come after you, Itachi. Sasuke thought as he panted from exhaustion. A Megakure. Pain was inside the tallest building. Next to him was Konan who kept her serious and impassive face facing forward like Pain. In front of them was Madara, the man with the orange mask. Pain. What's wrong? I thought he wouldn't come until the Biju hunt started. Pain said looking at the masked man. Madara. Our plans have been held up by a major obstacle. Madara said with his dark tone of voice. Pain. Obstacle. Konan reacted mentally without reflecting anything on the outside. The image of Naruto quickly came to her mind. Madara. A big problem. Naruto Uzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, is dead. The moment Madara said that, a great silence formed. Konan did not. She could get the image of Naruto out of her mind. Perhaps it was because he made her doubt Madara too much and now she felt threatened by the man's presence, or maybe the fact that Madara Menchio. Ned Naruto's name caused some reaction in her, desperation or perhaps pressure. Pain. It can't be. Madara. Yes, the rumors have spread through Kumogakure and have reached me. I have not tried to verify it yet. I will try to go to Konoha and corroborate this information, but everything seems to indicate that Naruto Uzumaki is dead. Pain. That holds up our plans. Pain said looking at Madara. Madara. Things remain the same. Each couple has their Jinchuriki and must capture them. We can't stop now. Madara said and then began to disappear in a rotating vortex. I will return in a few days with information. Madara disappeared into a spinning vortex. Pain. Our plans, La Paz. Pain said and then looked at Konan. Konan. Pain. Konan thought for a moment about telling Pain about Naruto but then reflected that Naruto said he would say when it would be time to talk to Nagato not Pain. End of chapter. I hope you like my people, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Wednesday. See you. Is he an Uchiha, or isn't it? Under a dark sky and an atmosphere of hatred, moves a man who was charged with having eliminated his entire clan, someone who became a deserter from Konoha and who was also an enshrined criminal. Itachi Uchiha is the name of the one who walked through the forest while he kept that impassive face. It was something unusual that he was not going with Kisame, but in fact Itachi was on his way to meet Kisame. Itachi stopped and looked up at the sky and then gave a small sigh. Itachi. What's happening? Itachi asked and then closed his eyes. Behind Itachi you cool. DC a man wearing the Akatsuki cape and also having an orange mask. Madara Uchiha was what he called himself. Obito. I'm keeping an eye on the Akatsuki couples before they begin the capture of the Jinchurikis, said the masked man with his very dark tone of voice. Itachi. I understand, Itachi said and then continued walking. Obito. I guess you haven't heard the rumor that's spreading little by little. Obito said making Itachi stop. Itachi. Rumor, Itachi said, keeping his face impassive and without seeing Obito. Obito. The rumor of a shinobi with the Sharingan. Obito said making Itachi a little surprised although he didn't show it. Itachi. Sharingan, Itachi said quietly. Obito. I see, you didn't know, the rumor came from Iwagakure. According to one of those who was present, it was a boy of about 15 years old and he had the Sharingan. Little is said about his ability or anything like that, but there is something that caught my attention. Obito said and then closed his only visible eye. Itachi. There can't be anyone with the Sharingan outside of the Uchihas other than Kakashi Hatake, they must have been wrong. Itachi said in a calm tone. Obito. Maybe, but according to the boy, his guy with the Sharingan had yellow hair. Obito said causing Itachi to look surprised. Itachi. Yellow hair. Obito. You know what's most curious is that the Ninetales Jinchuriki is dead. Obito said, looking at Itachi who kept his back turned. Itachi. Dead, Naruto is dead, don't tell me that, Sasuke. Itachi thought without seeing Obito and maintaining a calm face. Obito. You knew Naruto, He had yellow hair, right? Although it can only be a coincidence, after all he won't be the only one with yellow hair. Obito said and then turned his Sharingan. Itachi. What's the point? Obito. The point is that Naruto Uzumaki is dead. But a shinobi with the Sharingan and yellow hair is moving around the world right after Naruto's death. What a coincidence. The question here is he a Uchiha, or is it not? Obito said and then disappeared in a rotating vortex. Itachi. Naruto is alive, but if so, why does he have the Sharingan? Itachi thought and then continued walking towards his destination. Kurigakure. Naruto was lying on his bed. He had a calm face although far from reality. Naruto had been thinking lately about the movements he had made and had thought about the Iwagakure genins that he faced alongside the Jonin. Naruto remembered Hachiro, Urata and Chiko. It was undoubtedly difficult for Naruto to remember those names, after all 2 years had passed. Naruto still mourned the death of Chiko, a girl who was just beginning her ninja path and who had many aspirations taken from her by the greed of a man in a village. Yet what Naruto really had on his mind was whether Hachiro or Urata revealed the information. They may have told everything that happened and given details of what he was like. He had been careless. He could have used his Sharingan on them, but he felt unable to try to control someone's mind. They had lost a very close friend. Importantly, they were totally broken inside. Seeing that team, Naruto remembered Team 7, and although Kakashi would never do what that Jonin did, Naruto would never have wanted to see Sakura or Sasuke die in front of his eyes. That is why he was unable to use a genjutsu on the genins. Very noble of them, although Naruto didn't mind. I'd like to accept that. The boys may have said something and the rumor may have been spread, however until now he had not come across anyone who mentioned him. About it, not even Zetsu had told him anything. So it is most likely that the rumor has remained in Iwagakure and has not left there. In about 2 days he would meet Konan again, and this time Naruto wanted to gain Konan's trust so he could get closer to Nagato's body. Naruto. Konan. Time moves forward and this only benefits Obito. The more time passes, the more difficult it will be to convince Nagato, and the more difficult it will be to defeat Obito. Naruto thought while looking at the ceiling. Naruto heard a knock on the door of his house. He got out of bed and started walking towards the door. When he reached the door, Naruto stopped. Again the thought that they had discovered something about him made him stop. Naruto. Who is it? Naruto asked with a serious face. It's me, Mei, said the voice of the Mizukage maid Terumi. Naruto sighed at this. He felt somewhat calm when he heard the tone in which Mei responded, a cheerful and calm tone as usual for her. Naruto opened the door and saw Mei, who had a smile on her face and her eyes closed. Naruto. Hello Mei, is something wrong? Naruto asked looking at Mei. Mei. You won't let me in. It's very rude to leave me here at the door when I came from the Mizukage Tower just to see you. Mei said and then saw Naruto and was surprised. Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto asked without understanding Mei's reaction. Mei. When you cut your hair, you looked very cute with long hair. Mei said and then pouted. Naruto. It's just that, Naruto said in a low tone. Mei. What? Naruto. No, I mean I felt very hot. Naruto said and then smiled. Mei. Well, you still look very cute. Well, will you let me pass? Mei said and then smiled. Naruto. Oh yeah, go ahead. Naruto said and then let Mei pass, who entered the house. Mei. Wow, this house is beautiful. Mei said looking at every part of Naruto's house. Naruto. Zetsu is able to sense Mei's presence, so he won't appear until she leaves. Did you come to see my house and me? Naruto asked in a confused tone. Mei. Yes, well it's not exactly that. Since you never have time to visit me even though you don't seem to do much here, I took the time to come see you and give you some very important news that it will surely make you very happy. Mei said and then sat down on the sofa that was in the living room. Naruto came over and sat next to Mei. Naruto. Excuse me, I've been decorating some things around the house, and what's the news? Naruto asked looking at Mei. Mei smiled for a moment and then put her hand on Naruto's face, making Naruto blush a little. Mei. You are now an official resident of Kiri. Last night I had time and decided. Mei can sign the paperwork that makes you an official member of the village. You are happy. Mei said and then caught Naruto in a hug. Naruto stayed still for a moment and after a few seconds he reacted and reciprocated Mei's hug. He couldn't say that he was happy but neither that it was bad news. After all, now he could leave the village without having to fight with those who guard the doors, and he could also get closer to Kiri's political issues and thus know and have information from the other villages. This made Naruto smile. After all, when analyzing the news a little more, he realized the advantages it would have. Naruto, the truth is that if it is good news, you do know. Surprise me, Mizukaja-sama, Naruto said, accompanied by a smile. Mei separated from Naruto and then stood up from the couch. Mei turned her gaze and saw Naruto for a moment. Mei, I told you to call me Mei. Mei said in an annoyed tone and an evil smile, causing a scared face on Naruto. Naruto. Okay, Naruto said and then saw how Mei's face changed to a look of sadness. Is something wrong, Mei? Mei, the truth is that I'm worried about the village. Mei said and then sat back down on the couch. Naruto. Worried? Isn't it supposed that the village is already being rebuilt and everything is progressing well? Naruto said, looking at Mei. Mei. Well, that's true, but Kiri has lost all his allies and that worries me a lot. Especially because of the enemies we could have. Mei said in a weak tone. Naruto. I had heard that Kiri was allied with Konoha, but during the civil war Konoha refused to send military support to the rebels, and this caused Kiri and Konoha to not trust each other. If you are so worried, you should find a way to reform the alliance. It is for the good of the village, that would be the most correct option. Naruto said and then returned to his impassive face. Mei. But we're not in a position to fight yet. I don't think Konoha wants an ally who can't even fight. Mei said and then looked at Naruto. Naruto saw Mei's face and how tears threatened to come out. It was the pain of someone who lived through a civil war and saw many people die, the pain of someone who did not want to go through the same thing again. Naruto. I can help you. Naruto said, looking away to the side. Mei. But, how would you do it? Mei asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. The truth is that I am not a merchant or anything like that. I am a shinobi who was abandoned by his village and now travels from one place to another. Naruto said in a serious tone, and his face the same, causing a surprised face on Mei, who got up from the couch and moved a little away from Naruto. Mei. Who are you? Mei asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. I am a former shinobi from Konoha. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I had not told you anything because I did not plan to stay long in the village. However, now for what you have done for me, I feel that it is my turn to repay you. Naruto said in a serious tone and the same face. Mei. Naruto Uzumaki. I always knew you must be a shinobi. After all, you look like one. Mei said, still away from Naruto. Naruto. I'm sorry, I have trouble trusting people. Give me one second chance, Mei. Naruto said, extending his hand to Mei, who saw it. Mei. Just don't lie to me this time, please. Mei said and then took Naruto's hand. Naruto. It's a promise. Naruto said and then smiled and made Mei smile. Mei. Naruto. It's a nice name. Tell me, why did your village abandon you? Mei asked, changing to a serious face. Naruto. A series of things happened and I had been left unconscious floating in water. I never received anyone's help. The body is supposed to be the greatest treasure of a shinobi, but they abandoned me. They turned their backs on me and treated me just as they had always treated me, like a monster. Naruto said, changing to his typical impassive face. Mei. Why did they treat you like a monster? Mei asked, somewhat annoyed by what Konoha had done. Naruto. He was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. The moment Naruto said that, Mei was surprised, causing Naruto to turn his face to the side. Mei. Naruto, you must have been through a lot. Mei said and then put her right hand on Naruto's back. Naruto. But it doesn't matter anymore. Life, Kami, or perhaps destiny, has given me a second chance. Having witnessed the selfishness of the villages, what the war has left behind and what I suffered, has awakened in me a huge appreciation for La Paz. If there is something like La Paz, then I will use this second chance to find it. Naruto said, looking at Mei. Mei. I didn't think you would carry so much. That same feeling is what makes you want to help me. Mei said and then hugged Naruto. Naruto. Yes, maybe that's how it is. Naruto said and then reciprocated Mei's hug. Konoha. The days of tranquility were already something typical in Konoha. Many continued with their daily lives and lived the routine that they liked, but far from the town in a training place was the Sandame's grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi. His hands were completely injured and his clothes were all torn. You could see the fatigue on his face and his legs were shaking as he tried to stand. Standing up, he took out a kunai and then started to run towards a tree, but halfway there he fell face down on the ground. His legs could no longer support him. Konohamaru. Tisk, stupid legs, they're so weak and useless. They're so weak. Konohamaru said while hit the ground. No matter how strong you look on the outside, you will never be able to achieve anything if inside you are full of fears and insecurities. Konohamaru looked up and saw Jiraiya, who was standing leaning against a tree in front of him. Konohamaru. You are the old pervert. Kono. Amaru said, causing Jiraiya to look disappointed. Jiraiya. You're wrong, brat, I am the wise toad, one of the legendary Sannin, the great Jiraiya. Said Jiraiya doing his presentation poses. Jiraiya looked at Konohamaru. He hoped the boy would have been surprised by the best performance ever, if only the brat was awake. Jiraiya sighed and walked over to lift Konohamaru on his shoulders. Jiraiya. He reached his limit. He has the same determination as Naruto. Jiraiya thought and then smiled. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people, if so don't forget to vote for my people. The next chapter will be out on Saturday. See you in the next chapter, my people. The meeting. Konoha. Konohamaru slowly began to open his eyes. He sat upright. Immediately and saw that he was in the training field. He had fallen asleep on the floor. He began to rub his head and then turned his gaze. He looked to the side and saw that Jiraiya was walking towards him with 2 ice cream popsicles in his right hand. Jiraiya. I see you're already awake. Here. Jiraiya said, separating the popsicles and giving one to Konohamaru, who took it and quickly put it in his mouth. Konohamaru. Hey old man, were you the one who brought me here? Asked Konohamaru looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Well, you had fainted in the middle of the training field and the sun was shining directly on you, so I decided to bring you near a tree so that you could receive its shade. Jiraiya said while eating the popsicle. Konohamaru. I see, thank you very much, I think I should come back now. Konohamaru said and then stood up. Jiraiya. Aren't you going to continue with your training? Jiraiya asked, sitting leaning against the tree. Konohamaru. I'll do it tomorrow, now I have to go because I have a mission with my team and I'm already late. Konohamaru said, preparing to run. Jiraiya. Okay, I'll be at this same place tomorrow, if you need help with your training. Jiraiya said and then closed his eyes and put his hands behind his head. Konohamaru looked at Jiraiya for a moment. He smiled as Konohamaru knew very well who this man sitting in front of him was, one of the legendary Sannin, and also Naruto's former teacher. Konohamaru. Okay, see you tomorrow old man. Konohamaru said and then ran off towards his mission. Jiraiya opened one of his eyes and saw Konohamaru walking away. Jiraiya closed his eye and then smiled. He settled Ed down a little more so he could continue with his rest. Sasuke was in training ground number 5. Once again he was in his exhaustive training. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and then threw a kunai towards the trees. Sasuke closed his eyes looking at where the trees were. Sasuke. They're watching me, whoever was watching me is gone. Sasuke thought, keeping his face towards where the trees were. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan when he sensed the presence of several people. He knew very well who they were. Lee, Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Choji, Kiba and Shino were the people who had arrived where Sasuke was training. He was a little surprised not to see Hinata, Neji and Shikamaru. Ino. Sasuke-kun. Ino said, accompanied by a smile as she waved to Sasuke. Sakura. Stop yelling, Inapig. Sakura said in an annoyed tone. Kiba. Why do we all have to come just to invite Sasuke? Kiba said, totally bored and with total disinterest. Shino. Good, because Sasuke is also one of our companions. Shino said, looking at Kiba. Kiba. Tisk. I should have stayed training, just like Hinata and Neji did, and why the hell didn't Shikamaru come? Kiba asked, looking at Ino. Ino. Well, he said he had a meeting with Asuma-sensei. He'll probably catch up with us later. Choji. He'll probably miss the meat. Choji said, imagining all the meat he would eat. Tenten. Neji didn't come either, after all he is training with Hinata. Tenten said and then gave a long and very lazy sigh. Lee. I had to train too, but I can save a few minutes to be with my friends. Lee said while smiling. Sasuke. What are you doing here? Sasuke said in a serious tone and the same face. Ino. We came to invite you to eat some meat. Ino said, accompanied by a small blush. Lee. Yes, Sasuke, then you can continue with your training. Lee said and then showed his thumb in approval. Tenten. At least the meat is delicious. Tenten said in a happy and proud tone. Sasuke. I'm not interested, Sasuke said and then began walking away from the group. Bah. That's why I told them we shouldn't have come, that guy is too arrogant. Hiba said, looking at Sasuke with great anger. Sakura. Sasuke-kun, you don't need to train all the time, from time to time it's good to rest and do other things. Sakura said, looking at Sasuke and making him stop. Sasuke. I don't share that same thought, now stop insisting, they become annoying. Sasuke said and then continued walking. Hiba. So, then take this. Hiba said and then ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke moved to the side to avoid Kiba, who put his hands on the ground and pushed himself back, trying to land a kick in the back. Sasuke, however, moved to the side again and grabbed Kiba's right arm and threw him towards a tree. Kiba crashed into the tree and after rubbing his head he stood up again. Sasuke. Stop wasting your time, you can't even touch me. Sasuke said, accompanied by an arrogant smile. Kiba. Damn. Ino. Sakura. Kiba, stop. They both said at the same time. Tenten. It's useless, don't pay attention. Tent-en said as she watched Kiba run towards Sasuke. Kiba began to run again towards Sasuke, who only saw him approaching. Before Kiba arrived, Lee stood in front of him. Kiba stopped and saw Lee. Kiba. Hey, get off. Kiba said in an annoyed tone. Lee. It's not necessary to come to this, Kiba. Sasuke already said he wouldn't go, why are you making so much drama? Lee said while looking at Sasuke. Shino. Lee-san is right, stop being so reckless. Shino said, causing even greater annoyance in Kiba. Sasuke. They should put a leash on you. Sasuke said and then turned his back on Kiba, who became much angrier. Kiba. I'm excited, Gatsuga. Kiba said, causing Lee to get out of the way due to Kiba's sudden attack. Sasuke turned around and saw the attack coming towards him. Sasuke's Sharingan activated. In a matter of milliseconds, Lee's attack. Kiba reached where Sasuke was in a large gap and a large curtain of dust formed. After a few seconds the dust dissipated and Kiba could be seen emerging from the hole that his technique had created. Ino. And Sasuke-kun? Ino asked in a worried tone. Sakura. I don't think that hit him. Sakura said, looking towards where Kiba was. Lee. You're right, Sasuke is very fast. Lee said, looking at Kiba. Kiba came out of the hole and in a flash of speed Sasuke was right in front of him. Sasuke kicked Kiba in the stomach, making him spit saliva. Sasuke saw how Kiba fell to his knees. Sasuke raised his foot a little as a sign that he was going to kick Kiba in the face, who closed his eyes and left everyone surprised. After a few seconds, Kiba opened his eyes. He didn't feel the kick and saw Sasuke, who was walking away from him. Shino walked up to Kiba and picked him up, resting him on his shoulder. Kiba. I was ready to receive that kick. Kiba said as he watched Sasuke walk away. Shino. We all expected it. Shino said, looking at Kiba. Sakura. Sasuke-kun. Location unknown. 2 days later. Naruto was standing in front of Konan, again in the same position. First, Konan kept her typical impassive face and Naruto had his normal face, not reflecting as much but not an impassive face either. Naruto. Konan, I need to get to Nagato as soon as possible. Naruto said, looking at Konan. Konan. I thought you said you would wait a few days and stay in the shadows during that time. Konan said, closing her eyes towards Naruto. Naruto. As time progresses, the probability that Madara's plan will be executed becomes greater and greater. We must act now. Naruto said in a totally serious tone. Konan. If you already knew this from the beginning, why are you saying it until now? Konan said in an annoyed tone. Naruto. Because I was wrong. I didn't think that there is information about me in Iwagakure, and it would be a negative event if Obito acquired this information. Naruto said, surprising Konan a little. Konan. How does Iwa have information about you? Doubts came to Konan's mind again. Doubts about Naruto, someone who had said he was acting from the shadows and that no one knew anything about him. Now he is alerted because in Iwa they know about him, and this information could reach Obito. What is really what Naruto? What do you do when you are not meeting with her? Naruto. Approximately 2 years ago, I had met 3 genins and a jonin from Iwagakure. I wanted to test my abilities and decided to face them. My main objective was the jonin, but Higai was obsessed with obtaining my Sharingan and he didn't care about killing one of his students. I couldn't stand what my eyes were seeing. It was the first time I felt so angry that it became impossible for me not to want to kill him. Naruto said while clenching his fists and frowning. Konan was a little surprised, although she did not reflect it. It was the first time she had seen Naruto this angry. That feeling came to her again that made her believe everything that Naruto was telling her. Naruto. After my fight with the jonin ended, I decided to leave to avoid seeing the suffering of those boys for the loss of their partner. I'm not very sure, but they could have told everything to their leaders and they already know of the existence of a subject with the Sharingan. Naruto said and then looked at Konan. Konan. But in the world there are 4 people who possess the Sharingan. Itachi and his brother, Madara and Kakashi Hatake. The probability that it could be one of them, Edik. I being a renegade from Konoha and a member of Akatsuki. Konan said and then saw how Naruto shook his head. Naruto. But my physical description is totally different from Itachi's. Naruto said, causing a look of understanding on Konan's face. Konan. And what will we do? Konan asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto. Find a way to get closer to Nagato as soon as possible. I know that you don't trust me anew. And I know that it will be very difficult to get along with Nagato for that same reason. However, I am honest when I tell you that my priority is to save my friends and closest beings, but I am also willing to save you and Nagato. But to achieve that we must trust each other. Naruto said in a totally determined tone, looking at Konan. Konan. Okay, I'll talk to Nagato and find a way for you to talk to him so we can continue with Akatsuki's plan. Konan said, looking away to the side. Naruto. Good, then we'll see you here in 2 days. Remember that I will come with Zetsu and he may even come to pick you up. Naruto said and then walked towards the exit of the cave. Konan was behind him. The two left the cave. Naruto put on a hood and said goodbye to Konan, disappearing among the trees and rocks. Konan saw for a moment where Naruto had gone and then she went the other way. Naruto was jumping through the branches. The wind was very strong and it was also early morning, so it looked very dark. After this meeting with Konan, Naruto hoped that she would trust him and thus bring him closer to Nagato, even though Naruto already knew where she was. There was Nagato's original body thanks to Zetsu's information. He knew that he couldn't go directly because Nagato would reject everything Naruto told him. Approaching him through Konan was more effective. Naruto jumped to a branch and when he was going to jump to the one in front, he saw that a rotating vortex was formed. Naruto fell to the branch and behind him his biggest opponent appeared, someone who Naruto did not think he would meet so soon. Naruto turned his head a little and could see the Akatsuki cape and the orange mask. Naruto quickly jumped to the other branch and turned around to look directly at Obito, who was also looking at him. The two looked at each other for a moment. This was the biggest obstacle in Naruto's plan and now it was right in front of him. Sweat ran down Naruto's forehead. After all, this guy appeared like a ghost out of nowhere and right behind him. Obito. Nearby, a few kilometers away, is a Megakure. Obito said, looking back, and then saw Naruto. Naruto only limited himself to looking at Obito. The words did not come out. Perhaps because of the surprise he had when he saw how he appeared to him out of nowhere. Could it be afraid? It didn't seem like it. After all, Naruto knew very well that he was going to meet him at any moment. Everything indicated that it was the tension that made Naruto not even able to move, knowing that that man in front of him is the one who has commanded Akatsuki from the shadows and who is also the one who must be eliminated. Without a doubt, it is something that can make you tense. Obito. I had a hard time believing it. After all, nothing fits no matter how much you think about it, but here you are. It's not a ghost, much less another person, Naruto Uzumaki, or should I say Naruto Uchiha. Obito said in his typical dark tone and with his Sharingan glowing in the dark. Naruto. Even though I have Uchiha blood, my last name is and will continue to be Uzumaki. Naruto said, trying to regain his composure. Obito. Zetsu, so the old man was still alive after all, and I can guess what you're doing. Obito said, looking at Naruto. Naruto. A very big mistake not taking Zetsu as a threat. Naruto said and then smiled. Obito. Eliminating someone like Zetsu is very difficult, I thought I had done it. But it turned out to be just a clone. When I found out about it, it was already too late to try to find it, Obito said in a somewhat amused tone. Naruto. And now it's even later. In a flash of speed, Naruto launched himself towards Obito with kunai in hand. Naruto tried to cut Obito's neck, however the kunai passed through Obito. Naruto fell to a branch behind Obito, totally surprised. Naruto. What the hell? Naruto turned to see Obito, but he was no longer there. Naruto reacted and turned back and saw Obito with kunai in hand right behind him. Naruto quick Y jumped to avoid the cut that Obito tried to cause him. Naruto fell on another branch and then a small cut formed on his right cheek, releasing blood. Naruto. It's fast. No, that shouldn't be speed, it must definitely be a jutsu. Naruto thought, looking directly at Obito. Obito. You seem scared. Obito said in a dark and at the same time mocking tone, looking at Naruto, who frowned. Naruto. Tisk, a space-time jutsu. Naruto said as if referring to himself. Obito. Naruto Uzumaki, I will tell you this only once, join Akatsuki, help capture the Jinchurikis, and together we will bring peace to the world, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito said, extending his arms. Naruto. You are the one I must eliminate, that is what I will do, you can be sure of that. Naruto said, keeping his face serious. Obito. Pathetic. What will you do if pain crosses your path? After all, you need him too, that's why you are persuading Konan so that she brings you closer to him. Obito said, surprising Naruto. Naruto. How do you know? Naruto said in a low tone and lowering his gaze. Obito. I didn't think Konan would betray Akatsuki, I should eliminate her. The moment those words left Obito's mouth, Naruto looked up and saw Obito completely angry and with his Sharingan activated. Naruto. I won't let you. Naruto said as his Sharingan shone. Obito. I would if I didn't need it, I wonder what you can do to get closer to Nagato. After all, he already knows about you. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and his face reflected disappointment. Obito. Now you know what you're facing, you should make the decision. Correct and just get out of the way. Obito said and then turned his Sharingan. Naruto looked up again and saw Obito directly. The two saw each other for a few seconds. It was a defiant look, and although Naruto had been defeated, they had not finished him off yet, and of course he was not going to allow them to do it. Obito began to disappear in a rotating vortex without taking his eyes off Naruto, who also saw him. Obito disappeared completely. Seeing that Obito had left, Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Things happened quickly, and assimilating what Obito was telling him was like a lot of walls being put in front of him that prevented him from achieving his goal. Even knowing that he had lost the first match, Naruto was not going to let it end like that. Now he knew that he was facing a rival who was not only strong but also very intelligent. He already had it clear, but for his goal, to save his friends and because he promised his grandfather, Naruto would be the one who would be left standing in the end. It was a promise that he just now made in his mind. End of chapter. I hope you liked my people a lot, don't forget to vote. The next chapter will be out on Thursday. See you. The beginning of a great event. 2 days later, the Samui team was already very close to Konoha. They were with two messengers who did not look like shinobi or have any combat skills, but well, that was the reason why the Samui team was going with them. Samui was ahead of everyone. In the middle were the two messengers and behind them were Karui and Omoi. Samui could estimate that there were a few meters left to reach the gates of Konoha. She heard Karui and Omoi fighting as was their custom. Samui stopped and quickly gave the signal for the others to stop. The messengers stopped and Karui and Omoi did the same. Karui. What's happening, Samui? Karui asked as she raised her voice. Samui. The air is very tense. Don't tell me that, we are surrounded. Samui quickly managed to move to the side and was able to dodge a kunai. He ran and reached where the messengers were. Karui and Omoi also approached. Karui. What's happening? Omoi. Maybe this is how Konoha welcomes visitors. Omoi said, earning an angry face from Karui.